Can I have your attention, please? Thanks, Joseph. Thanks, Joseph. I'm talking now. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Just about there. Talking. And thank you very much for. Thank you very much. We've obviously got a mixed crowd of not just Lutherans here, because you've wonderfully all sat down in the front. I can't get over it. It's fantastic. And it's very exciting. It's also a great pleasure to welcome you all here. So I welcome those who have travelled from far and near, especially to our presenters from interstate and locally. We welcome also those people following the live stream over these next 2 days. You will stream all of the events that will occur in the church, which will be quite a few of them, and the live stream will also be available after the conference as well. So if you fell asleep during one of the presentations, you can go back and check out what you missed out on. But just a few housekeeping matters. On page 3, you will find a map of the buildings that we're using, including the toilets and the meeting areas, which are just toilets just around the back here. And then I think we've pretty well done the food allergies bit, but if you've got any concerns, speak with Lindsay, who's looking after our catering. Thank you for giving us an idea of who's coming for the dinner tonight and the lunch tomorrow. And if you still haven't filled that out, or if you want to, if you can do that by morning tea so that we can let those cafes and restaurants know how many will be coming. And I have changed the venue for the one tomorrow afternoon because I just got it mixed up. So we're going to be at the Saigon Gate, which is also in O'Connell Street a bit further down. There's a table out there with Bonhoeffer books on it, which are mine, and which you are welcome to borrow or browse or whatever you like to do. But you're welcome to borrow them. They're sort of surplus to what I would normally use. And just put your name down and on the list there, your contact details. And then get them back to me if you can when you're finished with them. Fergus McGinley has also just released a book called The God Who Doesn't Exist, and it's available for sale from Fergus. He was on the desk when he came in, and it was displayed on a table, I think, out in the foyer or in the hall area. I'll say thank yous now to a number of people who have been especially helping to get this event to happen, including those people who have spontaneously done stuff this morning, which has been really appreciated. But there's Joseph at the back, who's the administrator of Emmanuel Church here, and he's doing all of the sound stuff for us. Also to Judy at the Effective Living Centre, who's been helping us with a lot of the administrative stuff, and to Fergus, connected with there as well, who's been tying many things together also along the way. And to Lindsay in the kitchen, who's assisting with the catering. Now, just like to start a bit more formally. In a review of a book about optimism, Hugh Green of the Guardian Weekly wrote, Leibniz offers a starting point. The German polymath argued that because God was omnipotent and benevolent and could have created any number of different worlds, the world we in fact inhabit must be the best of all possible worlds, or the optimal world. That's from an article in January this year. He went on to say how unfortunately Leibniz was pilloried as far too optimistic. The book that was being reviewed is called The Bright Side, so it'll be naturally a bit of a target, and it is written by a science journalist called Sumit Paul Chowdhury. He argues that while we might have grounds for pessimism, a particular form of optimism is the only morally serious choice. In the last letter that Bonhoeffer wrote to Eberhard Bethge from his prison cell in August 1944, he wrote, "Everything we may with some good reason expect or beg of God is to be found in Jesus Christ. What we imagine a God could and should do, the God of Jesus Christ has nothing to do with that at all. We must immerse ourselves again and again for a long time and quite calmly in Jesus' life, his sayings, actions, suffering and dying in order to recognise what God promises and fulfills. What is certain is that we may always live aware that God is near and present with us, and that this life is an utterly new life for us, that there is nothing that is impossible for us anymore, because there is nothing that is impossible for God. That no earthly power can touch us without God's will, and that danger and urgent need can only drive us closer to God. What is certain is that we have no claim on anything, but may ask for everything. What is certain is that in suffering lies hidden the source of our joy, in dying the source of our life. What is certain is that in all this we stand within a community that carries us. To all this God has said yes and amen in Jesus. This yes and amen is the solid ground upon which we stand. Again and again in these turbulent times we lose sight of why life is really worth living. We think that our own life is worth living because this or that other person exists. In truth, however, it is like this. If the earth was deemed worthy to bear the human being Jesus Christ, if a human being like Jesus lived, then and only then does our lives as human beings have meaning. That's what he wrote after almost 18 months in prison, near the end of his life. It is with these words of Bonhoeffer that touch the depths of our souls that I open this conference, which has the theme, God's Yes for Today and Tomorrow. I welcome you all from all over Australia, both speakers and participants, who have come from near and far to share in these days of remembering, reflecting, ruminating and listening. We will also share with each other our thoughts and prayers, discussions and differences. Out of this time together, we will both be community and create community. With all of Bonhoeffer's writings, behind the text stands the man, and behind the man stands the man Jesus Christ. Both Bonhoeffer's life and words are like a prism through which we are led to see the person Jesus Christ more clearly, and then to see how Jesus Christ speaks in a living way into our present moment, wherever that moment might find us. This especially includes our turbulent third decade of the 21st century. From the present moment into which Jesus Christ spoke to Bonhoeffer, we have a valuable drop of gold that Bonhoeffer had smelted from the dross of the hot and turbulent times of the Nazi era. This included the period between the two world wars, the depression of the 1930s, and the often superficial and optimistic world views of the 19th century. Bonhoeffer's life and writings have certainly given so much to future generations after his brief life of 39 years. I hope and pray that this conference will give us all a significant glimpse into the underlying worldview in which Bonhoeffer lived, and which he shared so succinctly, personally, and with such immediacy, that it continues to be insightful for our present moment today. I invite you to pray with me. Lord God, we pray that you would open our hearts and our minds to discover more about you today. Bless the fellowship and friendship that we share and the community that we are. Be with us all as we travel together to understand who you are and our place in your world. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay, we're ahead of time. That's exciting. Are there any, well we've just got a couple of minutes, but we will start off with Mark's talk in a moment. Mark Worthing. We've got two Marks this morning, as you're probably aware. Mark Worthing and Mark Lindsay for our two keynote addresses. Are there any questions or about, if there are any, ask myself. Is Fergus, is he still out at the desk? I think he might be. But you can also ask him, or else ask Joseph. Now you can all see him. He's not up the back at the moment. Joseph is the office and administrator and person who does everything, including playing the piano and the organ here as well. So we're very blessed to have him here for these 2 days with us too. So there are a number of people you can ask. All right. Most of you have met Ferg on the way through, And I think it's very exciting to see so many of you here today. It was 10 years ago that we were in this church, and we then celebrated the 70th anniversary of Bonhoeffer's death with a conference then. We had similar numbers at that conference, and it was an exciting one. And we had both of the Marks at that conference speaking as well, both Mark Worthing and Mark Lindsay, as well as a number of other people who also contributed to that. So it's our privilege today to be able to welcome Rev Dr Mark Worthing, who's been a pastor of the Lutheran Church of Australia for many decades now. Mark is currently working. He's worked in a number of places around, including Australian Lutheran College, or Luther Seminary as it's sometimes known, also at Table College. And Mark is also now he was actually the pastor of this congregation for some years, and now he's in New South Wales, where he's both half-time pastor of a parish there, and also then training the laity and other people theologically because of his depth that he has. Mark comes to us originally from America, as you'll hear, and he speaks to us. Although I think, Mark, you've lost a fair bit of your accent, I think. But not a lot, no. We've also been privileged here with the Bonhoeffer reading group, where we used to meet here in this building, and Mark used to be part of that when he could be, and now we meet next door. But Mark comes to us originally from America, then he ended up in Germany doing 2 PhDs effectively in the area of science and theology, and he's had numerous times when he's presented at conferences, as well as numerous papers and numerous books as well, some of which you may have seen along the way. And he's also here with his wife Kathy today for his presentation, which is great. And also he's in Adelaide, they're both in Adelaide, to celebrate the birth of their first grandchild. I can't remember which it is. 2 weeks ago, yeah, there we go. So it's an exciting time both to have them here and also for them to be here with us. And without further ado, I'll ask you to welcome Mark.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everyone. It's good to see you all here today. It's familiar surrounds me. I was pastor here for 7 years. What looks different is, and I can tell that it's not Sunday morning worship, is that you're all too close to the front. So clear something's a little bit different going on here. My first encounter with Michael with Bonhoeffer was the 50th commemoration of Bonhoeffer's death, which was held at Luther Seminary. I think it was called Luther Campus when we had it at that time. Then it was Luther Seminary briefly, and then ALC, but we know what we mean. And at that time, Michael was driving around an old station wagon with a sign in the back saying, was it honk if you've read the entire works of Bonhoeffer? Has that... He enjoyed it. Did anyone ever honk?
Oh, yeah, I have some interesting conversations.
Okay, yeah. So Michael and I spoke at that, and I think we parted saying, see you at the 100th. Okay, so we're getting close. It's up to 30 years ago. So it's so good to be here with you. My own journey with Bonhoeffer began as a young university student in America at a very conservative evangelical university, and one of our lecturers doing a theology subject warned us to be aware of the 3 dangerous B's, Brunner, Barth, and Bonhoeffer. They were people we were not meant to read because they would surely lead us astray. So, of course, we all made a beeline to the library. By the time I got there, the 3 existing copies of Letters and Papers from Prison were gone. So I got on my bike and rode down to the local theological bookstore. They used to have those back then, and bought a copy. Which was much loved and marked up and falling apart and pages coming out. So that was the beginning of a journey. It was the right place to start for me. So Dietrich Bonhoeffer died just over a week after Easter 80 years ago, executed by the direct order of Adolf Hitler at a small little compound in Flossenberg, which is in the very scenic forest of central Bavaria. I've actually been there, and it's a great place for a picnic. It's a lovely spot. You just wouldn't, if you didn't know, you wouldn't associate it with what had happened, but in so many places in Europe and in Germany. By the Christian calendar, being executed a week after Easter on a Monday, that puts the anniversary of his death in 2 days' time. So I just want to note that we're actually 2 days ahead of the Christian anniversary of his death, not 2.5 weeks late, as some of you might think. So all intended, of course. In his short lifetime, Bonhoeffer had developed an emerging reputation as a bright and courageous young theologian among the confessing church in Germany and among a limited but influential circle in the U.S. and in England, where he had spent some time. After his death, especially with the release of his collected letters and papers from prison, his reputation grew, leapfrogging the fame of many more established theologians of the era, including the great Karl Barth. Some of these have gradually waned to become historical theological figures. Seen any movies about Karl Barth lately? Sorry, Barth fans, couldn't resist. But 80 years after the death of Bonhoeffer, interest in him continues not just sustained, but to grow. People read his works often as if he is our contemporary, speaking into our situation. In 1949, when Dr. Hermann Sasse migrated to Australia and began teaching at the seminary of the UElke here in North Adelaide, and incidentally attending this very congregation, I think he sat back there somewhere, someone once said, he expressed some dismay at the amount of interest his students had in Bonhoeffer. They just kept asking him, did you know Bonhoeffer? Did you met Bonhoeffer? And of course he had. They were together in Berlin. They were members of the confessing church together. They had worked on and together had drafted the Bethel Confession and initially started out in the Barmen Declaration, but then when Karl Barth got involved and became Lutheran Reformed, Sasse pulled out. Dr. Eric Renner recalled some years later how frustrated Sasse was that in Australia and America it seemed all the young students wanted to know about was Bonhoeffer, Bonhoeffer, Bonhoeffer. He was, after all, just a young pastor and theologian who, like many others, did not survive the war. He had hardly had time to write anything yet of particular scholarly substance, just some popular works and a few early scholarly efforts. Sasse was certain the interest would wane. It didn't, and it still hasn't. Both scholarly and popular level books on Bonhoeffer continue to appear. Eric McTax's 210 biography of Bonhoeffer, whatever you might think of his approach, and we won't discuss that now, made the New York Times bestseller list and remained on it for many months. Very interesting for a biography of a theologian. Only last year, another film appeared portraying the life of Bonhoeffer, and it was in the cinemas again in April in many parts of the country because of the anniversary of his death, called Dietrich Bonhoeffer, Pastor, Spy, Assassin. Many committed Bonhoeffer fans panned the film. Too many events were conflated. Important points were left out. The timeline wasn't correct. They didn't pick up his fundamental pacifism, etc., all true. But there were some good points. I thought in many ways the essence of the man was there, but what was intriguing to me is the reaction reminded me very much of the reaction of Lord of the Rings fans when those movies came out. The true fans were just irate that Gandalf didn't look like they imagined him. You know, Frodo wasn't quite like they imagined him. It wasn't, they left this out. They didn't have that little scene in there. So to me, the reaction to the film says something about the depth and the continuing passion that people today feel for Dietrich Bonhoeffer. So whatever you might think of the historic portrayal of Bonhoeffer in the film and in other areas, there can be no doubt about the abiding interest in his life and thought. Interest in Bonhoeffer also seems to know few political and religious boundaries. Liberals, evangelicals, traditionalists, radicals, Christians, non-Christians, everyone claims Bonhoeffer as their own. And this has not been without some tension. We all see him as our Bonhoeffer, and are both surprised and just a little unhappy to find those with whom we vigorously disagree quoting our Bonhoeffer. Out of context always, of course. These tensions were highlighted late last year with the appearance of a letter by Bonhoeffer family members protesting his adoption and interpretation by conservative political elements in the U.S., including Eric Metaxas, in a letter issued by 88 descendants of Bonhoeffer's brothers and sisters on 22 October 2024, not uncoincidentally on the eve of the U.S. presidential election, the release of the letter. They wrote, we are horrified to see how the legacy of Dietrich Bonhoeffer is increasingly being distorted and misused by right-wing extremists, xenophobes, and religious agitators. And they went on to give some examples and talk about that and release that. And there was a similar letter by several Bonhoeffer scholars and theologians expressing this concern. Of course, many more conservative fans of Bonhoeffer have been equally perplexed, not sure they'd use the word horrified, perhaps as well, at the appeal of Bonhoeffer to those in the far left. He's our Bonhoeffer. He was a man that believed in Jesus and prayed. What could he have in common with these people? So, what is it about Dietrich Bonhoeffer that 80 years after his death attracts such a wide spectrum of people who claim him as their own? Why does interest in him continue to grow? That's the intent of my talk this morning, is to address the question, why are we here 80 years after a young theologian died at the end of World War II? Why are we still reading him, thinking about him, talking about him, becoming irritated if someone portrays him or understands him differently than us? Why this enduring passion and interest? I'm going to propose 4 basic reasons for the enduring and increasing interest in the life and thought of Dietrich Bonhoeffer. And there could be, I'm sure there's more, but I'm going to pick 4 that I think are particularly of interest and get to the point. Number 1, Bonhoeffer's innovative theological formulations. There's some intriguing substance to what Bonhoeffer had to say. And that needs to be said from the outset. It's not just the excitement of his life, the excitement of the period, the drama behind it all, the tragedy. Those elements are there as well, but there is substance to his works. He's one of the few theologians that I've read the same chapters and books multiple times. Usually once is enough. I remember good enough what was there. Why read Bonhoeffer again? For inspiration, for lively interaction and conversation with someone who gets it, for the unique theological expressions and formulations which were always innovatively put. Just a few that you'll remember and be familiar with. Religionless Christianity, that's a famous one. I spent about 2 years of my theological youth trying to work out exactly what Bonhoeffer meant by religionless Christianity before I realized that he himself probably wasn't entirely certain what he meant by that, or some other concepts. Bonhoeffer did some very creative thinking in the last 2 years of his life while he was in prison. He'd jot down ideas, send them to different people, especially his student and then become his friend Eberhard Bethke. And he'd talk about an idea, a concept he had, but he wanted to write a book about it. He was going to extrapolate it later, but they were always innovative formulations, religionless Christianity. And how much have we thought and debated, what does that mean? We talked about religion aside. He talked about costly discipleship. We had talked about that before, but isn't discipleship supposed to be something that's easy? We do. Come, follow Jesus. My burden is easy, my yoke is light. Well, there's a misunderstood passage. His approach to ethics, unique. He talked about Christ, the hidden center in the midst of a very secular world. very unusual and different kind of formulations. So, and we could all name some of our favorite sayings and expressions and things we talked about, but he had a way of getting at the heart of a question and looking at it uniquely and differently, in a way that, in a nutshell, in the opening sentence, had people setting up and saying, oh, wait a minute, that's different than we've heard that put before. So I'll just explore a moment. Christ, the hidden center. We're used to talking a bit that way now, but that was a new concept. For those of us in the Christian tradition, it's one of the most enriching of Bonhoeffer's theological formulations. We find it in his well-known Christ-centeredness and almost pietistic approach to faith in Christ, but also we find it a thoroughly modern and realistic understanding of the role of Christ in history. In his little booklet, Christ the Center, Bonhoeffer wrote, "The Messiah cannot be the visible and demonstrated center of history," and this is what we really are looking for in a Messiah, he adds, "but must be the hidden center appointed by God." It's a radical thought. It means, as Bonhoeffer went on to explain in his little book, that, I quote, "Christ is at one and the same time the destroyer and the fulfiller of all the messianic expectations of history. He is the destroyer insofar as the visible Messiah does not appear and the fulfillment takes place in secret. He is the fulfiller insofar as God really enters history and he who is expected is really there. The meaning of history is tied up with an event which takes place in the depth and hiddenness of a man who ended up on the cross. The meaning of history is found in the humiliated Christ." So Bonhoeffer, the meaning of history is found in the humiliated Christ. Well, that was different because at the time most theologians were very influenced by Hegelian interpretation of history, in which basically all history was culminating in the Christian Germanic West and getting better and better and better. It was a very triumphalistic. It was not the humiliated Christ. So for many, it turned the approach to Christology on its head. So just an example of the kind of way he had looking things that were just that much different than what people had come to expect. That was number one, his innovative theological formulations. Number two, second reason for, I think, the enduring and even growing appeal of Bonhoeffer is the appeal of someone who wrote about the cost of discipleship and then personally followed through, even to death. This is especially attractive and striking in our own time when so many leaders do not seem to believe anything firmly. Imagine this if you're able. Imagine an election campaign is running in which the leaders of the major parties seem more driven by opinion polls and marketing advisors than by their own inner convictions. In such a context, there's a real appeal to be found in a figure such as Bonhoeffer, who not only clearly said what he believed, but acted accordingly. We don't get that a lot today from political leaders, from religious leaders, from others. Too many people wait and watch, test the wind, see where it's going, jump on, but to actually act on conviction, to take a clear stand and then act accordingly even when it becomes difficult. That's different. In his 1937 book, The Cost of Discipleship, Bonhoeffer explained the difference between cheap grace and costly grace. His were bold words. They were not the standard fare one expected from the theologians of the day. Costly grace, he argued, is something which must be sought again and again. Such grace, he said, is costly because it calls us to follow, and it is grace because it calls us to follow Jesus. It is costly because it cost us our life, and it is grace because it gives us the only true life. A Christian theologian is supposed to encourage people to follow Jesus, to highlight the benefits. And Bonhoeffer certainly did this, but he also bluntly pointed out that following Jesus was not meant to be easy. He wanted people, especially Christians, to understand that true discipleship cost something. For his readers, these were quotable lines. But did he really mean it? They were words all too easy to say for an educated, upper-class European like Bonhoeffer, who had access to all the good things of life. And Bonhoeffer did have a fairly idyllic childhood. He had access to everything. Easy to talk about the cost of discipleship. He ever went without food? Had he ever suffered? Had he ever been persecuted? Had he ever not had lunch? Had he ever not had warm clothing in winter? Had all these things. What did he know about suffering and sacrifice and cost, you might think? Sounded good, but did he mean it? But in the years to come, when Bonhoeffer made a series of decisions, not just one, but a series of decisions that cost him much, including ultimately his life, his words took on new power for a generation of post-war readers in Germany and abroad. Here was a pastor and a theologian, a leader in the church, who really meant what he said. In a world which had lost its way and gone mad with war and atrocities, here was someone truly worth reading and listening to. And that remains an abiding appeal of Bonhoeffer. The third major reason I'd like to highlight: the perception of increasing similarities between our world and the situation in the 1930s. And this is more for the last several years than for the immediate years after the war and the popularity of Bonhoeffer. This is something that I think helps explain the boost and perhaps acceleration of interest. Now, a note of caution: we're not living in the 1930s. No one is Mussolini or Hitler or Stalin or whatever. You make too many similarities. There's no exact identification of one thing or another. And Michael Clark, who's a lecturer at the University of Technology in Sydney, wrote about a year ago a nice little review in the World Politics Review, pointing out that indeed that we need to be careful that this isn't the 1930s, that there are pitfalls of oversimplifying our situation in doing that. So I think we need to note that. But yet many have pointed out, and there are things there, the perception that there are increasing and dangerous parallels. Niall Ferguson, for instance, notes that the rise, now as in the 1930s, of a menacing authoritarian axis linked by autocratic governments and geopolitical grievance. He identifies Moscow, Beijing, and Tehran as the threats. Others would list other nations, including the U.S. on this list. The result of this emerging perception is a growing fear for the future. I think we've always worried a bit about the future, but I don't think I've ever seen a generation, especially younger people, as worried and anxious as at the moment for lots of reasons, and some of them very much political. So, how do we respond if we feel our own nation or its allies are caught up in such authoritarian control structures? What can one individual or a small group do in the face of such a situation? It's the increasing prominence of these and similar questions in the minds of many today that make Bonhoeffer particularly relevant, for they were the very same questions that he and others addressed and confronted already in the early 1930s. What can one small group do? What good did the confessing church do? They started a couple seminaries, they got closed down. They tried to have an independent church. They had conventions and conferences, and they were no longer able to meet. They were suppressed. It seemed that they were ignored. They tried to get the attention, help. They tried to sound the alarm in America, in Great Britain, of what was happening, and so few took notice. Bonhoeffer himself tried to write, to speak, to say things, and it seemed like very few noticed. What can one person do? What can a small group do? What are some of the things that when we read Bonhoeffer and we look at his time, make his comments seem sometimes almost contemporary for us. Certainly, the uncertainty in the world order, leading to the rise of radical political movements of both the left and the right. And in Bonhoeffer's time, there were radical movements of both the left and the right. In Germany, it was the right that won out, but there were radical movements to the left. The right wing wasn't the only ones going through bashing their opponents and doing that. It was a pretty wild place in the late 20s, in the early 30s, in the uncertainty, and people gravitated toward extreme views. There weren't a lot of centrist, and things were pulling apart. And we see that now. Groups that used to exist on the fringe of the left and the right now seem to be more mainstream. Next, closely connected to this is the rise of political movements is the rise of authoritarian regimes. So when these extreme political movements take power, they are almost always authoritarian. Now, we've always had authoritarian regimes. What I think is different is we are seeing them become more mainstream and in places where we did not expect them. And that's a little bit different for us in the world. What was something that existed here and there, but of course you get that their tradition, we're seeing this tendency and movement in places where we hadn't before. And we're seeing, like in the 1930s, strange arrangements and conjunctions and deals between authoritarian figures that you think wouldn't have much in common. And suddenly, they seem to be working together to arrange and carve up areas of power and influence. And we worry, and rightly so. And again, we look at Bonhoeffer and realize that he and his contemporaries saw similar things happening. How did he respond? What did he make of it? Next, the feeling of many within the Christian community that there is no longer a recognizable place or role for the church in the world. That's one of the things that Bonhoeffer talked about with his religionless Christianity. The world had gotten very secular and was concerned about political power and structure. They were going to bring in some sort of new world order through technology, through some sort of Hegelian advancement to this great future dominated by some sort of post-Christian West, perhaps. And in this world, it seemed like the church in Christ didn't have much place. People weren't particularly interested. Church attendance was down. The important and influential and popular people weren't attending. They weren't going. What place for the church? What place for Christ? It's a situation that we face for slightly different reasons. The increasing secularity, the looking for answers elsewhere. And we might think, those of us in the church, do we have a voice? How do we fit in this? Where does Christ fit into this? And of course, for Bonhoeffer, it was Christ the hidden center. Might not be visible, might not be the kind of central influence that we had gotten almost too used to in much of the history of the West. But he's there, in the center of everything, even if you don't see him. Christ the hidden center. One of his ways of responding to that. And one other point, and this will probably be controversial, which is interesting in itself, but we cannot list this section past this comparison in the 1930s without noting the clear increase of anti-Semitism in the world today, which has risen to visible, vocal, and even violent levels in the West to an extent not seen since the end of the Second World War. While the causes and manifestations of this anti-Semitism are complex, anyone paying even passing attention to media reports over the last 18 months, and it doesn't matter which media reports you're following, if you favor the left or the right media, you can't miss it anywhere, that there has been a dramatic and dangerous shift in the rhetoric and action toward Jewish people. It's no longer just fringe neo-Nazi groups. They've been there as long as I can remember. Always fringe, always small, always marginalized, always ignored. We'd kind of gotten used to them, and we'd gotten used to ignoring them. But other elements have now come into play. Muslim anti-Semitism. It's a strong tradition and history of that. We've been mostly focused in Christian circles with our own sad history of anti-Semitism in the West and Christian involvement in that. We hadn't really given much attention to Muslim anti-Semitism, but there's also a strong tradition and history of that, and that's now come into play significantly also in our Western context and culture in ways in which we had not seen it, and many had not been too aware of it before. It's become vocally visible in the mainstream West. And this has been joined by an anti-Semitism of the left, which surprised many who had not been paying close attention to the anti-Semitic voices in the left that had been very strong over recent years, but always a bit in the background, perhaps waiting the moment. And those have also come to the fore. And the conflation has been dangerous and shocking, and it's happened quickly, almost overnight. I remember all the conversations I'd had with students, young people, confirmation students, trying to imagine how people could have been so anti-Semitic back in the 20s and 30s and 40s, and how this could have happened in Germany, how England and America and others could have stood by and turned a blind eye because of some latent anti-Semitism there as well. It was hard to imagine. People would say, I don't get it. How could they do that? How could they think that? No one's asking that anymore. It's all too clear how that can happen. And then, of course, there's the low-level cultural anti-Semitism that never really left us. The jokes and snide comments about Jews that people inappropriately made, the embarrassing uncle, that member of your congregation, they think, oh, okay, now he's put up his hand again saying these things. What are they going to say now? And we kind of push them aside. These people are now speaking out more freely. They feel vindicated, almost. And sometimes we hear these comments where we would least expect it. Leaders in the community, in the church, fellow clergy. Yes. And it's a bit surprised. Do we challenge it? Do we say, sorry, what did you just say? With all this added to the long-standing anti-Semitism of the far right, which I mentioned at the beginning, and these are very strange bedfellows indeed, the toxic mix of hatred has drawn inevitable comparisons with Christianity's dark history with anti-Semitism. And, unsurprisingly, it's once again Bonhoeffer to whom many have turned for insight in the face of this situation. One of his earliest protests against the Nazis in the German church concerned the increasingly vocal rise of anti-Semitism in Germany at the time. Already on 1 April 1933, he spoke publicly to a theological gathering in Berlin, offering 6 theses on the church and the question of the Jews, opposing the proposed Aryan clause. He argued that what is at stake is by no means whether the German members of our congregation can still tolerate church fellowship with Jewish Christians, because many were saying, let them form their own church. We're being together. So he said, it's no longer just whether we can convince the so-called German Christians to tolerate Jewish Christians in church together. He said this, what is it? That's not at stake. For it's the task of the Christian proclamation to say, here's the church, where Jews and Germans stand together under the word of God. That's just obvious. What's at stake? This is quote. What is at stake is that here is the proof whether the church is still the church or not. What is at stake is, are we the church or not? We stand by and let people be discriminated against, pushed out of society because they're Jewish, even those who are Christians who are Jewish background. It didn't matter. The proposed Aryan clause was formally adopted in Germany a week after Bonhoeffer's talk. It forbid Jews from holding public office in Germany. And because in Germany the church and the state were closely connected, and pastors were actually seen as some sort of functionaries of the state, it meant that pastors and church workers of Jewish descent would now be dismissed from their roles. The so-called German Christians argued that the Jewish Christians should just form their own church, somewhere where we didn't see them, exclude them. This was the political and churchly context of Bonhoeffer's early comments. That was the world in which he lived, in which a lot of well-meaning people that he had come to respect in his life would say, just let it go. Don't make a stand on this. After all, they kind of have it coming anyhow. You know how those Jews are. Sound familiar? Hear it too often. So he spoke up, and it did not make him popular, it did not win him many friends, but he spoke up. He was embarrassed that he didn't speak up sooner and more loudly. In August of that year, he produced a pamphlet rejecting the Aryan clause publicly and put his name to it, which in the context of the day was a fairly bold move. So he did run risk in public and consistently speaking out not just against the Nazis, but against their sympathizers and sycophants within the church. So yes, we look in the world around and say, and it's not the 1930s, but you're not wrong to think there are some similarities, and you read Bonhoeffer and look at what he says, think, he could be saying this to me today. A final point I'd like to make about Bonhoeffer's appeal. Number 4, the challenge and appeal of Bonhoeffer's unfinished lines of thought. There's an appeal to an engaging and pregnant idea that's not been fully developed. If you're working on something in your shed, a car, a project, in my case, an old bicycle I'm restoring, everyone wants to walk by and give an opinion. Hey, we thought of doing that. Hey, we've done this. When the product's finished, what do they do? Okay, say, that's nice. Not as interesting. It's all done. It's there. The decisions have been made. When it's underway, there's so many possibilities. You could go this way or that way. And then once you do that, there's this decision or that decision. How are you going to do the project? How are you going to complete it? You start with an old bicycle and think, do I completely sand it down and repaint it, make it look original? Is there enough of the original there that I can just clean it up, cover the paint, restore it, make it look like an old bike? Do I not make it original at all? Do I not just leave it like it is? Do I really trick it out? Bling it up a bit. You make all these decisions on what to do, but once they're made, they're done. But all the possibilities are there. Bonhoeffer had some extremely interesting thoughts and ideas, and he planned on finishing them, on fleshing them out, and in many cases, by his own admission, working out exactly where it was going and what it meant. He never got to finish most of them. And perhaps that's part of the appeal. He started so many interesting conversations, but they were never closed off, which has left us with endless possibilities for discussions about where he might have gone with these, about where we might go with them. Perhaps this is also part of the reason for his very broad appeal across the theological and political spectrum. Not many things have been closed off. In his letters and papers from prison, which is often the entry point for many readers of Bonhoeffer, one is struck by how often he is sharing ideas for a line of thought that he would like to further develop, or a book that he planned to write. One that struck me particularly in my theological youth was looking for what's the place of the church in the world today? What is the church? So much of what I saw didn't seem vital, seemed to be lacking something. And I saw his proposal that he wrote to his former student friend Eberhard Bethke. He wanted to write a short, readable book. Always a good idea. Not a lot of theologians at his time writing short, readable books, but Bonhoeffer could do that. A short, readable book. I might try that someday myself when I have enough time. It takes time to write a short, readable book. He wanted to write a short, readable book that would help the church to come out of its stagnation and to move out again into the open air of intellectual discussion with the world and to risk saying questionable things. Well, that got my attention. Gosh, we need that. Come out of our shell. Speak to the world. Risk getting involved in the conversation. Say things that perhaps, that's a bit risky. That's put things out there. That's what he wanted to do. And he had a bit of an outline in mind. He proposed a chapter taking stock of Christianity in a time in which humanity had come of age and become largely religionless. That's how he wanted to start. He wanted to say, look, we've come in age, we've grown up, or at least we think we have, and we don't have room for religion anymore, and people see Christianity as religion. So where does that leave us? He wanted to look at the ways in which Pietism, Lutheran Orthodoxy, and finally the Confessing Church, in which he was a part, had responded to this emerging situation in which he said Jesus was disappearing from sight. Oh, I'd like to read that chapter. He wanted to include a chapter following that on the real meaning of Christian faith, which required us to go back to basics and ask, who is God? Especially, he said, as experienced through our encounter with Jesus. He wanted to go beyond rattling off the creed, which tells us what we must believe, to talk about what we really do believe. He wasn't against the creed. He just had a problem when someone said, what do you believe? And they'd speak off the creed. He wanted to tell people, okay, now tell me what you believe, but don't use any of those phrases from the creed. Ooh. Well, that's hard. And finally, he wanted to finish with a chapter explaining how the church can only really be the church when it exists for others. Well, that sounds nice. What did he mean by that? Well, he meant it quite radically, because he suggested in his notes a good start would be for the church to give up all of its property, its excess, because the church in Europe and Germany had a lot of excess property. Not just the building they met, but they had property. So give up all its excess property holdings, sell it, and give the money to the poor. Oh, that's different. Try that at your next AGM. And of course, this was said in the context that European church which had these holdings. Wow, I thought that's a book I wanted to read. But it's a book that Bonhoeffer never got to write. Instead, we've been left to ponder such things as a religionless humanity and a religionless Christianity. And what is the difference between confessing what we must believe using the creed and talking about what we really do believe? About knowing God through our encounter with Jesus, or just how the church, or talking about how the church can and must exist for others, what that means practically. Those conversations have not been closed off. Let's be honest. If he had survived the war, if the diary naming and confessing everything and who had been involved had not been discovered in the few days before his death and got to the hands of Hitler, the orders probably never would have been signed. He would have went to become a lecturer somewhere in Germany, or maybe come back to America or to England. He would have finished and written those books. It would have been interesting, but then those discussions would have been filled out, completed. We'd not be discussing, I wonder what he meant by that. Because it would all be there. I miss the jets going over in the middle talking. Don't have that in Port Macquarie. Well, we do. We just don't live under the flight path. In some ways, we have probably had more vigorous and productive discussions about these ideas that Bonhoeffer has raised and prompted by sometimes cryptic notes, sometimes less cryptic, than we might have been if he had actually written the books and we'd been studying them. His thoughts, his ideas have been triggers for very productive discussions. So those are 4 basic reasons that I believe that there's a continuing and increasing interest in Bonhoeffer. That 80 years after his death, we continue to publish and read his books. We continue to have Bonhoeffer reading discussion groups. We gather together for events like this. People make feature-length films about his life. Another one has come out. Why? I think those reasons start to explain something of his relevance, and I'm sure in your own minds you can probably fill those out, flesh them out, and find some other things to add. Just some concluding comments. We are currently in the first week of Easter. And by the way, a bit of trivia for you, this is Easter Saturday. Not last Saturday, what everyone calls Easter Saturday. This is Easter Saturday, a week's in Easter, so we kind of remember that. Has caused confusion. I worked it out one time when someone wanted to schedule a wedding for Easter Saturday. I said, that shouldn't be a problem. They meant Holy Saturday, and I said Easter. So this is the first week. So this is Easter Saturday. We're in the first week of Easter. By the Christian calendar, tomorrow will mark the 80th anniversary of Bonhoeffer's final sermon in service conducted as a pastor. He was a pastor at heart, and I was going to add a 5th reason for his enduring interest and attraction. It would be this, his pastoral heart. He really did care about others and people. And he remained so to the end, when he could have been very much distracted and concerned about his own fate. When a small group of men, including a high-profile Russian prisoner, the nephew of General Molotov, who was an atheist, urged Bonhoeffer to conduct an Easter service for them on the first Sunday after Easter, because I hadn't been able to observe Easter and Easter. He consented. The group were being held in an old schoolhouse in the Bavarian village of Nuernberger. So they were all being kept together in one room, being transported to who knows where. I think the guards weren't even sure where they were taking them to, as orders kept coming through. Bonhoeffer read the appointed text for the day, 1 Peter 1, 3-4. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. By his great mercy, he has given us new birth into a living hope through the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, and into an inheritance that is imperishable, undefiled, and unfading, kept in heaven for you, who are being protected by the power of God through faith for a salvation ready to be revealed at the last time. I wonder if when he read those words, protected by the power of God, if his mind was drawn back to that poem he had written, may all the powers of good protect you. In the midst of turbulent times and fear, the positivity, hope. That's what Easter's about. It's about hope. His words, despite the circumstances, and they were this, the very real fear that every one of the men there had, they would be executed within the next few days. Despite those circumstances, his focus was on hope. It was on hope. Not the fear that they would not live to be liberated before the advancing Allied armies arrived, but the hope of new life in Christ. We know about his last sermon these things because at least one of those men survived. Payne Best. He was a British spy who had been kidnapped, captured before the war officially broke out in Holland by the Nazis, and he spent the entire war in prison camps. He'd been a prisoner for 6 years. He also knew Bishop Bill, who Bonhoeffer is friends with. So he was someone who survived and wrote a memoir and wrote about Bonhoeffer, so gave us some insights we would otherwise not have. So a final service in which they put together as best they could a communion service and talked about resurrection and hope. Did he mean it? Was it just what he's meant to say? Did he mean it? Did the pastor actually believe what he said? Well, the test soon came. Immediately as the service concluded, two officials, looking very somber, came into the schoolroom and said solemnly, "Prisoner Bonhoeffer, come with us." And everyone knew what that meant. Bonhoeffer turned to Payne Best and said, "This is the end." Then he paused, turned back and said, "But for me, the beginning of life." They were his last recorded words. Best never forgot them. Bonhoeffer is taken from the others and driven to Flossenberg, where he was executed early in the morning. Best shared after the war, he found members of Bonhoeffer's family and shared with them the final service and days of Bonhoeffer and his final words. He included them in his old memoirs. For us, these words, "This is the end, but for me, the beginning of life," confirm everything we have come to understand about Bonhoeffer. He was a man of very deep and personal faith. And that faith, which was Christ-centered and not church-centered, relational, not religious, sustained him through his years of opposition to the Nazis and through his final 2 years of imprisonment, and it sustained him finally at the hour of his impending death. So why, after 80 years, are we still being drawn to Bonhoeffer's life and writings for inspiration, hope, and direction? Perhaps the better question is this: how could we not be? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark, for that jam-packed and encouraging and challenging and scintillating presentation. We've got about 15 minutes or so for questions and discussion. And because we're on Livestream, I will ask that we use the microphone here, and we'll just pass it around to you, or you can come forward if you need to in whatever way to ask Mark some brief questions as part of this. Now, Joseph, I've got to push this up, right? I push this up, yep. And then this part I push up also at the bottom. Okay, so we've got a green light. Good, okay. And I'll just test it over here. Is this working now? Is this working now? Yes, okay, all right. Well, I think we'll be relying on you, Joseph, to make sure that one or the other happens. Okay. If you could, that'd be great. I know we're all a bit shell-shocked for a variety of reasons after all of that, but yeah, Tim at the back over there. And if you can just say your name and...
Hi, my name's Tim. Yeah, you mentioned about the rise of anti-Semitism today. I was just wondering about the rise of Christian Zionism, including at the national level. For example, the recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel by the states a while back, and that continued military support of Israel by the US, and that movement supported by the Christian right, Christian Zionism. What comments do you think Dietrich Bonhoeffer would have about that movement?
No, that would have been a very foreign situation to him, because there's little chance of a Jewish homeland. I mean, there are Jews living in Palestine at the time, but they weren't many, and they didn't have a lot of political influence or clout. And there's some that always had that hope and dream. But I guess a support of Israel nationally on the part of some Christians it's not anything new. That's always been there. When I was growing up in the 70s in America, that was core and part and parcel. So that's always been there. I don't think that's changed recently, and that's there. That adds to the complexity of the mix, but it probably caused some confusion. I would say Bonhoeffer, and here's what we don't know. He might have said, be careful not to use as an excuse to ignore the essay, say, well, we need to counter this. I think sometimes you look at political support and see things that Israel might do as a nation politically that we would find very difficult or objectionable, and that very easily slips over and transfers into something else. And Bonhoeffer would say, okay, fair enough. A lot of you would have concern about some people getting a bit too enthusiastic and thinking that this is going to force in the end times by some sort of biblical interpretation to force things through that could be dangerous, but don't let that become an excuse on the other side for saying because of this, we might go to the other extreme. So he would probably caution for balance and not to let the existence of extreme Zionist movements among Christians be any kind of excuse for anti-Semitism. So everyone has to deal with their own thing and do that. But again, I don't know, because Bonhoeffer didn't get that question, and there really wasn't a lot of strong Christian support for Israel having a nation their own. This was in a day in which Christian nations were turning back ships with Jews on them, including America and England, when they were trying to escape Europe and sending them back to Europe. So that just wasn't that wasn't on the horizon at his time.
Just Stu at the back, I think.
Thanks, folks. Hi, my name's Stu. Just sort of building on Tim's question a little bit as well, from Bonhoeffer's perspective, and you spoke about a number of different areas in which anti-Semitism existed and does exist now. What are the primary drivers of that anti-Semitism? Is there common seeds of origin for that anti-Semitism, regardless of the far left or far right, or nation groups or whoever it is that has it, or in our day and age? Where would you say that Bonhoeffer actually said that originated from? Like, where does it actually come from? If there is some sort of high level.
I wish I knew. It's a mystery. I've tried to figure out why this enduring dislike and suspicion toward Jews for generations is perplexed many people, not just Jewish people. Where does this come from? And it comes in some unexpected places. Bonhoeffer didn't, to my knowledge, didn't give a whole lot of thought this. He was aware there's an unfortunate history of it in the Christian church. He was aware that the Bible misinterpreted, that people had blamed the Jews, forgetting that all Jesus' supporters and followers were also Jews. The Jews put Jesus to death. Yes, they were also the ones who followed him and supported him, because it happened in Israel. And they were all Jews. All the characters in the story were Jews. So he did do a little bit about that, but to my knowledge, he didn't look at that deeper question of why this deep anti-Semitism is. Is it a jealousy? Is it a fear of people who are different? So, what is it? Is it because they're better at chess than others? I don't know. Believe it or not, that theory has been put forward. In the chess world, why is there anti-Semitism among some chess players? Because Jewish players are just so darn good, traditionally. And then people try to work out why that is. And one Jewish player said, because historically you wouldn't let us play any of the other sports or do anything else in the community, so all we could do was play chess. I don't, It's a mystery and a bit of a sad one. I'm not aware of Bonhoeffer addressing that, although on the surface of it, just from the Christian context of saying, here's excuses people using in the church for just letting it go, ignoring it, and it's based upon a misunderstanding of the Bible, of the Old Testament, the story of Christ, and some unfortunate Christian church. So he took responsibility for that. But the kind of enduring anti-Semitism that just keeps rearing its head, I suspect he would have been a bit mystified as well.
Yeah, there was one here.
Thank you. Chris Jenkins from St Ignatius at Norwood. Mark, thank you very much for your very powerful words. My question is, why do you think Bonhoeffer lasted so long? I mean, his opposition to the Nazis was right from the beginning, and yet he only died a matter of a week before the end of the war. He was very public in all of the opposition that he gave to the regime, and yet he managed to survive. Was it because of his deep connections within the established church and within the upper reaches of German society? Are there any other reasons? I mean, he was very lucky.
Well, I think people realize that we see war movies and stuff about Germany and the concentration camps, but you need to remember there's a difference behind. If you were German, you were treated a bit differently. It's like the ancient world in Paul claiming Roman citizenship. Suddenly, if you're a Roman citizen, you might still be persecuted, but it'd be done according to the rules. So that was, and that was it. So he was a German citizen, and he was from a well-connected family, had well-connected friends, and even the Nazis, at the height of their power, could not afford to just go cheesing off these people that had influential friends. They needed the support and backers of people that had influence and connections and skills and money and other things. So there would have been a reluctance there. So it was probably always going to cost him career opportunities and jobs, and many people did lose those kind of positions and other things. For instance, his colleague Martin Niemöller spent years in prison for his vocal opposition, because he became a real thorn in the flesh to the Nazis, but they didn't put him to death. Could have died in the country, but they didn't, because it was always that, feel that might be a little bridge too far. So I think people forget that for people who were in the system, opposition was risky, but not quite. They weren't quite going around killing everyone that disagreed with them, but they were certainly suppressing that. So part of that's explained in that way, and part of it, perhaps just a bit lucky. But when the diaries were found in his connection to all those involved in a couple of the plots, so I'd say that was curtains, and it was time. Hitler knew it was the end. It was his take vengeance on anyone that he was holding. That then he had the proof. He knew it, and that was it.
Yep, one there. Oh, there's two of you. Okay.
Gordon Stanger from Victor Harbour. It is clear that part of Bonhoeffer's writing, he put a lot of emphasis on Christ.
Wait a moment. I can't. Just wait one moment. I can't hear anything with the plane.
Everybody must be coming into Adelaide today.
Sorry.
They're not
Sorry.
here.
Okay, start again. Sorry,
I'll start again. Gordon Stanger from Victor Harbour. Bonhoeffer put a lot of emphasis on Christ, the centre. Now, there are some Christians who would sort of point out to some of Paul's words that the kingdom of heaven is a matter of, not of words but of power, and they would say there's a lack of emphasis on the Holy Spirit. Did Bonhoeffer have anything to say about the Holy Spirit's work, or was it all really Christology, centered on Christology?
Obviously, he knew about the Holy Spirit, but in truth, it wasn't a topic of big discussion. As one theologian a couple generations after it said that the Holy Spirit had migrated out of German theology into the fringes and the sectarian groups during the 20th century. So they knew about the Holy Spirit. It wasn't a big focus. So he wasn't anti-Holy Spirit, so he knew about it. But it was, I think, his experiences in Harlem, for instance, were interesting. That kind of spirituality and that kind of focus on Holy Spirit were intriguing for him, but no, it was very Christ-focused. So for him, he's focusing the Holy Spirit would also be the Spirit of Christ. It was there's a strong and an interesting Christology there, which for him was a counter to putting the church at the center and hope and trust in the church. And once you see Jesus as the center and you understand that Jesus is a disappointing Messiah, then you understand how he can be the hidden center. He's not the Messiah we expected. So he destroys the messianic hopes and also fulfills them. because it's not the Messiah we expected, but the one we needed. It's not the one that came public, but in secret. And so in a world in which you think, so where's hope? Where's the answer? When you look at the news and things going on in the world and can be quite distressing, Bonhoeffer insists that Jesus is still at the center of everything. And he would focus, and it's the Jesus who went to the cross. So the cross and the suffering and that aspect very much there. And that bit he's clearly picked up and been influenced by Luther, but has kind of applied it freshly with new words in his day in a way that I think people hadn't really been necessarily thinking along those lines as clearly as they should have. But no, I'm not. And he did write, in this book on the church communion saint, he did talk about the Holy Spirit, but it's not a unique and well-developed theology that I'm aware of. It was mostly Christocentric, which would not have been unusual for the time.
Yes, there was Michael.
Michael Borges here. I'm just inquiring, elections happening next week.
I heard that.
And I come from a church like you that was a fairly quietist church as far as being involved in politics, and Bonhoeffer challenges, I suppose. Would Bonhoeffer have much to say to 2025 Australian election? And really it's just inviting a broad, risky comment.
Yeah. I think Bonhoeffer only reluctantly became political when he felt like he had no choice. I suspect Bonhoeffer would have been inclined to talk about the issues and not name parties and candidates and realize if he divided. I think he would have tried to talk about issues. But when the political leader or party become the issue and their ideology, you know, when we've been fixated on a person, in the Fuhrer principle we're going to talk about and hear more about later, he was very concerned about that. He didn't want to see it in the church. He cautioned pastors, don't be like that. It's not about you and the personality and this cult of authority. And they all knew what he was talking about. So yes, he did vocally speak against the Nazi Party and against Hitler at some risk. But I don't think it was if in normal situation in the days, I think he would have preferred to avoid that. It wasn't his nature, but it came to a point that the political leader became the issue. Now, we're all inclined to think, yes, it's always, and it's the other party, but the reality is, in our country, we've been quite lucky not to experience anything quite like that. And I think Bonhoeffer pastorally would have been inclined to help people focus on the issues, be involved in the process, be courageous, speak up, be probably reluctant from the pulpit to talk about in this kind of situation. But if the party, the issue, start breaching that, if a political party starts coming and saying, we're going to take one group of people, whether Jews or Muslims, or people from China or German migrants, and we're going to discriminate against them and shove them aside, he'd be saying, we need to speak up against who's ever saying that and name them and name it. But they're just arguing about what's the best way to destroy the economy. Well.
Now, Joseph, did you have a question?
Hello. I'm reading a question from one of our viewers online.
Okay, thank you.
Do you think that the emotional sense of Bonhoeffer on his final day would have been the closest he would have gotten to how Jesus would have felt before he was put on the cross? Wow. The comment is, for Bonhoeffer to experience something like that would probably have been humbling and terrifying.
Yes. I was reluctant to kind of point out those analogies because fans of something like Bonhoeffer, we can go a little bit too far in commemoration doing this, but for every Christian, that's what discipleship is about. It's about following Jesus and experiencing what he experienced, experiencing the cross. So for Bonhoeffer, I'm sure the thought did not fail him that Christ also suffered and died, was persecuted, and that would have brought comfort. And he would not have thought that he had anyhow merited this as some special thing, but there is an identity there, and he's not unique in this, that if you follow Christ in discipleship, when the cost comes, you also follow Christ in I guess, the courage, in the faith, in the hope. And we certainly see that in Bonhoeffer. So in Bonhoeffer, we see the courage and conviction of one who has become embedded in the fellowship and relationship with Christ. So we see a power of Christ in Bonhoeffer, not the unique power of Bonhoeffer. Bonhoeffer would be the first to say, if it's just Bonhoeffer, the man who had this, who learned piano as a kid, who was engaged, who had these friends, who liked taking hikes, who did this and that, he would have been absolutely terrified. But Bonhoeffer, the follower of Jesus, who had a relationship with Jesus, could say, but for me, the beginning of life.
Even his decision to go back from America to Germany was probably one of the other significant ones.
One of those turning points.
I'll take two more questions, and then we need to... There was one here, and then one over here. Okay.
Mark Brian Jeffries, Anglican priest. Watching the Bonhoeffer movie, this is just a background to the question
The most recent one?
Yeah, just follow that recent one. This follows the question you have just answered. My sense was that he had a deep sense of guilt, from a man that believed in the sixth commandment, thou shalt not kill, to wish to murder Hitler. So a deep sense of guilt, and therefore I think he willingly, went to the cross. And those last words that we just talked about, this is the end, like they're the words of Jesus on the cross, tetelestai in Greek. What's your understanding of Lutheran theology in those words, it is finished, or this is the end? Is it that Jesus took the sins of the whole world at that point? That's kind of a Calvinist-like way of looking at it. In the 39 Articles of the Anglican Church, it's broader than that. It's in the third article. But would you like to just elaborate a little bit, help me understanding the Lutheran theology?
There's a few things here. Very briefly, I'd be speculation whether he felt guilt about being involved in a plot that actually went beyond the pacifism he espoused, because he couldn't talk about it, because even to talk about how he felt about that would have been betraying himself and everyone else involved. So we really have no information on that. But we suspect, given his other commitments and views, that it would not have been an easy decision to be involved at any level, even the level of communicating with allies and trying to organize, the communication lines to get explosives and things like that. That would have been difficult, or to know what's going on and to be involved in helping set up something counter afterwards. We don't know. As far as the Lutheran theology of how we interpret it is finished, I don't think we have a specific Lutheran theology. We have a Christian theology approach, and we have a various interpretations and approaches. We're probably mostly influenced by Luther's theology of the cross, which focuses and says it's important to understand the humility and suffering of Christ. You can't just talk about the glory. So it is finished isn't sort of a victory shout. It's it's the pain has been there and accomplished. And I would say there's openness in our tradition for lots of interpretations. It is finished means it's been accomplished. Salvation is accomplished. It is finished. My pain and suffering is done. So it's in Jesus when in just about everything else he says in the New Testament has more than one meaning to it. There's a lot of meanings in there, and we wouldn't have a tendency, I think, to kind of focus on any particular one, but we do have a tendency to focus on a Christology that's cross-centered. So we would focus on that aspect of the humility of the cross and the suffering, probably more than a sense of seeing this as an early victory cry.
And one last one from John.
But that's just one Lutheran comment. There's at least 50 other Lutheran versions of that here.
Thanks, Fergus. John Capper, thank you, Mark, for your opening up of this topic to us. As an Anglican, I said to a Lutheran friend recently that I was coming to this conference, and he said, "Oh, you Anglicans, you're obsessed with Bonhoeffer. We Australian Lutherans are not that interested," which I thought was interesting. But I look around, and there's 60 of us here.
Yeah.
There's more Lutherans than that in Australia, I believe.
About twice that many.
Yeah. So I guess my question is, we're a small fan club. Why is there a perceived lack of interest, at least as my friend sees it, in Bonhoeffer in Australia?
Yeah.
And what impact has Bonhoeffer had on us as an institution?
There's probably more interest in Bonhoeffer just about any other theologian I can think of in Australia and culturally. Just because people don't come to a conference don't mean they're not interested. I told my children what I was doing, in the 20s, like, oh, they know who he was. which is pretty amazing because I mentioned I was going to a conference on Bonhoeffer, Bart, they just scratch their heads and say, even though I've written about these, but no idea in doing that. And look at this, we had a former Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd, who wrote an academic paper about Bonhoeffer. That's, in his ethics, that was, you might like the paper or Rudd, but that's interesting because I can't think of any former Prime Ministers who've written academic papers on any other theologian or done. So I think there is an interest. Some might feel a bit uncomfortable because Bonhoeffer did ask some hard questions and pointed ones, and he left some of them incomplete and unanswered, and some people like it all packaged and tied up. That's hard and difficult, so there could be a little bit happening with that. But I think there's more interest out there than you might think when you start asking people. You'd be surprised how many people have heard of him, have read something, have heard this song, this poem, or as soon as they hear about it. I took a young man to see the movie with me, and after he saw the film on Bonhoeffer, he went out and said, I've got to, which book of Bonhoeffer should I start with? I need to order something and read what this guy had to say. I said, Letters and Papers from Prison. I think you would appreciate that. Bit of variety, bit of just his character and personality. Other people might have recommended something else. So I think there is a fair bit of interest. We'd always like to see more, but most of us would like to see more interest in the things that we're interested in, and just can't, why aren't more people barracking for Port Adelaide? I just don't get it.
Okay, I think we might have to leave it there, but Fergus, if you'd like to thank Mark, that would be appreciated.
That's it. Thank everyone for your attention.
Stay right there, Mark. Thank you. A little token of appreciation for us, a great introduction, a summary, and really showing Bonhoeffer's inspiration and relevance for today. You'll get the opportunity to hear Mark in one of the other electives after lunch today, and probably a chat over morning tea or lunch as well. So thank you, Mark, and a little token of appreciation from the conference team. Thank you.
Okay, we're right on just before time, which is great. So, but I do ask you for the half hour we've got for morning tea, if you could be back here at 11 o'clock, that'd be great. On your way out, if you haven't, most importantly, in terms of the restaurants, because I do need to finalise numbers for them, if you could, if you haven't put, the restaurants you're paying your own way, okay? Our $40 a head doesn't quite cover that. So for tea, that's for dinner tonight at 6 o'clock, and then tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock. If you are interested in just simply coming along for some fellowship and for further chatting and whatever else, if you could, Fergus, those sheets are out there still? Yep. So just put your name on there, and then we'll send through the numbers. So otherwise, enjoy your morning tea, and that's out in the hall, okay? So, and then we'll come back here straight after that. Thank you all. Okay, welcome back everybody. And can I just ask if you have brought anything in, either a drink or something to eat, that you do it particularly carefully, because we're technically not meant to have any in the church, but I think all being responsible adults will do that in a responsible way. So that'd be great. All right, well, we're going in good German fashion from Mark 1 to Mark 2. All right, this is the, which you can work out which edition is the better edition, whether the older one or the newer version. And it's a great pleasure to be able to welcome Reverend Professor Mark Lindsay to be our presenter of our second keynote address for the day. And as he said, it'll be quite different, and that's what we're looking for. And we're looking forward, Mark, to what you've got to share with us today. And Mark was, as I mentioned earlier, was one of the presenters 10 years ago at the 70th anniversary for Bonhoeffer's, since Bonhoeffer's death. And he's certainly a scholar of repute, as well as a person who can convey ideas in a very good way. He's a historical theologian with nearly 30 years of experience teaching, researching and providing senior academic leadership in Australian and overseas universities. His specific areas of expertise are Barthian and post-Holocaust theologies, so we're right in the direction, and patristic and modern European theological history. He's a priest in the Anglican Diocese of Melbourne, and from July 2025, just a few months' time now, Mark, you'll be a fellow at the Centre of Theological Inquiry in Princeton, New Jersey. So we lose an Australian to go to America. With Mark, the other Mark, we had an American came to Australia. So we're blessed to have you here before you've left, and I ask you to welcome Mark.
Well, good morning. It's a delight to be back here at this conference, indeed here in Adelaide. I think it is in fact the first time I've been back in Adelaide since the 70th commemorative conference. So thank you so much for the opportunity to return. Presumably I didn't say anything too heretical last time. Having said that, I do need to begin with a couple of confessions. The first, as you may have intuited from the introduction, is that I am in fact one of those Barth fans of which Dr. Worthing spoke this morning. Most of my academic work over the past 30 years has indeed been wrestling with Barth, wrestling with Barthian theology. Thank you, I appreciate that. Firstly, of course, Karl, but more recently, and in some ways more interestingly, Karl's eldest son, Marcus, the New Testament scholar. But of course, Barth and Bonhoeffer are inextricable. We can't work in one without working with the other. And in fact, even though I've spent most of my academic life working in the realm of Barthian theology, broadly construed, I only came to Barth through Bonhoeffer. It was only through reading Bonhoeffer, particularly Discipleship, and then a few months later reading Boettger's wonderful 1971 biography of Bonhoeffer. I kept coming across this name, Karl Barth. I'd never heard of him before. I thought, oh, he sounds interesting. So it was Bonhoeffer who introduced me to Barth, even though I've spent more time since then with Barth. Just another anecdote to demonstrate how inextricable these two names and these two families are. As I say, I've been working more recently in the area of Marcus Barth's theology, and a couple of years ago I was at the Barth House in Basel, and I was shown their guest book, their list of visitors. And on this particular day, in I think 1940, Marcus and his wife Rosemary were there in Karl's house. Rosemary was heavily pregnant with their first child, Peter. She was in labour, in fact. And she and Marcus refused to go to the hospital because guess who was coming to the house that very day? Dietrich Bonhoeffer. And there is Bonhoeffer's name in the guest book. And Peter, the son who was born, was with me saying, see, that was my day. These two people are deeply connected. Nevertheless, my first confession is that I come to speak of Bonhoeffer through a more Barthian lens. So thank you for the proleptic forgiveness. Secondly, and perhaps because of that, you'll notice in what I say that when I speak about Bonhoeffer, as indeed is true when I speak about Barth, I'm not uncritical. There are things about both of these theologians where I have questions and indeed where I think they're wrong. And you might hear something of that in what I say this morning. So again, please don't hold it against me. And if there's a 90th anniversary, I hope that I might be invited back for that one as well. So with those two confessions, let me begin. Wie lernen die Christen, wie lernt die Gemeinde Christi das Sterben? Das ist die Frage und die Antwort gibt der Text. How does the Christian, how does the community of Christ learn to die? That is the question and the answer that this text gives us. Almost 90 years ago, on Remembrance Sunday, the 24th of November 1935, which was 6 months after he had returned to Germany to lead one of the confessing church's underground seminaries, barely 2 months after the Nuremberg laws were passed, and only 10 days after the Nazi regime had formally defined Jewishness, Dietrich Bonhoeffer preached on Revelation 14, 6-13 to his theological students at Finkenwalde. And this was the theological crux of his sermon. Out of all the apocalyptic imagery with which this particular text from Revelation is replete, the take-home message, as it were, the one thing that Bonhoeffer wanted his students to hear and to wrestle with was this: how does the church learn to die? It won't, I'm sure, have gone without notice amongst us all that this past week we have witnessed, and I'm sure collectively mourned, the death of Francis I. We've seen the outpouring of grief from around the world at the death of one of the church's great shepherds. So imagine how much more grievous to witness, but in fact even to call for, the death of the church itself. What did Bonhoeffer mean by this? And what, if anything, does it mean for us? Now, of course, Bonhoeffer delivered this sermon in a very particular context. And while the Word of God may be timeless, the same is not true of homilies. The same is not true of sermons. Sermons are, by their very nature, occasional pieces. They are words to the day, not to all days. And so we can't automatically assume that Bonhoeffer's message on that Remembrance Sunday can or even should resonate with us nearly 9 decades on. But, as we've already heard this morning in our first keynote, more than a few commentators throughout the world are starting increasingly to draw parallels, both direct and indirect, between our own current geopolitical circumstances that include wars in Europe, the Middle East and Africa, an intentional disruption to the political and economic order we have known since 1945, the real and present danger of climate catastrophe, parallels between these current circumstances and those chaotic, fascist-fueled days of the 1930s. Just within the last 2 or 3 months, Joachim Savelsberg, who's Professor of Sociology and Law at the University of Minnesota, and David Ekblad, who's Professor of History at Tufts University, have written about what they perceive to be the troubling resonances they see between the yesterday of Hitler's Germany and the today of Trump's America. So if there are these resonances, if there are these parallels, even if they are only indirect, maybe then we can consider Bonhoeffer's sermon on Revelation 14 and ask ourselves, what does it and what does Bonhoeffer still have to say to us in our own time? Now, this is a relatively short sermon that he gave on that Remembrance Sunday, but there are 5 areas that I want to focus on in what remains for my paper. First, I want to give an account just briefly of the specific political context in which Bonhoeffer delivered this sermon. Second, I want to outline the themes of both the text on which Bonhoeffer preached and the text of his sermon, and ask why Bonhoeffer might have chosen to orient the emphases of his sermon in the way that he did. Third, I want to explore the question as to the extent to which this sermon adhered to Bonhoeffer's own homiletical principles insofar as they were articulated at Finkenwalde. At the same time that he was giving this sermon, he was also preaching a homiletics class. So did his sermon match the theory? And there are a number of criteria that he told his students a good sermon should have. That it will be Christocentric, that it will repudiate what Bonhoeffer calls the causality of relevance, that it will have as its telos the formation of the church. And so that then leads into the 4th area I want to look at, how that homiletical telos of the formation of the church is consistent with Bonhoeffer's call in this sermon for the church to die. And finally, I want to ask whether Bonhoeffer's homiletical relativization of the Babylon of his day remains a plausible gospel response to contemporary political tyrannies. In other words, does the eschatological yes of the gospel give us as the church license, or indeed a mandate, to be silent in the face of today's no's? So that's where we're going. So first, the context. Throughout 1935, Hitler's government instituted a wave of anti-clerical measures. Interestingly, while 1935 was a fairly quiet year in relation to the regime's persecution of the Jews, it was a very hot year when it came to its persecution of the churches. And the implementation of these anti-clerical measures was largely a consequence of the failure of Reichsbishop Müller and the Deutsche Christen, the German Christians, to subdue the church opposition. In the immediate aftermath of the Brown Synod of September 1933, that was a synod of the Protestant Church, of the Evangelical Church in Germany, that was dominated by electoral wins for the German Christians, and it was called the Brown Synod because the majority of the delegates turned up in SA uniforms, SA being the Sturmabteilung, the street thugs of the Nazi Party. With that synod out the way in September 1933, it appeared as though the German Christians, having now established themselves in power, would be able, as John Conway says, to complete the task of coordinating the church with the Nazi state. You'll be familiar, I'm sure, that one of the overarching administrative policy goals of Nazism was something called Gleichschaltung, the coordination of every aspect of society according to Nazi ideology, whether that be education, the bureaucracy, the judiciary, the churches. And it looked at the end of 1933 as though that was going to be successful when it came to the churches. But the extent of ecclesial resistance to this came as a shock, both to the German Christians and to the Nazi state itself. Before long, the Deutsche Christen were dropped by the Nazi hierarchy, which resorted to a new set of tactics rolled out throughout 1935, designed to bring about the subjugation of the churches. Let me give you just a few examples. A confessing church protest in March 1935 against the racialization of Christianity led to the arrest of 700 pastors. Throughout that year, Baldur von Schirach, a member of the inner cabinet, the leader of the Hitler Youth, he spent much of the first half of 1935 actively inciting the population against what he called the, quote, freakish and disloyal system of German Catholicism. In May of that year, a circular memorandum from the Bavarian political police observed this: the clergy of both Christian denominations are more openly and actively working against the state. How dare they? In order to overcome this, it will be necessary for every police detachment to pay particular attention to their activities. The political police were expressly saying we need to be infiltrating the churches and watching what they're doing. The very next month, in June, Walter Gross, head of the Rassenpolitischen-Amt, the racial political office of the Nazi Party, told Hitler's deputy, Rudolf Hess, he says this: our own propaganda will have only a limited effect so long as the church is able to continue its operations. He goes on to say, regard for the terms of the Concordat, that was the diplomatic peace treaty between the Nazi government and the Vatican, regard for the terms of this can no longer be maintained. In other words, forget what we've agreed. We need to crack down harder. There is, that is to say, a noticeable escalation of anti-ecclesial actions throughout 1935, both those that were formally enacted by party agencies and those that were more surreptitiously encouraged. Moreover, while one strategy for dealing with the increasingly problematic and resistant churches was to insist upon an ever clearer separation of church and state, people like Goering and Goebbels were advocates of that approach. An altogether different strategy was to significantly strengthen the centralised control over the churches. And it was this development that led to the formal establishment in August 1935 of the Reich Ministry for Church Affairs under the leadership of the old fighter Hans Kerl. This Ministry for Church Affairs was never a particularly effective government agency, mainly because other more powerful members of the Nazi hierarchy actively tried to undermine it. Nonetheless, its very existence caused considerable consternation within the confessing church in particular. Martin Niemöller and Otto Debelius issued a protest in the winter of 1935 declaring, Die Staatskirche ist da, the state church is here. And in saying that, they weren't simply announcing a sort of German version of the Church of England. They were warning that the Protestant church in Germany was now under the control of a dictatorial Erastianism. Bonhoeffer himself wrote to the Anglican theologian Leonard Hodgson in July 1935 saying this: "The Reich Church no longer serves Christ, but the Antichrist. As a consequence, the resistance being shown by the confessing church was, he says, a fight for dividing asunder the spirits, for drawing the line between life and death, between obedience and disobedience to our very Lord Jesus Christ." This then is the context in which Bonhoeffer returned from London and which he told his seminarians that they and the church at large needed to learn how to die. Why? What are his theological and homiletical reasons for coming to that conclusion? So let's turn now to the text of both the passage from Revelation and the sermon itself. This particular part of Revelation on which Bonhoeffer preached concerns the divine judgment that is dispensed by the one who we read in verse 7 made heaven and earth. And this judgment is described by St. John the Divine as an eternal gospel. Unendingly good news, we might say. And he says this despite then immediately going on to describe the awful reality of God's wrath. Fire and sulphur are the fate of those who worship the beast, with the smoke of their torment rising forever. Verses 10 and 11. And this image of the reality of divine judgment is the counterpoint to what the New Testament scholar Eugene Boring calls the forces of chaos that seem to hold judgment in the preceding chapter, but that in fact only hold it in counterfeit form. In other words, while Bonhoeffer's sermon attends only to 7 verses, the wider context of this passage in question compares and contrasts 2 sets of opposites. Firstly, the respective characters of the true and undefiled church on the one hand and the worshippers of the beast on the other. And secondly, the respective nature of real judgment as opposed to sham judgment. That's what the text says. What does Bonhoeffer say about the text? Well, first, and referencing that first angel, the angel who flies in the mid-heavens, Bonhoeffer highlights the eternity of the gospel. Despite contemporary fears in his day, maybe also in ours, of its imminent demise, despite, he says, it being mocked and attacked, dragged through the mud, despite the allure of alternative worldviews that Bonhoeffer says may well stir and move the human heart, but that are in the end unholy fictions. Nevertheless, the gospel of the crucified Christ alone, this alone abides, says Bonhoeffer, in spite of it all. Now, it's curious, it's intriguing, that Bonhoeffer never here in this sermon names any particular enemy of the gospel. Nor does he name any alternative worldview that might lure us away. But despite that, his claim is clear. There is no worldly power that can finally or entirely subdue the message of God's grace in Christ. Indeed, he says, all other powers and worldviews will themselves collapse before it. And the implication says, of Bonhoeffer's sermon, is that in fact, while we may not see it yet, they have already collapsed before the gospel. As an interesting side note, the Australian Pentecostal New Testament scholar John Newton has noted that this phrase that Bonhoeffer latches onto here, the eternal gospel, this is the only time in the whole of the New Testament that this particular phrase is used. And Newton suggests that the eternality of the gospel connotes both its permanent validity, but also, and this is the point, also its contrast with the transience of Caesar's, that is, the political and the politicised gospel. So we have an eternal gospel, but what actually is its content? What's its content? Bonhoeffer insists that it is nothing less than the command to fear God and to glorify him. Why? Because God alone has the right to command it. Not even, he says, the great of the world. Who does he have in mind? He doesn't say. But not even the great of the world can claim any such adulation. Only God gives us life, says Bonhoeffer. Only God is our reconciler and redeemer. Everything else, he says, is merely a game. Again, without explicitly naming either Hitler or Nazism, Bonhoeffer has radically delegitimized their authority in comparison to the true authority of God and his gospel. In the words of the psalmist, Bonhoeffer has laughed them to scorn. There is one place in this sermon where Bonhoeffer does make explicit mention of contemporary events. But he does so only to underline their ultimate indeterminacy. He takes what we might call a Barthian-like disinterest in the ultimacy of contemporary political issues. You might recall in June 1933, Barth wrote a somewhat provocative little booklet called Theologische Existenz heute, Theological Existence Today, in which he says that we should continue to do theology als wäre nicht geschehen, as though nothing has happened. He's been misunderstood. A lot of people have read that and said Barth was simply not taking sufficient notice of the political events around him. Quite the opposite. What he's saying is, despite everything that's going on around us, those events, those worldviews, those regimes cannot be the determinants of our proclamation. They cannot determine for us what the gospel is. Bonhoeffer, I think, is saying something similar here. He says this, and this is quite stunning. We will not be judged by, and I quote, whether we were Germans or Jews, whether we were National Socialists, or even whether we belonged to the confessing church, but only by whether we turned in gratitude and humility towards the gospel and its God. Now, this doesn't, of course, mean that Bonhoeffer thought those distinctions were unimportant. As I've already mentioned, he had just recently spoken of the battle against the Reich Church as a war against the Antichrist. And barely 6 months after this sermon, he would famously declare that to separate oneself from the confessing church in Germany would be to separate oneself from salvation. Rather, his point is that whereas all other identities and allegiances are in and of themselves provisional and capable only of ambiguity, we will be brought to final account only in terms of our response to the gospel and to the person of Jesus Christ. That's his first theme. His second theme is the destruction of Babylon. Citing the second angel of the passage, Bonhoeffer declares that fallen is Babylon the Great. Despite its own seeming power and even its own seeming eternity, this enemy of God, this Babylon, which intoxicates people with its glittering and tempting vices, which befuddles and confuses and courts people with all sorts of splendour and godless grandeur, which demands nothing of its subjects except blind love and intoxication. This Babylon has in fact already been defeated. And again, curiously, and in keeping with his earlier silence as to the enemies of the gospel, Bonhoeffer does not identify Babylon. Indeed, both its historic and its contemporary expressions remain for him shrouded in doubt. He asks this: who is Babylon? Was it Rome? Where is it today? Even today, we still dare not say, not out of fear, but because the church community simply does not yet know. Bonhoeffer demonstrates a strange reluctance to correlate the apocalyptic Babylon with National Socialist Germany, not because he is scared of the consequences to him personally if he does so, but because he says that he does not know who or what Babylon actually is. But even if he did know, the identity of Babylon is, for Bonhoeffer, ultimately irrelevant. Because his key point is that whatever or whomever it is, their power is finished. Fallen is Babylon the Great. Because of this, the church community can and should rejoice. But Bonhoeffer's third and final theme in this sermon offers a sober counterpoint to that joyfulness just proclaimed, and it is here that we are brought back to the necessity of learning how to die. For inasmuch as Bonhoeffer has relativized Babylon's power by declaring its fall, he now warns his listeners that it is too easy to succumb to the trap of what he calls triumphant sectarian rejoicing, ignoring the fact that Babylon, whomever or whatever it is, still retains power that can become so enormous, he says, that it is still possible to be seized and coerced by the Lord of Babylon. But the danger is not that we would suffer at Babylon's hands. It is that having so succumbed, we would fall under the judgment of God for having not kept the faith in our final hour. He says this: in view of God's judgments here, it is a grace to die. For who among us knows whether we can stand strong? Who among us knows whether we would pass the final test? That the community of Christ must learn how to die is not so that we might escape whatever tribulations may be dreamed up by any contemporary manifestation of Babylon, but that we might escape the temptation of succumbing to Babylon and thus falling into God's far greater judgment. So these then are the major themes of Bonhoeffer's Remembrance Day sermon from 1935. Despite multiple references to the eponymous Babylon, Hitler is never mentioned by name, and Nazism is mentioned only once, and that in the same register as the confessing church, that is, as an entity of ultimate irrelevance. Throughout it all, the question and the answer with which the text and therefore the sermon are concerned is, how and why might the church learn to die? As I've just suggested, Bonhoeffer's response to that question is that we must learn to die so as to die in the Lord, and by doing so enter into the joy of eternal rest. I want to just say something very briefly at this point, now that we've had a chance to look at the sermon itself and how Bonhoeffer relates that to the text of Revelation. Just a few comments on Bonhoeffer's homiletical consistency with himself. David Lowes has shown in a recent book that through his pastoral experiences in Spain and London, Bonhoeffer had by 1935 developed a remarkably cogent set of homiletical principles that he then began to systematise as part of his curriculum at Finkenwalde. And that homiletical structure can broadly be described as follows. That first, a sermon must primarily speak of Christ. Contemporary preachers, Bonhoeffer insists, are not testifying to what we have seen and touched, but to what we have not seen and touched, but to what the apostles saw and touched. Second, a sermon's whence and whither, that is to say, its causality, must not be the preacher's experience or even contemporary circumstances, but rather the commission given to the church by Christ to testify to God's actions in Christ. And third, the telos, the purpose of any sermon, is the formation of the church. I preach, says Bonhoeffer, so that the church may come into being. Now, this sort of structure might give rise to the suspicion that Bonhoeffer was opposed to the idea of sermons speaking into the contemporary context. But that's not entirely true. Bonhoeffer's own sermons were often, as Lowes has said, shaped by and addressed to the events of the day. Nevertheless, Bonhoeffer's homiletical aim was not to apply biblical ideas or principles to present-day events. That sort of dynamic, Bonhoeffer was afraid, would turn Scripture into some sort of ancient instruction manual. The point, rather, was to speak and interpret Scripture into those present-day events so that those events would be shaped by Scripture rather than the other way round. So, in this Remembrance Day sermon, was Bonhoeffer consistent with that? Well, as to the first criterion, Christological centrality, Christ himself is referenced only 13 times through the entire sermon. That might sound a lot, but Babylon is mentioned almost twice as frequently, and God, as such, 3 times as frequently. But that is not to say that the sermon was non-Christological. On the contrary, the direction of Bonhoeffer's proclamation is intentionally away from Babylon, regardless of how often he speaks of it. It's away from Babylon as the enemy of Christ that in its defeat can now only ever be irrelevant, and towards the one in whom we are called in faith to die. The whole text, as I said before, points us towards the necessity of dying in the Lord, in Christ, as the hope towards which or towards whom we ought to rush, either, he says, through the sufferings of public martyrdom or through the martyrdom of a life lived in quiet loneliness. So even though Jesus himself is referenced relatively rarely, this is, I think, at heart, a deeply Christological sermon. Similarly, while Bonhoeffer makes passing reference to contemporary events and movements, as I've already suggested, those historic occurrences do not determine his exegesis of the biblical text. Indeed, insofar as he urges his listeners to relativize both Nazism and the confessing church, both Germanness and Jewishness, it is clear that he wishes those markers of identity to be determined by the textual witness to Christ rather than that textual witness being determined by those markers of identity. In other words, consistent with his homiletical criterion, neither experience nor relevance are in this sermon the drivers of causality. Finally, despite Bonhoeffer's insistence that the scriptural text in question calls for the church community to learn how to die, the telos of his sermon is not thereby the destruction of the church, but its very edification. He says this: the promised blessedness of death is granted only to the church community of Jesus Christ, those who die in Christ, in order that in so dying they and we will have rest from our work in the resurrection into God's eternal presence. There is more to be said on that, I guess, but these few comments hopefully simply demonstrate that regardless of what else we might say about this particular sermon, Bonhoeffer is at least being consistent with the criteria of what a good sermon should look like that he taught his students. Briefly, a comment on that third criterion, the ecclesial telos of dying. As has just been indicated, Bonhoeffer's homiletical dynamic was predicated upon his view that the aim of any sermon is the building up of the church community. In his 1936 expansions on his homiletics lectures, he said this: Christ as the sermon goes out to the congregation in order to embrace the congregation and to bear and sustain it. As far back as 1927, he had insisted that a Christian church community is held together by its assembling around the word. But if the task of the sermon is to form and strengthen the church community, how is that done by also urging the same community to learn how to die? Well, the answer lies less, I think, in Tertullian and more in the quest for humility. As we've seen, Bonhoeffer does talk in this sermon about martyrdom, a not entirely distant prospect for Christians under Nazism, even in 1935. But martyrdom is not, as Tertullian might have it, the seat of the church. On the contrary, Bonhoeffer's preference for death is because, he says, we cannot be certain that we will have sufficient humility to withstand the temptation to crow over Babylon's fall. And if we crow, then we might fail to pray. And if we fail to pray, then we will not hold fast to Jesus in our final hour. Of course, Bonhoeffer is not encouraging martyrdom. He's not urging his hearers to rush towards a martyr's death. Rather, he's contending that death would be preferable to hubris if that hubris were to lead to that sort of triumphant sectarian rejoicing that we fail to perceive the continuing threat that the fallen Babylon still poses, and in such a misperception we were to apostatize and therefore fall into the judgment of God. He says this: in view of this temptation to fall into hatred and impatience and unbelief, it is a grace to die today. Throughout this contention, Bonhoeffer is not therefore saying that the church is strengthened by death, but that the church is strengthened by its preparedness to die as an option that is preferable to succumbing to the temptation of hubris. Finally, I want to just ask the question, if Bonhoeffer said that in 1935, is it still a plausible gospel response for us today? So, up until this point, we've explored the themes of Bonhoeffer's sermon, the interconnection of those themes with the contemporary context in which the sermon was delivered, and the consistency of the sermon with the homiletical structure that Bonhoeffer had already started to teach his seminarians in the fortnight immediately before delivering this sermon. And I've tried to point out in particular his reluctance to identify Babylon with any specific person, program, or event, and his emphasis instead on urging his listeners towards the cultivation of a faithful humility that would prefer dying in the Lord to the assertion of an arrogant supremacy over the fallen Babylon that might all too easily lead to apostasy and, in consequence, to the more terrible judgment of God. Even while knowing that Babylon the Great has fallen, nonetheless, Bonhoeffer says this: "Let us become not loud, but rather quite still." It is this stillness instead of shrillness, this preparedness to die, that is in fact the salvation of the church, even at precisely the time when its enemy has been vanquished. So my question is this: that Bonhoeffer could encourage the church to die, to learn how to die, not as a consequence of martyrdom, but as a consequence of victory, precisely when Nazism was approaching the zenith of its power and brutality, is remarkable. But should we also ask, was his relativization of National Socialist potency premature? Was his encouragement of the church to be still, not loud, a regrettable encouragement for the confessing church to be too silent in the face of Nazi atrocities? Barely 5 months before Bonhoeffer's lecture, Karl Barth had complained to Hermann Hesse that, and I quote, "the confessing church still has no heart for the millions who suffer unjustly. When it speaks only about its own affairs." And in the year before, of course, the Barmen Synod had infamously refused to issue an unequivocal political repudiation of Nazism as such. So perhaps Bonhoeffer's reluctance to publicly name Nazi Germany as the Babylon of his day, his victorious declaration that nonetheless Babylon has fallen, and his insistence that the church, in the wake of Babylon's defeat, be quiet, lest it fall into hubristic apostasy, maybe this unintentionally simply encouraged the confessing church to continue a policy of political timidity that has been so roundly condemned by post-war scholarship. And I want now to close by posing the same questions to us in our own context. Are we perhaps also unwilling to name our own Babylons? For just as there was in the 1930s, there is these days, it seems to me, a clear alignment of some sections of at least Western Christianity with the prevailing political climate. Let me be perhaps regrettably provocative. I think that there is a Gleichschaltung of certain forms of Christian conservatism with far-right politics. One need only think of the recent alt-right appropriations of the Templar cross in the anti-immigrant demonstrations throughout the UK. of the 80% of self-declared American evangelicals who voted for Donald Trump in 2024. And thank you, Tim, for your earlier question. I want to point out the many and various Christian Zionist groups that since October 2023 have uncritically supported, with words, prayers and cash, Israel's relentless war against the Palestinians. Patriarch Kirill of Moscow and his valorization of Vladimir Putin and the war against Ukraine. And I want to also point out here, with perhaps a slightly different perspective from Dr. Worthing, the popular appropriation of Bonhoeffer's legacy through people like Eric Metaxas and even the most recent film. These are not value-neutral appropriations. These are appropriations that are designed to frame Bonhoeffer as a particular form of Christian, as a particular form of conservative, evangelical, right-wing Christian. Part of Bonhoeffer's appeal is the fact that he is enigmatic. Part of the danger is that he can be used as a poster child for particular political agendas. And I think that's what we're seeing now. Again, similarly, just as there was in the 1930s, there are sections of the church today that continue to stay silent, that so faithfully anticipate the eschatological victory of God's eternal gospel and thus the already achieved vanquishment of our present political tyrannies, such that protest and resistance and even the identification and naming of today's Babylons are deemed not only unwise but also unnecessary. If the German church in Hitler's day was split between the gleichgeschaltet, coordinated allies of Nazism on the one hand and the avowedly apolitical confessing church on the other, my question is today our own global church similarly ruptured? Certainly no one could accuse Bonhoeffer himself of political timidity. But the counterpoint to humble quietness does not have to be loud arrogance. There is, I want to urge, a place for the political prophetic even within the sermon. For the church to raise its voice in protest against a Babylonish state need not imply that Babylon has not in fact fallen, and does not, but nor does it necessarily entail the sort of triumphant sectarian rejoicing that Bonhoeffer feared might lead the church into its own faithless fall. On the contrary, it might simply be the church siding with the marginalised, speaking for the voiceless, and acting for those who are themselves powerless to act. Bonhoeffer's own involvement in the Canaris conspiracy, his meditations upon that involvement in the lead-up to his arrest, evidently led him to recognise that there was appropriate concrete action that in times of extremis could and should be taken, even by the church, and even if such action occasioned guilt. Quietude was not and is not the only responsible course. One might even venture to say that in times of extremis, the guilt that accrues from the taking of such action is better than the innocence that accrues from preferring instead to die. Certainly Bonhoeffer's own life and theology shifted and developed in the years following this 1935 sermon, not least because of the political actions that he ventured to take precisely because of his faith. So while Bonhoeffer's sermon on Revelation 14 has clearly its own theological integrity and even rightness, as well as being utterly consistent with his understanding of the homiletical task, I want to suggest that it is not the only possible response to the Babylons of our day. We can and at times must still say no to today's evils, even while acknowledging in faith the eschatological yes of God's eternal gospel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, for a challenging and also a well thought through presentation of that, listening to a number of themes within that and the nuances that were in there. We've just got time for a few questions if people would like to forward those to Mark.
Kim Bills, thank you very much, Mark. I particularly liked your concluding remarks, but I couldn't help but be fearful of you about to go to the United States with these views, and how are you wrestling with all of that?
Let me put it this way. I'm glad that my fellowship is at Princeton, not at Harvard. I'm glad that I'm not going to be spending much time where my eldest son is currently serving as a priest in Alabama. I don't know what it's going to be like. I know that the area that I will be living and working in is an oasis of privilege within a much more depressed part of the country. I think this is a really challenging time for Christians in the States. I recognise that I've been a little bit harsh in some of my comments towards those on the conservative evangelical side. And it's easier to identify the risks, I think, when you're watching from a distance. I would like to think that I would have the same views had I grown up in the States as a Christian, but maybe I wouldn't. And I think this is one of those times where, I can quite honestly say that, there, but by the grace of God go I. It'll be an interesting time. But there's a lot of good work to do, and the churches throughout the States are doing some great work, regardless of what I might think about some aspects of them. We'll see. I'll let you know when I get back. That's if I'm allowed in.
Ralph Gilbert. For Bonhoeffer's political and clandestine activities and his frustration perhaps with the confessing church, can we therefore say his activities were as an individual and not as a church? Yes.
Yes and no. So I think on the one hand, from 1927 onwards, his Sanctorum Communio book onwards, he consistently speaks of the life of Christian discipleship not as an individual exercise, but as part of the community. We are the Gemeinde Christi. We are the church community. That is his consistent language. Yet at the same time, he was also, I think, very clear that the actions that he took in becoming part of that Abwehr group, part of the military intelligence, working effectively as a double agent, working, it has to be said, on the margins of the Canaris group, he was doing that as an individual, not as a member of the church. He was doing it as a Christian, but part of the reason why he did it individually was because he also, I think, was frustrated by the unwillingness of the church more generally to take a more principled stance. So I think, to be honest, I think it's both yes and yes. He never separated himself from the church community, but this was something that he was doing. He knew that he was accruing guilt individually by taking the actions he took. He wasn't assuming that this was a guilt that would fall on the church. The church will have its own guilt to deal with, but not this particular guilt. So I think it's both and.
Yes, Ian Lutzi. Now, I'm a preacher, and I love to preach prophetically and to name Babylons and so forth, but it seems to become harder and harder as you get a more and more sort of educated congregation where the pews are full of prophets or what would be prophets, and who am I to name things which can be perceived as my own political hobby horses or whatever. So I wonder whether preaching, as apart from purely sort of spiritual empowerment on the individual level, whether that's not the context for political action so much, but it's more a emerging sense of what a community must do. Do you have any comments about that?
I've been wrestling with that question for the last couple of years, not least because I find myself an associate priest in a parish that is quite clear. The sermon is not the place for politics. Interestingly, the intercessory prayers apparently don't suffer from the same restriction. It's extraordinary how politicised some prayers can be. I guess my response is I do want to distinguish between politics and partisan politics. Again, from my own context, I am in a parish where every night at evening prayer we say the Magnificat. That is a deeply political song. You cannot talk about the raising up of the lowly and the casting down of those from their thrones without that having a political edge to it. And I have no problem in saying such from the pulpit. But I agree, to be partisan about that is fraught, and I think should happen only in those moments of extremis. Where that line is will be drawn differently by different people. But in 1935, I think the line into extremis had been crossed. I wouldn't. We had a question earlier about the election. There's no way, were I preaching tomorrow, thank goodness I'm not, there's no way I would be saying to my parish, I think you need to vote for this person, not that person, because we're not in that sort of context. But if we were in an environment that was verging on the authoritarian, I would hope I'd have the courage to say so, and the parish will make up their minds about that.
We've got Gerhard and Martin.
My name is Gerhard Rüdiger, sounds German and is German. I came to Australia in 2006. I find myself being a lay preacher here for the German language congregation, which are 3 very tiny little congregations. So that's the context and a few other things. I've got possibly 3 questions. The first one is easy, and that was the subject you were talking about, churches have to learn how to die. Is that related to Dietrich Bonhoeffer's concept of a religionless Christianity? That's number 1. Number 2 is a little bit more complicated. I found myself a few weeks ago in one of my very little church services with about 5 people that I started saying I would like to preach a sermon without politics. They all looked at me and said, oops, what's wrong with him? And I said, I'd like to have a very spiritual sermon. And I can't. It's impossible. When I read the biblical text, it's involved with politics backwards and forwards. The whole lot, from the beginning to the end. So how can I preach completely without political context? Both past and present. And in terms of political context present, number 3, I find myself in a very difficult situation increasingly preaching the Old Testament. Basically because what is happening right now in the most Christian country of the world, self-claimed, the United States, in collaboration with Israel, Zionist Israel, it's basically turning the whole Bible upside down, depoliticizing it, and yet using it for political purposes. And I keep saying, if the whole concept of shalom is being kicked out from the world in which we live by the very 2 countries that have upheld it for a long time, Israel and the United States, and Europe and Australia, the Western world for that matter, what is left? Nothing.
3 questions, 3 very quick answers. I'll take the 3rd question as a comment, then I don't have to talk to it. But yes, absolutely. Religionless Christianity, that concept, Bonhoeffer starts talking about that about 8.5 years after this sermon, so I'm not sure that there's any direct connection there. There may be, but there's nothing explicit. As for how do you preach a purely spiritual or non-political sermon, the best I can suggest off the top of my head is go for Song of Songs.
Martin Shoemaker from Hallett Cove Lutheran Church. Fake news, also, what was I going to say? A forum for, like, we're all called to be Christians. We're all called by God. We follow Jesus. We do something. But often we're frustrated. And I often feel as if maybe even the right, we fight against powers and principalities rather than flesh and blood. So the people on the extreme right could be victims as much as on the extreme left. A forum, both within the coffee after church, the forum of the preacher preaching to the congregation, the church involvement on a synod level or even interdenominational level, to deal with this fake news and having people have a right to voice their opinions and have it regulated by the assembly. Do you see in your work any forums that are available to people to contribute or to check about fake news and that sort of stuff?
Yeah, so this is a really good place to pause, I think, because it goes back to the work that I'll be doing in Princeton. I'm going to be part of a 3-year project that, under the broad theme of hope is going to be asking a series of questions, particularly focusing on that issue of how do we disagree well. I think we have largely lost the art of doing so. We are now so polarised and so confined to our echo chambers, which happens on both sides of politics and everywhere in the middle. We are only hearing people who sound like us. We need to recover the capacity and the fora in which we can have meaningful conversation with people who are not like us, which, you know, is in fact precisely the gospel, right? The one, you know, and close on a Bartian note, the one who is infinitely qualitatively unlike us comes to be Emmanuel in solidarity with us. We don't know how to do that anymore, and we need to recover that. So I have no easy answer other than to say your instinct is right, and we need to learn how to do it.
Finish on, I think, Mark, and thank you so much. And it's our very great privilege to have with us Rabbi Dr Aviva Kippen, who wanted to come to this conference, and in that process and dialogue with her, it's been a privilege to both have her coming, but then, as you know, also she'll also be taking one of the electives this afternoon. But I'm also asking Aviva whether she'd also like to thank Mark.
Thanks, Mike. Mark, we've known each other for many years. So it's a pleasure to give you what I suspect is a very excellent local quality drop by way of a token. And in thanking on behalf of the listeners and on behalf of those online, I know that most of us have and continue to comment on the sermons that we hear on a regular basis, do we not? Go back to the one you didn't like most recently. Today, Mark, your session has been an absolute masterclass. By deconstructing the Remembrance Day short sermon, I suspect the deconstruction was longer than the sermon itself, but you've shown us the meticulous way in which we have to continue to engage with our own sermon experiences so as not to fall prey to that short-term emotional knee-jerk reaction that is so risky, and so that we can hold the tension of serving the goals for which we have committed ourselves in faith. Thank you, Mark, so much for that reminder of rigour and the obligation to speak out against those contemporary Babylons which collude against the ultimate values for which Bonhoeffer stood and for which we continue to have the opportunity to stand, and which we demonstrate by being at this conference today. For those of you who are fascinated by this meticulous scholarship, you'll have to talk to Mark, because his bi-yearly course online, The Church Under and Against Nazism, might be a bit delayed while he's at Princeton. But if you haven't taken the course, you can audit. You do not have to write essays, but it is a really significant way of treating the landscape in which Bonhoeffer and the World Council of Churches responded to these provocations in Germany, and I recommend it to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aviva, and especially thank you to Mark for that presentation. Now, we've got a jam-packed afternoon, as you're probably aware, of three things, the panel and then 2 elective slots. So I do ask, even though we've finished just 5 minutes later, that we are back here at 1:15. So we've got 55 minutes for lunch, enjoy it and be back here on time. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming back promptly. It's my great privilege to, 4 years later, or maybe even 5 years later, to finally have this panel, which we were going to have, not exactly the same people, but almost. We were going to do 4 years ago with, but then COVID overtook all of us, as we all know, and so we're very privileged to have brought it back, and I think we've actually brought it back at a time that's almost even more relevant in terms of the topic itself. I'm assuming that you've either had a chance to have a look at what is the Fuhrer principle, or you'll look at it sometime later, but that'll come out in what we've said. We've got with us Rev Dr Lynn Arnold, who was the honorary priest just down the road at the Anglican Cathedral, looking after public issues in terms of the public square, and he was for a short term the Prime Minister. Well, almost the Premier. Come on, the Premier of South Australia at the end of one of the Labor governments at which he'd been a minister. So, and he's also since then taken those skills and abilities in service of the church and also the various social organisations that he's been part of. Then we have the next person to speak, even though Anna's down at the end of the line. Anna is from Germany, German. I think, are you still a German citizen?
I am, yes.
There we go. We have
I'm allowed now to apply for double citizenship as of last June.
But you won't be able to vote next week?
No, that's...
Oh, we've got a neutral person here. Who's but anyway, Anna is very much a part of ALC down the road, Australian Lutheran College, and she's a senior person down there in terms of the theological education that happens as well as the research, and hopefully you've read most of her activities there, and so we really appreciate, Anna, you being here today for us. And then we've got Dr Jenny Tilby Stock, whom I've known for many, many decades through chaplaincy at Adelaide Uni. Jenny is a emeritus lecturer there now in history, but also politics comes into it for her, and she's also a member of the Quaker organisation, and has got some very interesting ideas that she'll also share with us too. So without further ado, basically, the message is, this is the conch. We'll hand this to our three presenters, and then after that we'll share it around the room and respond to that in whatever way, whatever discussion comes out of it. And probably we do need a conch with such a controversial topic, but at the same time it'll be good to have a degree of order that way. Okay, so and I'll try and turn this on. There we go. So then I think you're...
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mike. I appreciate the opportunity to be here to be part of this session where we're looking at the Fuhrer principle and the rise of the strongman then and now. Much of what I say will be premised, I guess, on a paper I gave to the Seminary of the Third Age back in 2021 when I spoke about how Bonhoeffer's insights on leadership address us today. And at that particular time, I looked at a couple of works of Bonhoeffer. One is the famous radio address, pretty much the start of the Nazi era, and the other one was one of the novels that he wrote while he was in prison in that year before he was executed. So at both ends, I guess, of his experience of the Nazi regime. And in broad brush, why I did that was it seemed to me that he evolved his thinking over that period of some 11, 12 years from, first of all, being deeply concerned about the role of the Fuhrer, the leader, the way in which the leader can capture a nation's psyche, And by 1944, he had really, it seemed to me, to be developing a view that it was more complex than that. Indeed, that it was a complexity where the individual had allowed himself or herself to be toxified in the process. And that the Führerprinzip really ran alongside of the issue of those that were led. And I wish I knew a German word to talk about that kind of principle, the Volkprinzip perhaps, the people principle. And for me, that made enormous sense to look at that in that way, because we have to acknowledge that the polis, the body politic, is in fact a relationship of the leader and the led. And even in the most dictatorial of circumstances, there is this relationship between the leader and the led. And the led allow themselves and sometimes inform the processes that happen. I can't remember the name of the books that he's written. I've only read one of them, but the scholar Robert Galately has written works about the Nazi Party in the 1930s in government, how they in fact really had very sophisticated analysis of understanding the led. What we would call polling today, they were doing quite a lot of polling, more perhaps focus group work, to understand where their constituency was and how far their constituency would allow them to develop further the ideas that they wanted to promote. So it was, if you like, a kind of toxic feedback loop, where on the one hand they premised certain dramatic things, tested them out, found that they had resonance, then they could push a bit further and kept on in that process. So it was very much one where the Führerprinzip, if you like, was dependent upon what was happening in the minds of the community. And indeed, we can actually see a sense of that in what Bonhoeffer was talking about in his radio address, even though essentially it was targeted against the idea of the supreme power of the Fuhrer. He does it so in the relationship with the individual, and I quote some of the radio address. If the leader allows himself to surrender to the wishes of his followers, who would always make him their idol, then the image of the leader will pass over into the image of the misleader. And he went on further to say, he must lead his following away from the authority of his person to the recognition of the real authority of orders and officers. And in that context, he goes on to talk about that the ideal situation of the leader is that the leader is in fact second ranking, because there is a divine concept of leader on top of that. And the moment that the leader steps away from that and instead looks to the led, who then have this idol image of the leader, then you start getting the very real problems of the downward spiral. It goes on, of course, he goes on to talk about the individual is responsible before God, and this solitude of man's position before God, this subjection to an ultimate authority is destroyed when the authority of the leader or the office is seen as the ultimate authority. Leaders, and further down, leaders or officers which set themselves up as gods mock God and the individual who stand alone before him and must perish. So that's where he was standing in 1933. Now, I don't know exactly at what point the broadcast got cut off, so how much of that was actually ever heard by people. But the point is that that's where we know his thinking was. By the time of 1944, when he had been through all the experiences he had been through, and he's in prison and he's now writing some novels, and one of the novels he has this to say on the responsibility of how we view how individuals act in a society. So the story is of some young people have trespassed on a land, and the game warden is particularly officious, authoritarian, and is acting pretty obnoxiously. The owner of the land comes upon them, and he dismisses the obnoxious game warden. But in the process of that, he's interested in where these young people are sitting in terms of how they see their responsibilities as individuals in a society. And he says to them, whoever has brought down even one of these petty tormentors, and referring of course to the game warden, can boast of saving many human lives. Such people are benefactors of humanity, even if no one else knows it. Many well-meaning people of our class have become accustomed to smiling about these petty tyrants and regarding as fools those who have declared total war on them. Smiling about them is as foolish and as irresponsible as smiling about the tiny size of bacteria and about the doctors who save this or that life during an epidemic and then fall victim to it themselves. So we see here quite a dramatic change, that now he's understanding that what has happened in Germany over that intervening period is these petty tormentors have in fact become the leadership of the country, and that Hitler could come and go at this point and it really wouldn't matter anymore, because you have effectively toxified the polis. Now, we see that happening in Germany, 1930s and 1940s, but it happened in many other situations too. If you look at the situation of Eastern Europe from 1945 to 1949, when Eastern Europe had been sold out by the Yalta Agreement and it would be part of the Soviet sphere of influence. But it was not simply a matter of the Soviet sphere of influence immediately stamping itself down on those societies in the way that it had already developed in the USSR. Rather, there was a very complex nuancing of ideas against a democratic framework, using the democratic principles to then lead people into what would become a more Soviet-like state. It's not by accident, for example, that those Eastern European states, many of them, though we thought of them all as just the communist bloc, many of them were in fact technically multi-party states. The Communist Party was the supreme one and could never be voted out, but there were actually other parties in there, allowing a culture of belief that freedom existed when in fact there had been an imposition insidiously of a principle that it was not. The Communist Party was the only power. And that ultimately had its effect on the way society saw themselves. I remember it was very poignant when the Soviet Union, the wall collapsed and various countries of the bloc were starting to seek their separation from communism. Speaking to somebody from one of the Baltic states, who I said, you must be absolutely delighted. And of course, he was delighted at the fact that his country was now free after all that had happened. But the poignancy of his comment was, he said, however, they have been 50 years under this system, and we have moved on from our brothers and sisters and cousins and relatives who have been under that. And the fact is that they will have been impacted by that in ways they will not fully have understood. And so the journey ahead of them is going to be very, very difficult as they try to detoxify themselves, that's my word, he didn't use that, from what they had experienced. Now, one of the things I talk about in my paper, and I'm sorry, I don't speak German, so my pronunciation is going to be an abomination. The Nazis relied on Gleichschaltung. I could spell it out if that made no sense at all. Literally, the idea of coordination. It was a coordination of ideas. In reality, what it meant was indoctrination, because it meant that in coordinating things successfully enough, then you end up with people seeing one perspective as opposed to another perspective. And that was what was happening in Eastern Europe under the communists and so on. Our topic today, of course, is what's happening in our own world today. And all of these principles can apply, and indeed, doubtless are applying in our own world. We see this in the way in which attitudes are deemed unacceptable attitudes. And so the window
of comprehension, I think it's the Andrews window, isn't it, that moves along, and suddenly things that previously had been acceptable views are no longer acceptable. Where there is a coordinated sense of activity in the leadership to help connect dots in certain ways, so that in the end, that's the only way that I should see these things. Now, it's why the very principle of diversity of democracy is so important, because if you have a strong, diverse democracy, then that becomes a harder job to do. If, however, you threaten the very principles of that diversity of democracy, then it becomes an easier job to manipulate the perception, move that window along in a certain place. As an aside, it's why I strongly support compulsory voting, for example. We have compulsory tax because we all agree we have to share the burden of building hospitals and roads and schools. Well, we all have a responsibility for sharing the burden of sustaining a democracy of diversity. And that is only going to be possible when you have, in my opinion, compulsory voting. Okay, so coming back to the point here, Bonhoeffer was rightly concerned about one particular leader who was establishing the principle that he was the idol, he was the demagogue, he was the one who everyone was going to listen to and follow. And by the end of his life, he realizes that there is something much more than that. And that then becomes the real message for us. How do we take the challenge of demagoguery when it happens, not only in dictator states, but also, possibly, in allegedly, well, not alleged, that's too rough a word, in democratic states. And one can think of some states around the world at the moment, and I've no doubt they will come up further in discussion. That how then, if that leader goes, unless you have done something to combat the toxifying of the lead, you end up with a legacy that permanently moves the window of perception in a bad direction. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me on this panel as well. I'm very grateful that I can be here, and despite my lack of expertise on Bonhoeffer and politics, but I hope that I can provide some insights from a German perspective. And we've heard this morning a few references already to the similarities that have been drawn between Germany in the 1930s and what we're currently experiencing. And that's also the take that I'm going along, because I think it's, even if we can't compare it directly, it nevertheless is an important reminder to wehre den Anfängen, we would say in German. So resist the beginnings is something that that I've grown up with, where we're trying to, I think, become aware of where do the problems start, where is democracy being undermined, and what can we do to stop it? I don't have any answers to those questions in particular, but I want to give you some observations on what's been happening recently in Germany and beyond in Europe as well. And I'm also engaging with that radio speech that Bonhoeffer gave in 1933, only a few days after Adolf Hitler was appointed Chancellor of Germany by President Paul von Hindenburg, and in which he denounced the Nazi Führerprinzip, and Lynn has helpfully quoted some passages from that speech. He published it shortly after with additions as well, and all of those insights that he delivered continue to serve as a powerful reminder of why the reins of power must always be held in check. So in the radio lecture and the paper that he published with additions. He proved really perceptive in identifying the most pressing challenges faced by the generation growing up after the First World War, particularly among people, that led to them being susceptible to such a Führer personality. He observed a deepening disillusionment with the presumed moral progress associated with technological advancement, a loss of confidence in beliefs that had once promised purpose and direction, and the widespread negative effects of unemployment. Alongside these, he highlighted a growing sense of meaninglessness, personal isolation, and the erosion of genuine community. Factors that left many young people feeling unanchored and searching for something to hold on to. Adding to this crisis was, according to Bonhoeffer, the failure of the educated classes to address the fundamental questions of life, including how to reckon with Germany's defeat, leaving the younger generation with a profound sense of abandonment and the burden of navigating a broken world on their own. Bonhoeffer argued that post-war youth perceived liberation in their demand for authority in the form of a Führer. This leader, however, was no longer invested with authority through office, knowledge, or ability, as we've heard through the quote that Lynn gave, but rather through dominance and a cult of personality, an ideology he regarded as devoid of rational foundation. This Führer cult is characterized by unconditional obedience to the leader. The dissolution, and here's a play on words on what we've heard with the word Gleichschaltung, the making the same of everyone. So he's playing on it because in German it's Ausschaltung, so it's a dissolution of individuality, where the individual becomes a tool in the hands of the leader, and the loss of mutual accountability. The leader is seen as a messianic figure whose arrival marks the dawn of the fulfillment of ultimate hope. This becomes especially perilous, Bonhoeffer warns, when the leader does not, quote, repeatedly provide the led with clear details on the limited nature of the task and on their own responsibility, unquote. If the leader succumbs to the temptation to become the idol the people seek, then, as we've heard as well from Lynn, then the image of the Führer, leader, shifts to one of a Verführer, a misleader. The true leader must always be able to disappoint. The leader must radically reject the temptation to become an idol that is the ultimate authority of the led. Because for Bonhoeffer, the ultimate authority resides with God, and the individual is ultimately accountable only to God. So I'm giving that as a bit of a background because I'm going to refer to it in the points that I want to make. Yeah, someone might have to take time because I forgot to do that. The observations made by Dietrich Bonhoeffer regarding the youth of post-World War I Germany remain strikingly relevant to aspects of contemporary political dynamics, particularly the rising appeal of far-right parties among European youth. Across both national and European elections, far-right parties are drawing significant support from voters under 30. This trend is evident in France's Rassemblement National, in Spain's Vox, in Italy's Brothers of Italy. We also must mention in particular Hungary's Fidesz party, which is in many ways providing a playbook for Trumpism, because Orban in the last decades has attacked migrants, LGBTQI+ communities, universities. The media has been taken over by his wealthy friends. And he has also rewritten the constitution. He's also very famous for using attack politics to gain power, and that is also the kind of politics that has helped Netanyahu already in 1996 to secure the election, although he was lagging behind 20 points behind Perez, but then he managed to gain the victory. And it was also those people that were behind basically the theory of attack politics that Netanyahu introduced the people that were behind that whole theory of attack politics. He introduced those people to Viktor Orban. So it's a bit of a circle there. You can see how they all learn from each other. And then Beyond Hungary, of course, then we have Germany, and it's particularly worrying for me as someone that has grown up in Germany, because, we grew up, and I can talk about this later in more detail if there's time, or in private conversations about what my education was like in terms of learning with the negative past of Germany, and the lessons that we learned from Weimar, and how this all seems to be undermined at the moment, because we have a far-right party called Alternative für Deutschland, AfD in short, that has gained in the recent federal elections among around 20%. It's the second strongest party at the moment, and a very, very recent survey that I only read about this week said that for the first time this party has become the most popular party in Germany. So it's extremely worrying to see those trends happening. So also I want to point out, just as Mark Worthing has done in his paper, it's essential to acknowledge, of course, that we can't draw direct lines between then and now. We must make those comparisons with due caution. Because if we do those direct comparisons, they can be reductive. Nevertheless, I think some of Bonhoeffer's insights shed light on underlying existential and societal currents that continue to shape political behavior. So one of the descriptions that Bonhoeffer gave about a generation grappling with disillusionment, a crisis of meaning and a search for authority resonates very strongly with the current situation in Europe. There's been multiple studies conducted that show that the European youth are increasingly anxious about economic insecurity. Top concerns include the risk of falling into poverty, difficulties finding stable employment, uncertainty about future prosperity, and the potential loss of social status. There is a profound sense of mental insecurity amongst young people, reflecting a growing loss of trust in their ability to influence not only their own lives, but also broader societal conditions. Many young AfD voters, so going to Germany itself, particularly in Eastern Germany, expressed deep dissatisfaction with liberal democratic institutions and mainstream political parties. Disillusioned with promises of progress tied to globalization, EU integration, or climate policy, they often feel that these have failed to deliver security, coherence, or cultural stability. This sentiment echoes Bonhoeffer's observation of a generation that no longer believed in inherited systems or structures. There's also an emphasis in the AfD on national identity, on cultural sameness, and tradition appears to offer, all of those appear to offer a sense of belonging and stability, a kind of antidote to the perceived erosion of community in an increasingly complex and pluralistic society. There's also, I've read a lot of studies about what are really the factors, how can we explain why so many young people vote far-right parties these days? And in the case of Germany, the appeal seems also to be that a lot of young people reject elites and established institutions, which is also something that Bonhoeffer raised, of course, that he noted the failure of educated classes in his own time to respond to the moral questions of his days. And the AfD itself portrays itself deliberately as a voice for those left behind, positioning itself against what it sees as detached intellectual and political elites. We also know that the AfD is unusually close to its voter base compared to traditional parties and has a significant online presence. It uses all the tools that the mainstream parties don't necessarily use, that the youth are on, like TikTok and so on. Yeah, Bonhoeffer's reflections also resonate with broader political trends in Europe, where the allure of populist, often authoritarian leaders has grown markedly. His critique of the Führerprinzip, so the ideology of an absolute, unquestioned leadership, offers an important framework for understanding the dangers of investing authority in charismatic figures without accountability. And it's quite strange to some extent that the AFD is currently led by a woman that has German residency, but most of her time spends in Switzerland. She's also, she does not embody the traditional image that you would expect of her, because that's what the party portrays, very conservative societal values. But she's married to a woman, and her wife and herself live in Switzerland, like I said, and her wife is non-white, of a non-Western background. So it's a very paradoxical situation, but it's just one of those exceptions to that leadership ideology, perhaps. I think I'm running out of time. I just want to make maybe one more point about Bonhoeffer's theological assertion that ultimate responsibility lies with God, not any human authority, which is of course also a core affirmation of biblical theology. But it's not only a religious claim, it's a moral and political stance that insists on the accountability of both leader and led. It affirms the enduring importance of principles such as justice, human dignity, and democratic integrity over allegiance to party or personality. And this also echoes broader debates in recent European history, such as those surrounding the EU's constitutional framework, where some have argued for the inclusion of a reference to God to ground these values in a transcendent moral authority to prevent the idolization of human authority. It didn't get through, by the way, because of one of the main countries voting against it was the Netherlands, which also has a very, very strong far-right party led by Geert Wilders. In some, Bonhoeffer's reflections offer really more than historical insight. I think they can serve as a critical lens through which we can see the worrying trends, the crisis of liberal democracy in Europe, and provoke us to think more about what can we do to, what can we learn from the past, and what can we do to prevent, another Nazi leadership in a way. Thank you.
Oh, good afternoon. My background is not theological. It's on the liberal end of the spectrum. I have as it says in my bio, I have a congregational and Quaker background. But I've taught history and politics for many years, and the idea of the strongman appeals to me as a subject. It's not appealing in itself, of course. The history of the 1920s and 30s teaches us sort of to look out for red flags. What were the circumstances under which fascism flourished with its strongmen leaders? Who's been watching Mussolini, Son of the Century? Anybody? Oh gosh, you've missed out. Yeah, go home and get it. It's streaming on SBS. It is amazing. Even Rotten Tomatoes gives it very high marks. So, this sort of rise of the strongman and fascism tends to occur when society has been completely disrupted, usually by war, and the old certainties, the old institutions have been crushed. You may have been defeated in war. There looks like very little hope. Many people are suffering forms of PTSD without being named, and returning veterans and fathers that try to re-establish their families are often affected by it and behave quite badly in their families, who've learnt to get on without them sometimes when they come back. This has been unacknowledged for many years, but we are now realising with the high suicide rate among our own veterans that war is not good for people, not just for the people that get killed, but the people who fight. They're in moral danger a lot of the time. This sort of thing happens when the real democratic processes do not protect the people from the rise of strongmen. As you'll find when you watch Mussolini and you know about Hitler, elections can be used, they can be rigged, they can be, your opponents can be vilified. In fact, one of the first things Mussolini did was go and destroy the presses of his rival newspapers. He had his own newspaper with great violence. Elections can be manipulated. Again, some wonderful scenes in the Italian Parliament, which by the way was entirely male and women didn't have the vote at the time, so no wonder it turned out badly. The emergence of someone who managed to get in a prominent position through, firstly, personal charisma, and that's often a way of being able to rally crowds. They did a lot of public speaking in those days, and you didn't have to necessarily be good looking or anything, but you had to be able to whip up the crowd, be quick on your feet, and appear to be offering solutions. There was also the corresponding thuggery that went on, the black shirts, the brown shirts and so on, who were often they were sooled on by the leader. The leader didn't often dirty his hands, but his supporters did, and there's some horrible, I'm warning you, there's violence, quite a lot of violence in this show, you don't have to look, but it happened. Opportunism, cunning, winning over your more powerful enemies and critics like the church or the socialists or the communists by offering them positions or making promises. The Vatican was implicated, as we know, in Italy. Dealing with your opponents by imprisoning, exiling, assassinating, if you can't buy them off. Eroding the institutions that were designed to spread power widely. The whole point of democracy is that power is not concentrated. And politics is all about power, by the way. It's not necessarily about parties, it's power as it operates in groups. The eroding of these institutions is, you know, we live in a system where you have Parliament, you have the judiciary, you have, the courts obviously are, and what's the third one? Well, you have Parliament and you have the executive. And the executive is given a lot of power, but it's modified by Parliament itself or Congress in the case of America. Once you've got rid of your critics and enemies, you create an echo chamber. You're surrounded by yes men that either believe what you believe or are too afraid to go against you. So you can rule by the insecurity and fear. And you're willing, in the end, to get engaged in external warfare. You can find enemies abroad as well as at home. And you do this by recreating some mythical past, the Rus, which is what Putin does these days. And he has some case to argue, in fact, for parts of Ukraine, because they were part of Greater Russia a while ago. Or you can create new mythical kingdoms like the caliphates. Or, as we can see with Trump, he wants to create a new American empire. He started to rename the Gulf of Mexico. He wants Canada. He wants Panama. I mean, this is scary stuff, and he's not joking either. He's never disguised a lot of this. Okay, where does Australia stand in this? Now, you'll be glad we are protected in many ways from a lot of what goes on in the world by being a vast island a long way from other parts of the world, apart from our near neighbours in the Pacific and Southeast Asia. That, you remember how the Channel protected Britain largely from invasion. We don't even seem to understand. We are a nation on a continent, a whole continent. But the downside of that is we've never learnt to get on with our neighbours quite as well, because when you live in Europe, you've got anything up to 6 boundaries on a Central European country. And over time, you've had to learn to deal with them. And one of the things you do is you speak several languages. We are defiantly monolingual here. We have occasional attempts to bring in Asian languages or community languages, but it seems to peter out. It's not very good. We make absolutely no use of all the people who come here as migrants and who are fluent in languages and understand other cultures. We just tell them to become monolingual Australians, basically. I might be sounding a bit pessimistic at this stage, but there's some good things to say. We could, by the way, get caught up in these power struggles that are going to be happening. I'm only glad I'm 82 because I won't be around in 10 or 15 years' time, but my children and grandchildren will be. But I have to think, I was conceived and born during World War II. My parents had been through the Depression. They didn't know Singapore had fallen. They didn't know what the future was. And yet they went on falling in love, getting married and having families. And I suppose that's one positive we can say. Let's hope our young people can still do that and have a house to live in as well. That would be good. Okay, our allies are becoming unreliable. We always relied far too much on the United States. Remember, we turned away from Britain in World War II to America. They, after a few years of thinking about it, came into the war, and the war wouldn't have been won without it, without their help. But post-war reconstruction, remember the Marshall Plan? They actually rebuilt a lot of the countries that have been devastated. I can't see that happen in a different way in Gaza, perhaps, but maybe I won't mention Gaza just yet. Okay, have we done enough to create... You know, we talk about national security. You know, Mr Dutton says we've got to keep Australia safe. Safety, yes, safety of our country. Safety is a concept that involves normally getting on with other people, getting on with your neighbours. We live, you know, in a street, most of us. We've got our fences, yes, we keep our dogs, you know, and cats from annoying our neighbours. But we do not put barbed wire around our houses. We do not get guns and point them at people to keep ourselves safe. And yet as a country seem to think in these terms. We've got to build up our defences, spend more and more on methods of killing remotely, hopefully. And we almost seem to need to create enemies so that we can justify our defence expenditure. You can see where I'm coming from as a pacifist Quaker, but we have to rethink in terms of our safety. We need to cultivate our neighbours, be a bit more friendly, not just see them in instrumental terms, increase our foreign aid rather than our, you know, selling them weapons or training their soldiers. It would be nice if we put some of those resources into making their lives better so they don't fall prey to strong leaders themselves. We're in danger of being spooked by scare stories about China, Russia, you know, etc., etc. They're nasty people in their own sphere of influence. I doubt whether they have designs on Australia. China doesn't need to invade Australia. All it does is raise the tariffs or refuse to buy us stuff for a few years. And I think Penny Wong and the others handled that very well. They've refused to give in to demands, but gradually, and she being part Asian, understands face and the importance of face when you're dealing with people from different cultures. Do we have in Australia a chance of developing our own strongman? Will we fall prey to this sort of thing as our economic conditions get worse and our young people lose hope? Fortunately, we have some institutions that will probably help protect us. We have one of the best electoral systems in the world. We have compulsory voting, as Lynn has. There's a debate about that. Conservatives on the whole would like to get rid of compulsory voting because they think it's the working class that would not bother to turn out. That's highly disputed, and people who've looked into it think that compulsory voting is well worth keeping, and I don't think there's any chance of our major parties doing away with it. The good thing about it, it forces people once every 2 or 3 years to think about it, to look at what's on offer, and it gives legitimacy to the result. See, Trump got in with like 51% of the whatever it was, 70% of people who may have voted, which is quite a small proportion. We at least, you know, our votes are always close, we know in the two-party preferred terms, but it is a majority of the adult voters. And we have a 97% something of people, there's always a few who don't. We have an independent electoral commission. That's very important because in parts of America, for example, there are strong efforts made to discourage people from voting, whereas our system, separate from government, encourages every possible person to vote, which is why some of you have already voted because you were able to avail yourself of pre-polling. We go into hospitals and aged care homes. We had postal voting very early and so on. So that is a very valuable thing, and I can't see that being changed. We have we have voting normally at weekends on a Saturday. Many countries have a weekday, which makes it harder for people who are working to get out and vote. And because they don't have compulsory voting, a lot of people never get round to it. We can't measure in the same way that people, where there's voluntary voting, they can work out that something has stirred people up because more people turn out to vote. We don't have that measure, but we at least have a more accurate result. And we have faith in the outcome of our elections. Our election results are never challenged unless they're very, very close and there may be a recount. We have an independent, what's it called, Lynn, when there's a, yeah, you know what I mean.
Yes, I know the recount, I forget.
Yeah. So if people think that some votes have gone astray, it'll be checked out and done again. You can have it's a court of disputed returns. Yes, yes. So that's all good. We have regular elections. They have to be held within 3 years, which is actually rather short. I think 4 years would probably be better. And many states now have a set date, the third Tuesday of March, you know, every 4 years or something like that. No, sorry, Saturday, always Saturday for us. We have the single transferred vote. We all get a vote. It's not first past the post, because when you've got a lot of candidates, first past the post can mean someone with as low as, 15 or 20% could be elected. In the past, there were very few candidates for each election. In fact, in safe seats, often the opposition didn't bother to run, that was so safe that people didn't even get a vote. Now every electorate is contested. And the good thing is, if you want to vote for One Nation, who knows, or Greens or the Australian Democrats in the past, your vote will be registered as a vote for them. But then, because they get eliminated early, your vote goes at full value to the next person you voted for. So you end up with the least unpopular person in candidate running rather than the most popular. And often the person that got slightly more votes on the first count will have preferences boost the next person's vote, which is how third parties occasionally get in. That's all good from my point of view, having looked at it over the years and seeing what results happen. Okay, we have a bicameral system. All of our states have 2 houses of parliament, except Queensland, where the Labor Party back in 1922 got rid of the upper house. And that is where some of the worst things have happened in our Australian political history, has been in Queensland. Who remembers Joe? Yes. Yes, that's right. Being Lutheran doesn't protect you from, being a strong man. We have a basically 2-party system. And every party, even when it loses office, knows that, after 2 or 3 elections, they'll probably be back in. We tend to swing between the two. Many systems, they have many European parliaments, for example, elsewhere in the world, have multi-party systems where once the election's over, they get together to decide on coalitions. Now, our oldest and best coalition is the Old Country Party, National Party, and the Liberals. The Liberals have hardly ever got more votes than the Labor Party, but because they've always been in coalition, they've effectively been able to govern at the federal level more often than Labor, though that seems to be changing. Our minor parties get quite upset about this, but they have a power through their preferences in the lower houses, and in our upper houses it's mainly proportional representation, which gives a chance for to reach a quota, a much smaller quota than 50%, and that's why we have Nick Xenophon, for example, in South Australia, a classic example of somebody. Yes, he had a lot of populist appeal, Nick Xenophon, getting into Parliament and doing good things. We've got the Pococks, you know, one from South Australia, one from ACT, doing very good things in our Senate. And we no longer have a Senate that is either the same as the government or an opposition one. We have hung parliaments, what they call these days, hung senates. So and our definition, by the way, of Premier or Prime Minister is not who's the most popular. You see these letters to the editor, oh, Pauline Hanson for President, Joe for Prime Minister. That was never, ever going to happen because by definition, it's the leader of the party or coalition of parties in the popular lower house that becomes the Premier or Prime Minister. And that is a wonderful, and we do not have a president, we do not have an alternative source of power, as they have in many countries, a president and a Prime Minister, and I think in some ways we were wise not to, I mean, I voted for Republic, but now I think it's probably better to have a fairly ineffectual, the Queen is still, you know, or the King again now, but they do not interfere in our politics. They may have in 1975, we don't really know, but it's not going to happen again. So now there's also, apart from our parliamentary and electoral systems, there's the Australian temperament. We do not like tall poppies. In fact, I think Peter Dutton has become less popular because he looked like becoming a bit of a strong man. And they're getting increasingly unpopular around the world, particularly from, you know, the left or the democratic point of view. We do not believe any one man can solve anything. We don't like people who we think are up themselves. We are suspicious of elites, which is a bad thing because there are all sorts of elites. We love sportsmen. We elevate them incredibly. We give them citizenship amazingly quickly if they're good at sport and can win medals at the Olympics. But try being a genuine refugee and you'll be tossed off to an island somewhere or somewhere far away while we process you. Okay, that's a blot on our democracy, I feel. Okay, we still have room for improvement. We could do with truth in advertising, political advertising. When you buy a product, it has to be accurately described, but when you vote for someone, they can get away with really bad advertising, misleading advertising, untruth. Though the Democrats tried to get that, they put up a bill several times, neither major party was interested, because they will one day be the government again and they don't want too much freedom of information and that sort of thing. So there's not quite as much transparency and accountability in our governments. So we're not perfect, we're probably the best we could be, and other countries are actually legitimately quite envious of our system. They're not envious about a lot of other things that we pat ourselves on the back about. You know, we say, oh, we're a wonderful multicultural, you know, no, people are not, you know, racist or sexist. Well, sorry, you have to ask minority groups how they experience racism, not how the dominant, you know, group does, because we don't perceive ourselves, and the same with sexism and so on. Okay, we're a bit insular, we're a bit ignorant of other parts of the world, we're a bit self-satisfied about ourselves, we don't respect learning, where we elevate sport, beer and gambling far more than we should. But on the whole, we're pretty easygoing, and I don't think we're going to elect anybody that looks remotely like one of these strong men. And my final point would be, where there is power, where there is strong men, where there is fighting, warfare, invasion, where power is being exerted, there are virtually no women. Turn on your TV, where are the women? Men rushing around the streets, firing rifles, waving machetes or whatever. Women cowering in their homes and trying to avoid being noticed. Where the the councils of the world where Putin and all the leaders meet, the only women in the room these days are interpreters or secretaries. Even Angela's gone, you know, a few good, stronger, admirable women have disappeared. So until women get their fair say in just about everything in this world, I can't see that, you know, you've got to listen to the people you want to rule. You've got to, you know, nearly every profession or institution has learnt that you do a better job if you consult. You don't just give orders, and that goes for everything. Now, I've got a lot off my chest in this talk, as you've probably gathered. You know, most of you won't agree with most of it. Most of you were born into a male body and you've never had to think about a lot of things that women are obsessed about a lot of the time, like their personal safety. But nevertheless, you are good Christian people. You've come to hear about Bonhoeffer, who was an admirable man, and let's hope the strong men don't dominate the world again.
For your contributions. We've got a little bit of time for some questions or comments that people would like to make. Fergus has got the conch. If there's any questions to any of the individual panellists or simply in general. Yeah, cheeky questions are fine.
Sam Hancock's my name. I'm a retired Salvation Army officer. Was Churchill a strong man?
There we go. Up here, I think, Ferg, over this way, we're just using the one. So you're going to be running around a bit. If any of you want to answer the question, was Churchill a strong man? Is that right?
Clearly he was a strong man, and on top of that you had the fact that elections were suspended in the period of both the Second World War and the First World War too, by the way, in the UK. And so that's a very good question, because how did that then work out in terms of this Führerprinzip versus the Volkprinzip? Why did it not damage in the same way? And I think the answer to that is that there was not this, that word that you pronounced so beautifully, Anna, and I got so wrong, the coordination, that kind of indoctrination of the windows. There was no attempt of that. All of the focus was offshore, defend our country, we'll fight them on the beaches, etc., etc. And that was evidenced by the fact that when the next time election did take place, the electorate in fact rejected him. So yes, he was a strong man, but not in the sense of this situation.
Yes, John at the back.
I want to ask a question about a very important man that lived in Germany. It overlapped with the life of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, who joined the Nazi Party and never left the Nazi Party while he was alive, Martin Heidegger. Can I have some comments about that?
That's a question about Martin Heidegger.
Of course I know Martin Heidegger and some of his works, but I don't know enough about him to answer with authority.
He was basically a philosopher, John, wasn't he? Mark probably knows a little bit more.
Yeah, he's a very influential and popular philosopher of the time, and also with many theologians. Karl Rahner, for instance, very influenced by Heidegger. So there's a kind of a tendency to kind of forgive and overlook that, but there are a number of intellectuals who really bought into some aspects of Nazi ideology, and they never really shifted officially away from that, and they just kind of went quiet afterwards. Some paid a big price, others people quietly, because of their fame and prestige, kind of ignored and pretended it didn't happen, and Heidegger would have been one of those because they liked many of his ideas and this and that, but obviously some fundamental faults there in his thinking. But he has been very influential for a number of theologians, and was at the time, and is probably a little bit protected and often not mentioned, that he was one of those who had kind of went along with the idea. And there were some theologians as well, Althaus, others that just, you kind of like quietly later, we read the books, we use them, we just kind of politely don't mention that. Maybe we should.
Yep. Another question? Yep.
I can only comment on how I have noticed that in the media in the last 10 or 20 years or so in Germany, there has been a lot of talk about Heidegger in his Nazi past. So it's definitely a topic that's been increasingly talked about in the media, I have the feeling. But beyond that, I don't feel that I have any expertise. Apologies.
Other questions? Yes, one there. And then, yep.
Thank you. I'm Chris. My question is for Anna, just about support for the far right in European countries, and particularly among people aged under 30. Is there any sense of how that, is that just difference between males and females? I guess I'm coming from the point of view of seeing in the US particular support for Trump amongst younger males. Do we know anything about European countries and if there's a difference?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I haven't looked too much into the gender divide, but what I should say perhaps is that we have seen in not only in Germany, in other European countries as well, that it's not that the youth only votes for the far right. They seem to be going to the extreme poles. So the left has also increasingly gotten votes. So it seems the middle, the centre parties are losing popularity and the fringes are winning. In terms of, it's always difficult to imagine how, as a female, it's hard to imagine how females would see any appeal in a strong man. But then I also know from personal experience that some of the most vocal critics that have attacked me personally are also females, and I'm aware of that whole tradwife movement as well in the US. So there seems to be some kind of, I think almost a global trend where the idea of being perhaps submissive or something like that, it seems to appeal to some people, but I can't give you any idea on what that may be. Do you have any ideas on that?
I can't answer the question specifically about the gender balance. I know that you're quite right about the US and young males having gone more towards Trump. But what has been noted in The Economist a couple of years ago is polling of young people in general and their attitudes to democracy, or liberal democracy as we might call it, and an alarmingly high proportion of young people in liberal democracies don't place much value on liberal democracy anymore, and they're indifferent. The majority still do, but we're getting up to figures of 30 and 40% in some countries who don't really see that it makes much difference what form of government that you have. And that becomes a very worrying issue. As to, I don't know whether those polls then did a gender breakdown. That would be very interesting, in fact, to see that, given the US experience of this young male predominance towards Trump.
I've got two more questions, Ian and Gerhard, and I'll have to close it there, I'm sorry. Down the aisle.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, I suppose a question to Lynn and to Anna in a way. Your proposal, Lynn, of Dietrich sort of observing power moving from a Fuhrer character to a more generalised sort of petty, annoying people. Sounds like a progression from one darkness to a progressively darker darkness, and yet the hope is that Germany lost another war and yet transitioned into something more positive and hopeful and democratic. Do you want to make some comments about how that happened? Because there's something hopeful for other situations in that, perhaps?
We know, of course, that Bonhoeffer, who had left Germany and gone to New York in 1938-39, then chose to go back to Germany because he said he knew Germany was going to be defeated, but he could not be part of that rebuilding that you're talking about if he hadn't have suffered with them through the process. So he, in fact, had an innate belief that when it all came crashing down, a more hopeful future would exist after that. Tragically, of course, he never got to experience that himself because he was executed beforehand. What I think would be an interesting question to also look at is not just that period of 30 to 45, but the period of the first 50 years of the 20th century. Given that the lead up to the First World War was a much more complex intellectual debate in Germany itself than we often understand. There was a very strong belief that was held across the political spectrum from left to right that Germany was on a civilizing mission and bringing intellectual civilization to the world. And so when the First World War took place, this would prove the point. And then when the First World War was lost, there was a great damage to the psyche. How did people not understand what we were aiming to do? And get it so wrong, which in a kind of way led to some of the post-traumatic stress of a people that took place in the 1920s and then the 1930s. But the, yeah, sorry, no.
I guess, yeah, what you mentioned there about the despair of the people or how to deal with the defeat, it was, you could say it was under the heading, Make Germany Great Again. And yeah, and I'm saying that deliberately because of the MAGA movement. So every time I hear Make America Great Again, I automatically, because having grown up in Germany and knowing about the history, hear Make Germany Great Again and what that led to. So yeah, but of course there's been some very positive developments as well. I guess from what I can tell from my parents, they said that the first, because they were both born during the war still, they said that the first 2 decades, more or less, after the end of the war were more about survival, really, than addressing anything in, you know, trying to cope with the past beyond survival, more or less, on reconstruction. But then in the 60s, they started the movement of throwing out all the alt-Nazis, the old ones that had been reinstituted in their positions in a way. So they witnessed that, and that's been a very positive movement, I think. And also then gradually the idea of how we've been taught in schools, at least in Western Germany, about the past and how it's been addressed. And I think there's a point here as well that I think it has been very helpful to see that, especially having lived now in Australia for 10 years as a permanent citizen, being married to an Australian, having spent some time before I moved here permanently in Australia, and the way Australia deals with the First Nations people and the dark history there. I often automatically draw comparisons between you know, how a nation deals with its own dark past and the problems that Australians have, for example, with the word guilt. And we can see that as well in AFD party members that are very outspoken against the whole culture of guilt, they're calling it, because it's not something that I can identify with. And I think that's why it worked so well in making us aware about the historical problems that came with this whole Fuhrer cult and the history. It was never about personal guilt. I think the point that was made was more about the responsibility that we have. Responsibility to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And I think that is a very powerful and useful way of addressing it without pointing fingers to individuals or having to burden someone with an individual guilt.
Yeah. Thanks, Anna. And just briefly, Gerhard, if you can just finish up, because we are actually almost in the time when we're meant to be in our electives, and we will just simply start 10 minutes later in the elective and maybe have a slightly briefer afternoon tea, if that's all right, because I think it's been important to keep going with this.
Okay, Gerhard Rüdigers, does it work?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gerhard Rüdiger is my name. I said that earlier. I just wanted to answer the question in regards to the generation divide in terms of election and political attitude. If you look at the results of the last German elections earlier this year, it was an interesting phenomenon because they colored the map of Germany, and the whole of the East was deep dark, which stands for the AfD, the Alternative for Germany, and the whole of the right was black, which stands for the Christian Democratic Union and the CSU, the Christian Socialist Union in Bavaria. So there were a few specks in it, like in Leipzig, like in West Germany, that were colored red, which was the Labour Party. In fact, the whole of Germany moved far to the right, but it doesn't feel like. Well, it sort of feels like. In East Germany, it is by far a bigger issue because the East Germans feel left behind. They actually always have left behind ever since since GDR was closing. The West Germans have lost their trust in democracy. And this is something that has happened all over Western Europe. The next country to the west is the Netherlands. Netherlands was a country that was one of the most liberal countries in Europe, has moved far to the right. The European Union has become a placeholder for the United States' interest. France is a country that has lost its direction, doesn't know where to go right now. So the problem is that I think there is no cultural identity anymore that stands for something, which I believe is deliberate. If you look at, and this is something I wanted to say actually at the beginning of this session, if you look at it, we actually, I believe, need to change the perspectives. We should not try to find an individual autocrat, a dictator, a leader, or something like that, somebody like that. Rather, we need to look for something that is standing behind. In the United States, it's famously the deep state. In Germany or here in Australia, it doesn't really matter who you vote for. The Labour Party and the Liberal Party here in Australia are nearly identical. And the same in Germany with the Christian Democratic Party and the Labour Party there. So what is actually standing for politics? And I believe it is a deliberate attempt to replace identifiable figures with a society that is governed by technocrats who are standing for money. And I think that's the important thing that we have to think about in future, that we are basically governed by the untouchable system of financialization of economy and, well, basically the whole management of society. A long time ago in the 1980s,
Gerhard, we might have to
just let me
finish
say that
up.
last sentence. Long time ago in the 1980s, you don't need to answer that. There was a Latin American, was a German theologian in Latin America, in Honduras, Franz J. Hinckel-Ammert, who wrote a book about that, The Ideological Weapon of Death, referring to the fact that way back then in the 1980s, it was clear that whoever was challenging the money system of Western society was doing a major, what do you call it? What's the word? Anyway,
That's what I think is still valid today. We have to rethink who actually has replaced the leader in terms of a personal figure. I'll leave it with that. You don't need to answer.
Thanks, Gerhard, and hopefully we won't leave it with that. Our conversations will keep going and we'll be part of a democracy for a long, long, long time. But on behalf of all of us, I'd like to thank Lynn, Jenny, Okay, we move into a different part of the day, but I've got an ad before that, and I need 2 readers to read not very much in the worship service tomorrow. So if there's anybody here who's going to be here at the worship service, could they see me, please? Now, we go into our electives. I think hopefully you know where they are. It's actually on the sign-up sheet that you had out there. There's one, the one with community, and Mark Worthing is here in the church. The one on euthanasia with Peter Schultz is in the hall. Then there's what's called the Bluestone Room, which is just next to where the toilets are. You go into there, and that's on Joy with John Kappa. And then the harder one to find, but it's not that hard, is you simply have to go out the back door, across the way to the next building, and through the back door there, up the stairs or up the lift, and then down the corridor. I've done it too many times, I'm afraid, so I hope you don't get totally lost. And that'll be where all questions are welcome, if you can find it. And then we'll be back for afternoon tea, technically at 3:45, about then, but I'll see how your groups go. And then we've got the church communion with Mark, Lindsay here in the church, and then we've got in the Bluestone Room, we've got spiritual engagement, God's Yes for today and tomorrow, with Aviva in the Bluestone Room, and then we've got Jonathan Barker in the Necessary Deed in the hall, and then situational ethics, or it's a engagement with an artist who's become engaged with Bonhoeffer, not engaged, but very interested in Bonhoeffer and done some exhibitions in Germany, and that'll again be over in the conference room over there. So I think that's all I need to say now, and if you could find your way to where you're going. Thank you.
Wants one? Okay. Introduce away.
Here we go. We had a bit of I'll just speak a bit louder until Joseph comes back to turn the mic on. We've had a bit of a feast so far, haven't we? Great speakers, wonderful program put together by Mike Peach. And by the way, all the sessions in this church, which are in this church, including these two elective sessions this afternoon, have been live streamed and they will be available afterwards on the Emmanuel Church YouTube channel for you to view. But here we have, and I guess he needs no introduction, but he's already introduced himself. Mark Worthing, who's pastor of Lutheran Church, formerly in Adelaide, now in Port Macquarie. Bit of an expert on Bonhoeffer, as he's told us, discovered Bonhoeffer as a young student. And so this afternoon, I'm going to pretend, oh, there we go, I've got a bit of sound. This afternoon, as you know,
Garrett, you stay in
Mark is going to speak on lessons on Christian community gained from the Finkenwalde experience. And part of this is based, as it says in the notes there, on Mark's new translation of chapter 4 of Life Together, titled Ministry, which copies, and that's there, the copies that you've just handed out, I imagine. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's Mark Worthing. Give him another round of applause, please.
Thank you, Fergus. And Fergus, how long do we go to?
So we're going to have an hour now till 3:45, and then it'll be afternoon tea time.
Okay, let's walk through this a little bit differently. I'll introduce some things, we'll talk about stuff, we'll see how far we get, we'll have some discussion as we go, rather than me speaking and then questions and answers, so we're small enough we can have a bit of dialogue. This is going to be a shift of pace from what I did previously. I'd like to look at some of the insights we get from Bonhoeffer from his Finkenwalde experience between 1935 and 1937, where he led a little seminary. I think about 25 students who were part of the confessing church. They had all done their academic training. They'd had the Greek, they'd had the Hebrew, they'd had the church history, etc. And now they were getting the pastoral bits. And instead of doing that in some other way, the confessing church wanted them to kind of learn that in their own setting. And Bonhoeffer was a bit surprised to be chosen, asked to lead one of these. I suspect it had a bit to do with his own safety. They thought getting him out of Berlin and somewhere really out of the way, and Finkenwalde is really out of the way up by the Baltic Sea, that perhaps he could focus on some other things. It was a nice reprieve for Bonhoeffer. I think they were two of the happiest years of his life. He made some good enduring friendships there, and he was able just to be pastoral, be a teacher, talk about things that mattered to him, do a little bit of writing and focus, so a bit of a quiet before the storm for him and for the others and for the country. While he was there, he did produce some writings. Some of them were intended, some of them were for notes from students afterwards. So Life Together comes out of this period, which I'm going to focus on a bit here. His little booklet, Meditating on the Word, which is about meditation and prayer. A book about preaching, which is simply, put together from student notes with his lectures on preaching, and different bits and pieces of advice for pastors and other things. We see a very pastoral and practical side to him, and that's what I'd like to focus on with this. What you've just been given is a general introduction and about Life Together, for your information, and then a translation of one chapter, and you can read about this. Yes, there's existing translations, but I didn't like them, so I just, instead of complaining about them constantly, I just decided to do my own, which is what you do, because there's just such a strong pastoral feel to his writing. The original translation, the translation was just often wrong. Sorry, you read and say, what? And then the later one is just too academic. It's for the academic series, and it was for people studying Bonhoeffer academically, and what he wrote was really pastoral and more informal and full of life, and it just came out much more academic than it was meant. Chapter 4 is what I'd like to focus on because it's titled Service. And it's really about, it's really about living together in Christian community and treating one another with respect. And I initially did this some years ago when I was working with the early days of Frontier School Mission. They had groups of students, they lived together. They had 8 students who lived together in 2 houses in Albury. And I even thought, well, this is a great idea, and they just stuck them all in there, and all Christians, it'll work out. Surprise, surprise, there were tensions and conflict and difficulties. And it wasn't enough just to get up in the morning, have a common time of prayer, and then fight over who was going to do the dishes and who didn't respect who and who wasn't listening. There are lots of things going on. So I translated this and walked through it with the students that year and the next year when they had that in-person thing, because it was something that Bonhoeffer experienced. He just had men, about 25 of them, young men, and they were suddenly all sent off to study in this fairly isolated place, nice retreat environment, and there they were. And they had to work out a lot of things together. So I'm just going to walk through a couple little comments and highlight some things, and we'll talk about it as we go. So if you look at this translation from chapter 4, and this is something he did publish after the seminary closed down, and we think about, he's completely oppressed, he's in hiding. If you saw the movie, it looks like when the seminary closed down, they're looking for him, he had to go and hide. Wasn't the case. He published this in Germany the year after the seminary closed down, so he was able to do that. So it wasn't complete suppression, but there was suppression, but there is still a fair bit of possibilities. He starts out saying, an argument arose among them as to which of them was the greatest. Of course, referring to Jesus talking to the disciples. And he goes on to that to begin talking about how people live together in community. And toward the bottom of page 3, in that last paragraph, we have this. The argument about which of them is the greatest. This argument is nothing more than the desire of the flesh for self-justification. We see this when we compare ourselves with others and when we judge others. Self-justification and judging others go hand in hand, just as do justification by grace and serving others. Interesting comment. So we're trying to say, I'm better, I deserve this, why was I overlooked? That self-justification and judging others really go together. We're judging others because we're trying to justify ourselves. And the flip side of that is justification by grace, true justification. It's the only justification of ourselves that matters. And serving others also go together. Interesting. On the next page, he's got a little section that I've titled The Ministry of Holding One's Tongue. He didn't add the headings, but they seemed obvious. Because he talks about service and ministry, but it's like, oh, what kind of ministry? Because he says, oh, good, we're going to hear about ministry in these lectures. And we're going to, how to go out and be the pastor in the church. And he's talking about, okay, now the ministry of holding one's tongue. And I want to jump down to the last paragraph on that page. When we exercise the discipline of the tongue, we make a vital discovery. We find that we are able to stop from constantly observing others, judging them, condemning them, putting them in their place, and thereby doing them harm. Instead, we're able to let our brother or sister exist as an entirely free person, just as God made them. I like that. When this occurs, our view is broadened. We see to our amazement for the first time the riches of God's creative glory in our brothers and sisters. God didn't make others as we would have made them. God didn't give them to us as brothers and sisters in order that we might rule over them. He gave them to us so that through them we might see the Creator. And that's an interesting perspective when you're living and working with people who are different than us. Code word for difficult. We would have made them differently if we were God, but God gave them to us as they are that we might see the Creator in His diversity. Interesting comments. On page 5, middle of the page, just highlighting a couple things. Right in the middle of the page, start of that middle paragraph. In a Christian community, everything depends upon each member being an indispensable link in a chain. And they had a real community. They were just not just showing up and saying we meet once a week or a couple times a week. They were living together. They were cooking together. They were taking turns cleaning the bathrooms together. They were, you know, they were there, and they weren't going anywhere very often. In a Christian community, everything depends upon each member being an indispensable link in a chain. Only when the weakest member is held tightly to the others is the chain unbreakable. And sometimes we see that very differently. That's, you know, we think of sometimes a sporting situation. Get rid of the weak player, then we're going to win. And sometimes we can transfer it into other communities. If we just didn't have this person on a committee, we'd be sailing. But it's when you actually are able to support and include the weakest member that you really do become unbreakable. Very different. He just challenged you to look at things differently. If a community tolerates non-contributing members, it will break apart. So he's not saying put up a people who just refuse to participate, but support the weaker. So each member has to have a task, has to something to do, help them do it. It is not self-justification, therefore coercion, but justification by grace and therefore service that should govern the Christian community. Once we've experienced God's mercy in our life, we will aspire only to service. To serve others once you have God's mercy. And then a little bit about humility, and we're going to stop for a moment. And we'll turn over to page 6. It starts on page 5. And this is his ministry of humility. Only the person who lives near the top of the page, first full paragraph on the top of page 6, only the person who lives in the forgiveness of sin in Jesus Christ will think of themselves humbly in the right way. Such a person knows that their wisdom came completely to an end when Christ forgave them. And then near the bottom of that paragraph, because Christians can no longer consider ourselves wise, we will think less of our own plans and ideas. We will understand that it is good that our own will is broken in the encounter with our neighbor. We will be prepared to consider our neighbor's will is more important and pressing than our own. What, after all, is the harm when our own plans come to nothing? It is better to serve our neighbor than to get our own way. It's better to serve our neighbor than to get our own way. That's counterintuitive. And then toward the bottom of the page, it says John 18:23. You know, he talks about some examples because people are going to complain and say, well, what about Paul? He maintained his rights as a German citizen. And Jesus said, why do you strike me? The reality, of course, is that none of us will act as Paul or Jesus did unless we first learn to endure injury and abuse in silence. The sin of irritability, which blooms so quickly with any group, is a constant reminder of how much false striving for honor and unbelief still resides even within a Christian community. And he finishes this section with this on page 7, middle of the page. So then, how is true service to one another with the Christian community to be performed? We are too easily inclined these days to answer that the only true service to our neighbor is the service of bringing them the Word of God. Indeed, there is no service that compares to this. In fact, all other service is dependent upon the ministry of the Word. But the Christian community does not consist only of preachers of the Word. When other important ministries are overlooked, the ministry of the Word becomes an improper one and can cause much damage. I'm just going to tell you about what I believe. I'm not going to worry about that you need food or that you need care, that you need this, because that's my ministry. So that's just that. We'll get into some. He gets a bit heavier. It gets deeper as he goes. He gets wound up here. But what do you think so far? This is Bonhoeffer. This is a famous theologian who's had to live in community with 25 young men in a fairly isolated section of the country, in the world's, well, falling apart around them. And they're all worried because they're all subject to the draft. And being part of the confessing church, they're not getting shielded from that like they would be if they hadn't done that. So there's a lot of uncertainty for all of them. And then they're trying to learn to live together. And here's this famous theologian, and he's trying to live together with them too, and he's giving them these lessons. What do you think of the tone so far? Or questions about how the whole Finkenwalde experiment was set up. It's an experiment. It was done in a bit of an emergency situation. We need to train people. We can't go with the existing church structures. So how do we train people to be pastors of the churches that said, no, we're not buying into this? And they credited a few, I think there are 2 or 3 of these. So this wasn't the only one. Yeah. You'd almost think he was reading this stuff in the Bible. Yeah. How hard it is. Yeah. Yeah. What's more important that someone else has helped and gets what they need rather than I get my way. So, no, wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah. So a lot of the whole idea is he's trying to understand if you want to follow Jesus, be a disciple, it's about service and humility. It's not about being in charge, being in control. And we'll get a little bit later. We talked about the Fuhrer principle earlier. He talks about you want to be a good pastor. He said it's not about being the strong leader, the dynamic leader, the one that everyone follows. And that way, your authority comes through service and humility. Not through saying, I'm going to be strong. So without naming it, he's saying, we see examples of this around us in the world, and we get people modeling in the church, not the way. We'll get to that later. Anyone else want to comment on this before we move on? Yeah.
It's very applied. It's not academic. It's not theoretical.
No.
It's very applied. How can we do this in our own community? Like real people with a real Christ before us.
It's very practical. And very pastoral, and that's the thing. You'd think you'd send someone like Bonhoeffer to something like this, and he'd just crash and burn because he's an academic theologian, and he'd be giving them, academic lectures about theology and philosophy, and the students would say, "How's this going to help me in the parish?" And perhaps he did struggle with that initially, but very quickly he was able to adapt and realize this is about learning to be a disciple, and learning to be a servant, learning to live together. And this is kind of character building stuff for him and them. My personal view is that without the Finkenwalde experience, I don't think he would have survived very well in his 2 years of imprisonment. I think the Finkenwalde experience and what he learned about serving others in humility and that time of kind of quiet reflection, I think really prepared him. So these kind of blessed 2 years of his life prepared him for the horrible 2 years of imprisonment. I think it would have been much, much more difficult for him to have gotten through it and to said and did some of the things he did without this preparation. So over here, there's people.
Yeah, could I just sort of issue a yes, but in any group there is a variety of expertise, and when decisions are to be made, the group is failing if it doesn't draw on the best resources it has. So that may be in leadership or it may be in advice.
He talks about that too. He's not naive. He's not just saying, just sit down, everyone love each other, and search, all be fine. At the end of the day, he says, look, help the weakest link, but everyone needs to put up and do something. Sometimes people have different gifts, and someone needs to make a decision. So he's not, he gets that, but I think he's more concerned about what he's got is a whole bunch of 25 potential church leaders that are all drawn to this and called to this because they have the potential to lead. And so you put 25 future leaders and you put them in together, and they're all trying to lead. And it's like, okay, we have some issues here.
Okay, glad to hear that.
Thanks. But my comment or question follows on from that. It's interesting that we're talking here about people in formation who are going to go, in a few years' time, go out. They're not going to live in community. They're going to live. They might be leading communities, but they're not living in community. They're going to be married men, most of them.
They're not going to do this kind of thing again.
No.
But there's lessons they can learn from this intense community experience. Yeah.
Indeed. I mean, this is more just like formation for living in a monastery or in a religious community, in a way.
Actually, most of them didn't survive the war.
Yeah.
Because when the seminaries closed down, they were all drafted and put into the German army, and that didn't end well for. So I'm not sure what this. I heard the statistics once, but I think less than half of them were alive at the end.
Actually, listening to this, I was just thinking exactly the opposite. This is very good formation for living in a marriage, and not only that, this is very good formation for living in the communities in which we all find ourselves. So we're not just talking here about
Good
a
point.
gang of Christians getting together in their corner. This actually applies to our lives in our everyday communities,
To any
wherever
kind of community.
we find
Yep.
ourselves.
Good. In the back.
I'll go first then. I'm not sure if I'm reading into it, knowing what happens later, but I wonder if there's an undercurrent of you're going to go out and live in a very difficult society. You've got, even Paul maintained his rights as a citizen, down to the reality is none of us will act as Paul or Jesus did unless we first learn to endure injury and abuse in silence. Am I reading into that?
Probably. He was talking about the injury and abuse. They felt personally insulted from things that they didn't get in the rights within that little community. So he wasn't telling them, you're going to go back out into the world and you'll be sent into the military and they're going to abuse you because you're part of the confessing church and do that. So he wasn't thinking that. At that point, there was the hope that they would all go and be allowed to serve in congregations. So the focus here seemed to be on all those little things, all those little insults and abuse that we get in family, in church, in a committee. That I was next in the microphone, but I had to wait. This is terrible, Sorry? That sort of thing.
Oh, that sort of thing. My
that
apologies.
sort of thing.
Tim Hender. I'm reluctant to comment, only having had a few moments engagement with the document, but I'm seeing here some very strong similarities to the monastic rules going back to the 4th, 5th centuries, in particular the Benedictine rule, which of course has a very similar focus on humility. Do you think it's just a situational analogy, or do you think that perhaps Bonhoeffer had that understanding of those earlier rules that he brought into play?
He would have been aware of them, known them. I'm not sure he's an expert in them, what his background was. I don't think he's trying to imitate them, but he's in the same situation.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
People like Benedict suddenly had a whole bunch of men, mostly younger men, living together in community, very pious, very interested in reading the Bible and prayer, but suddenly find they can't get along with each other, and she's trying to write down guidelines how it works. Bonhoeffer's got a whole bunch of students, similar situation, and he's trying to explain, and so these are his notes and things and talks he'd given them about how to get along that he published afterwards.
And those early rules, of course, also came out of an era of very substantial cultural and political uncertainty.
Yeah. Oh, yes, in the time of Benedict, yes. So I think similar situations, someone has to do something, you're gonna see the similarities. Let's move on. We'll look at this, the ministry of listening. Sometime this in bottom of page 7. The ministry of listening. And it's good my wife isn't here, because she would point out, she'd say, could you read that again? It's not easy. The most basic service that we owe to other members of the community is simply to listen to them. Wow. Just as our love for God begins when we listen to His word, so also the love for our brother and sister begins when we listen to them. We see God's love for us not only in that He gives us His word, but also in that He listens to us. We are doing God's work, therefore, when we listen to our brothers and sisters. Christians, especially pastors, often believe that whenever we are with others, we must offer them something, as if this is our only service to them. Cup of tea? Like some bread? Can I give you a meal, mate? Need a lift? I've done my bit. We forget that listening can be a greater ministry than speaking. And think of the times you've been listened to. Just needed someone to listen. The most basic service that we owe to other members of the community is simply to listen to them. Just our love for God begins when we listen to His word, so also love for our brother and sister begins when we listen to them. That's something that's very, very striking and powerful. And then he goes on to explain that because these are all people preparing to be pastors. They want to teach, they want to preach, they want to go in and suss out the situation, say, okay, what you need to do is this. You do this. Here's my pastoral advice. And he's saying, sometimes you just need to listen. There's really nothing you can say, but that's a service. And there's a nice little bit how he ends Even the secular world has discovered that a person can be helped merely by the act of someone seriously listening to them. And I think he got that from his father. His father was a famous psychiatrist or psychologist? Psychiatrist. And so he would have picked up a bit of that and read some of this stuff. So he knew a bit of literature of the field, and in the secular field, we know that just listening to people can help improve them. Oh, when did you come? Because I just mentioned something about you. Was she here when I said that? Oh, I'm done. I'm done. As I was saying, I'm a great listener, as my wife will tell you. Why did? No, it's not. No, it's not. That's one of my growth areas. Even the secular world has discovered that a person can be helped merely by the act of someone seriously listening to them. On this basis, it has developed an entire field of therapy that has attracted and helped a great many people, including Christians. We Christians, meanwhile, seem to have forgotten that the ministry of listening has been entrusted to us by the great listener. Interesting word. God is the great listener. In the bottom of this, on page 8, the bottom of that section on listening, last paragraph on listening. We Christians, meanwhile, seem to have forgotten that the ministry of listening has been entrusted to us by the great listener, in whose work we are called to participate. If we want to speak the word of God, we must listen with the ears of God. I like that. So God is the great listener. If we really want to proclaim and speak the word of God into our world, well, first we have to listen with the ears of God and that kind of patience. That's interesting. Comments about the service of listening, the ministry of listening. Peter.
What's interesting is that occasionally I get visited by a relative. Oh, hello. And I get the feeling they need to unload. So I just shut up and listen. At the end of the long conversation, they say, "Thank you for the conversation." And I hadn't said a word. And that's really interesting. They needed to unload.
I've heard that too sometimes. When Peter's talking, and at the end they say, "Thanks, Pastor. That was really helpful. That was really great advice." And I'm thinking, didn't actually say anything. We realized they just needed, something to listen to. But it's hard. Anyone else?
I've been a psychologist for 38 years, and I think you can probably hear me.
This is for the live stream.
For the people,
I'm Julie Bennett.
On the internet snooping in.
Julie Bennett, and I've been a psychologist in Adelaide for 38 years, and we often say that listening is healing, and that means active listening, not just being in the room and looking out the window, but attending to somebody. That's a skill in itself. I'd advise couples or friends to really listen actively to the other person when they're speaking. It can be greatly healing. But I would say there is time to challenge that sometimes. You need to be very careful. And the way we do it is I would say to somebody, "I'm just struggling a little bit. I heard you say that, but then earlier I heard you mention that. Could you, is that what I've heard?" And I wouldn't say, "Well, you're wrong," or anything like that. And I don't know, we may get to it yet. I think we need personally to listen actively, to try and listen to what's behind what people are sometimes saying as well, and try and ask God. I always ask the Holy Spirit to sort of help me in that listening, but also not be afraid of challenge. And my only concern, and this is all I'll say today, is that I think we have often had pastors who will listen, especially to women, and pray with them and send them on their way when they need more than that. They may have been abused in the church. And I don't think this is about that today, but I do think active listening is the first thing, and then sometimes people will need a little bit more than that eventually.
And he goes on to other things
Thank
with helping.
you. Yes,
He
I
does do
haven't
that.
read
So,
it.
and it's a good correction, because you can listen to someone say, "This is what's going on," and then do nothing. Think, okay, you listen to them say, "I'm in an abusive relationship," and then you said, "Oh, I listened to that." So, yeah, I think you might need to take some action there too. There might be something more needed, yeah.
Exactly.
Sometimes,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Or maybe someone's saying something that you're saying, oh, that's some dangerous thinking. We might need to challenge that. Might need to ask some questions about that. Are you sure that's what's going on?
It's interesting that you... Thank you. He mentions the importance of listening because apparently his father, who was very important in his life as a psychiatrist, also as you mentioned, he was very much opposed to the listening therapies, Freud and Jung and so forth. I don't know where young Bonhoeffer must have got the emphasis on listening because it wasn't from home, I assume. I don't know.
Maybe this is a bit of rebellion as a father. Freud would have something to say about that. Well, he does go on, bottom page 8, he talks about the ministry of helping. So, and this is interesting, that his insight is he's talking about the ministry of listening, and the next thing he talks about is the ministry of helping. So clearly, I think the implication here is that it's not just listening. Another service that we owe to one another within a Christian community is the ministry of helping. Now, he's not just talking about, this applies to any community, but he's talking about a Christian community gathered together of these people preparing for ministry. So it's specifically for that kind of community, but applies to any kind of community. It's not, the Christian view isn't, well, I'm sorry, they're Muslim or they're Hindu, so it doesn't apply. That's ridiculous. It's not what he wouldn't say that, but he's talking about a very specific context. Essentially, this means offering help in simple external things. Whenever people live together in community, there will be a number of opportunities to help. No one is too important to help with the smallest of tasks. If we are worried about the time lost on helping others with little things, then we are probably taking our own work too seriously. I'm sorry, I can't help you with that because I'm just doing this important project. We've all worked in situations like that. Sorry, can't do that. I'm really doing something. And they're always doing something more important. Maybe if that's us and the kind of thing we find ourselves saying, his advice is maybe we're taking your own work too seriously if you're always too busy doing what you're doing. And I like this, the next paragraph near the bottom of the page. We must be prepared to allow God to interrupt us. We must be prepared to allow God to interrupt us. Every day, God is going to change our plans by bringing people our way with their own needs and requests. And in my vocation as a parish pastor, I get that a lot. People just come and knock on the church door or the manse door, which is beside the church, so kind of obvious. You get that knock on the door, and the other night, about 10 o'clock at night, someone, on a bike with a pack, clearly homeless, and said, "Can I sleep under your carport? I can't find a dry place to sleep because the good spots are all taken." Okay. And you happen to have any food? So my plan was to sit down and watch a bit of television, do a bit of reading, then retire early. But we had to be prepared for God to interrupt us. Some of the simple things. The phone rings. It's a text message. Someone needs something. Someone has something. And he said, nope, I'm not doing that. Sometimes we have to be prepared for God to interrupt us. Now, the counterpoint of that is sometimes we just need to set aside time to get things done and leave the phone off and take a bit of retreat. But we can't do that all the time. Sometimes we can't live our whole lives like that. We need to be prepared. And I like that. We need to be prepared for these frustrating people who need stuff to interrupt us, that difficult relative to interrupt us, that person that always wants something to interrupt us. No, we need to be prepared to allow God to interrupt us. Because this is our ministry. But that was the dangerous bit before. I'm on safer ground here. That was the tricky bit, yes. She's got her information. She's out. No, she's one. Every day God is going to change our plans. We might perhaps pass these people by, preoccupied by the important work we have to do, just as the priest in the parable of the Good Samaritan, perhaps busy reading the Bible, passed by the man who had fallen victim to thieves. When we do this, we also pass by the visible sign of the cross. That's interesting. You're looking for a visible sign of the cross. It's in people who are in need. It's raised up along the path of our life to show us that it is not our way, but God's way that matters. in the bottom of this paragraph. It is part of the school of humility, however, that we do not withhold our hand when we can help someone, that we do not assume that our time is ours to schedule, but recognize that it belongs to God. So the ministry of helping flows out of a ministry of humility and also listening. So you're actually doing what people need rather than just someone comes. And I had a case that I was, for 7 years I was pastor here in this congregation, and we get a lot of homeless people come by, multiple times in the same day, quite often, because it's on a major stretch where people come, and it's a church, and it's right there in the office. So you just learn to deal with that. And one time, a couple years before I left here, I had a real lesson in humility, in listening. And a fellow came to the door, clearly homeless, clearly sleeping, a rough sleeper, clearly had a bit of a tough life, knocked on the door. And I just said, listen, and it's like he must have been the third, fourth person that day. I wasn't getting anything done. And I said, listen, I don't have any money. I can't give you that. But if it's cold, we've got a blanket, and I've got some packaged food here I can give you, and you can do that. He just looked at me and he said, I just wondered if you could pray with me. Oh, I said, yeah, we can do that. No one had ever asked me that thing. There's always the same thing. At some story, I just need, it's always $50. I need $50 for a bus ticket to Port Augusta. I need $50 because my car's ran out of fuel. I'll drive you up and get the petrol. No, just give me the $50. So it's always this. So you get a bit jaded after a while and didn't listen. I just assumed what he wanted. And so I prayed with him, talked with him, and afterwards he said, it's okay, understand. He said, usually I'm just asking for food or money, and I need a lot, but he said, I was just passing by the church and thought, I just need someone to pray for me. So they not only, then he forgave me at the end. So I thought, okay, God, it's enough humility for the day. Let me process that. Listening can be very, very difficult. The school of humility, however, that we do not withhold our hand when we can help someone, that we do not assume that our time is ours to schedule, but recognize that it belongs to God, that we do not withhold our hand. And so often, now it doesn't call us to be foolish and to keep giving money to the same people who want $50 every time and no accountability. It doesn't say, be silly, but it does say, if you can help, and seriously help. And many times we can. Someone comes in, they need a button sewed on. We had that once. Some flat tire in the bicycle. I think, okay, I can do that. That's something I can do. It's how can we help? And he said this, someone asked earlier about whether he was familiar with the monastery. He obviously was, the monastic rule, because he's making the comparison here, who'd ever asked that comment. In the monastery, a monk's vow of obedience to his abbot took away his right to do what he wanted with his time. In life within a Christian community, the service we give freely to our brothers and sisters takes the place of this vow. So he is deliberately here adapting something of a monastic rule. We don't have a vow to an abbot to decide what we're going to do, but we have a commitment of service that we freely give to one another that takes this place. Our mouths are able, happily and convincingly, to proclaim the words of God's love and mercy only when our hands are not too good to perform works of love and mercy in our daily ministry of helping others. So if your hands are too good to help do, to sew on the button, help change the tire, give some food to that, then are your mouths really ready to proclaim the mercy of God? Comments on that ministry of helping. Or ministry of service. Yep. It is ministry, and that's part of it is because we like to say, yes, I'm called as a pastor. I'm called to ministry of service. Now, thank you very much, God. I'll define what service means. It means this is what I'm going to do, and this is what I'm going to offer. I'm going to tell people how they should live and how they should straighten out the line. I'm going to do that when it suits, but not on Monday because that's my day off, and not on Tuesday morning because that's my cycling group, and not on Thursday evening because that's my running group, and not on Saturday morning because it's park run, unless you can squeeze it in before the conference. But otherwise, God, I'm available. And we forget that true humility is service. Listen says, when there's a need, you have to be flexible and open and not just say what that ministry is and say, but God, I'm a skilled and trained theologian. Perhaps my ministry is helping interpret the Greek New Testament to someone. But no one's asking me that, surprisingly, ever. A couple times in Bible study questions come up, but, no one comes to the door and says, pardon me, you the pastor of this church? I'm wondering, could you explain to me what the meaning of agape really is in the Greek? No, I never want that. It's a flat bicycle tire. It's food. It's a place to sleep out of the rain. It's $50 to go to Port Augusta. Why do they always want to go to Port Augusta? I don't know. Yeah, but they're never. But no, they're never going to Port Augusta. They just want the $50. Because I always said the same thing. I'll take you down to the bus station and get your ticket. And one time, a guy said, "Oh, thanks, mate. That'd be wonderful." And he actually was going to Port Augusta. So I bought him a ticket. So, well, just a reminder from time to time to actually listen and not make assumptions. No matter how many times the same thing happens, don't make assumptions. There's a story about Martin Luther and his wife Katie. And they had friends saying, don't take, I'm not supposed to move around, am I, Joseph? Sorry, people online. Their friends said, no, you're too gullible, you're taking in too much. They had someone who claimed to be an ex-nun, and they gave her refuge. But they had certain suspicions about whether she's an ex-nun, like her lack of familiarity with things like the Lord's Prayer and the Apostles' Creed and really anything like that. Didn't really know this. And she kind of realized that the gig was up. She'd stayed with them for about 6 weeks or so. She disappeared, and long as she left, so did a lot of the silverware from the kitchen. And gone she was, and people said, that's what you get. You shouldn't be helping these stragglers and people that come by. And Luther had said this. He said, I'd rather run the risk from time to time of being taken advantage of than turning away a person in genuine need. And I always remember that because sometimes we get taken in, someone gives us a story, and it's a bit of a con, and we said, that's it, because of this. We hear this all the time. Sometimes we say it to ourselves, I don't help because of this. And yes, I have a few of those stories as well. There's also a whole lot of stories of people that turned out, I thought, I'm not sure, and it turned out they really were in need. One, when I was here, Joseph, remember this, there was a lady who was sleeping in a car in the back car park. I don't remember that. One time, and she needed something, a place to go and try to get on her feet, and so we put her up for a couple nights. I'll tell this, and I wasn't quite sure of her story and this and that, how it happened, and then we brought some clothes by, and we kind of helped her out for about a week. I don't know how she tracked me down, but last year, like 4 years afterwards, she tracked me down. She took forever to find me. She just wanted to call to say she was in a very low point in her life and needed some place to go and a little bit of help, and she said, what you and your wife did for me at that time was the turning point. I look at that to see that's when things began to turn around for me. I just want to say thank you. And I thought, And I thought I'd been taken for a ride. So you just don't know. So just because sometimes you feel like you are, you don't say no to the next person. You just listen humbly. You try to be wise and don't be foolish. But I remember that story of Martin and Katie Luther and thought of this in reading what this ministry of helping others. We stop at 3:30? 22 we're stopping. 15 minutes. There's a couple little things I did want to cover here before we finish. But press on. The next, the ministry of bearing one another's burdens, which is different than the ministry of listening in his view. The ministry of bearing one another's burdens. And he quotes the Apostle Paul, bear one another's burdens, and in this way you'll fulfill the law of Christ. We see here that the law of Christ is a law of bearing up one another. To bear up means to carry a burden. The brother or sister is a burden to be borne, especially for the Christian. For the pagan, the other person is never burdened because they can simply step clear of any burden presented by others. Now, bit harsh because I know a lot of people are not clear that they do a good job of bearing other burdens, but he's trying to make a point that if you don't have this kind of commitment to God, it's, if there's something binding principle, we can easily walk away and say, no, they're too much trouble, but we can't easily get out of that, so I put a little qualifier on that. But that's what he said. We must bear the burden of our brothers and sisters. We must suffer our brothers and sisters. It is only a burden that the other becomes to us as a brother or sister, and not simply as an object to be managed. The burden of humanity upon God was so great that it led him to the cross. So he's saying to us, you think someone else is a burden that you have to bear. You might have been a bit of burden that God had to bear, and that cost him So what can we learn from that? God suffered and bore the burden of human beings in the body of Jesus Christ. God bore us like a mother carries a child or like a shepherd carries a lost lamb. God took on the burden of all humanity, and we weighed him down to the very ground. But God remained with us, and we with him. God remained in communion with us by suffering the weight of our burden. It was the law of Christ that was fulfilled on the cross. So, interesting starting point for bearing one another's burdens. Then on page 10, the first full paragraph. It is primarily the freedom of the other which is a burden to the Christian. Well, that's interesting. How are other people a burden to us? Well, their freedom, because they're doing what they want to do, not what we want them to do and what we think they should do. And that becomes a burden. People wouldn't be a burden if they just all did what I wanted them to do. Kids wouldn't be a burden if they just all did what we asked them to do, instead of the opposite. So he puts it down this way. It's really the freedom of the other that becomes a burden. It runs counter to our own sense of autonomy, yet we must nevertheless recognize it. We could rid ourselves of this burden by refusing the other person their freedom and forcing them upon them our own image, which we often do. Just be like me. But if we allow God to create in his own image in the other, then we must also permit them their freedom. And so we ourselves bear the burden of this freedom of another creature of God. And then he points out the difficulty doing this, bearing the burden, and he points out the strong and weak in faith, how they're bound together in the community, and there's a bit of imbalance and evenness, and we have to really take that into account, which I find interesting. The ministry of speaking the word, page 11, another section, another ministry. Remember, he's talking to a group of young men who have done their 4 or 5 years, they've done the university academic training, and they're preparing to go out and be pastors. And the tradition was in the day, many of them would then they would go out and they would get married, and they'd serve in a manse, they'd be a pastor, and they would be in charge. And one of the big things they did, because that's what it's all pastors do, is you get up and you speak. You teach confirmation class, you teach a Bible study group, you lead services, you speak. That's speaking the word. He defines it a bit differently. He says, look, we're not concerned here with the proclamation associated with public preaching, because as soon as he says speaking the word, that's all they're thinking about. And he says, cross it off your list. And everyone's wondering, oh, what does that leave? That's bound to a particular limited office, place, time. Instead, we want to focus on the free proclamation of the Word of God from one person to another. We're talking about that unique situation which one person communicates to another through human words the entire comfort, admonition, goodness, and seriousness of God. By communicating this word, but communicating this word is threatened by many obstacles. Now, this is interesting, because that's the goal. They've all been waiting for this. It's their ministry. What's their ministry? He's finally getting to it. Getting up and preaching. That's what it's about, proclaiming the word. That's what we're supposed to do. And he's saying, no, it's about communicating one-on-one. Forget about the preaching. How are you communicating the love of God, the goodness of God, the seriousness of God to other people? But there are many obstacles to communicating. If you've ever been through relationship counseling, you get that. What are the obstacles to communicating? You just mentioned earlier, was it making eye contact, looking at your active listening? So there's lots, if you're talking to me and I'm busy, I'm checking my phone and doing that, that's not good communication. There's an obstacle to communicating. So there are many obstacles. What kind of obstacles do you identify? If proper listening has not preceded the word, it cannot truly become the right word for the other person. So he's back to listening. If you've not taken the time to listen properly, you might write actively in there, to the other person, you're not going to be able to communicate or say much to them. If the Word of God appears as a contradiction to the actual helpfulness, now it's not what helpfulness, the actual helpfulness of the one bearing witness to it, it cannot be heard as credible and convincing. So if you've never been helpful when they've needed help, just practical little things that you can do, and you've always been too busy or too important, then suddenly you have to speak a word to them, and God's will comfort, it's going to appear as a contradiction. it's not going to be credible or convincing. So he's coming back to many of these other areas of service he's talked about. If you're not listening and you're not helping, you can't expect to speak to other people and say anything that they could take from that and expect them to hear you. If the word does not come from a context of bearing burdens, now no burdens. If it doesn't come from a context of bearing the other's burden, but rather from impatience in the spirit of imposition of one's own will, listen, this is what you should do, then it cannot be heard as a liberating and healing word. So that's interesting. You want to speak with people? The most important is one-on-one to communicate the whole love and forgiveness and peace and goodness of God. It's not going to work if you've not been listening. It's not going to work if you've not been helping. It's not going to work if you've not been bearing them up and carrying that burden. On the other hand, he says, top of page 12, the person who really has listened, served, and borne up others is often likely to say nothing. So that's his other caution. There's a deep mistrust on the part of such people of everything that is merely verbal. The people that tend to do all those things don't often say anything, but he's saying, there comes a time when, okay, you've been listening, you've been helping, you've been bearing up burdens, maybe now's the time to say something. That comes back to your point, is saying listening, but sometimes you need to say, I've been listening to what you've been saying. Have you thought about this? Have you considered this? Could we wonder, will we not be simply adding to the abundance of empty words that already exist? Shall we, like the spiritual experts, try to talk away the very real problems of the other person? That's what we might worry about. What's more dangerous than speaking God's word to excess? On the other hand, who wants to bear the responsibility for having been silent when something should have been said? It is much easier to speak a well-prepared word from the pulpit than this entirely free word that takes place somewhere between the responsibility of being silent and the responsibility of speaking on an interpersonal relationship. Much easier to get up and just talk generically from the pulpit. So, bit there of interest. Yep, now's the time to go. Some comments there, and then we'll finish with a little bit of a section on the ministry of authority, because it ties into the Fuhrer principle that we just heard about. Yes, Stu. So there are several things we added together, but any thoughts that provoked?
Yeah, I've just been reflecting on the traits of some pastors, which I'm sure we've all experienced, or speakers up the front that are great at talking up the front and terrible at connecting one-on-one. And therefore how important it is to cultivate or practice the art of really listening and connecting one-on-one, which then sort of seeds the ground, I guess, for up the front talking, so to speak.
Yep.
So that sort of goes hand in hand with a lot of charismatic type leaders and those sorts of things as well that are very good at bringing emotion and sort of cadence to a discussion, but then when you go to talk to them about deeper matters, you can't.
Yep.
So,
we've all experienced that. Very good up front. You try to talk one-on-one, said, really, I taught you that they can't do it, they're too busy, and wonder, to what extent am I like that? And that's what he's trying to get these people to ask us. It's easy to say, I can list people who need to hear this. He said, no, it's kind of aimed at you. Start with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Graham, up front. You're next on the list, Graham.
I wonder where Bonhoeffer got this wisdom. He's only 29 or so at this stage in his writing when he started in that community. He's only a little bit older than these men that he's with. I wonder where the wisdom came from. What experiences had he had in life itself? His own family?
At this point, already he had spent a year doing a vicarage in Spain. He had spent a year doing student ministry in London. He had spent several months studying at a seminary in New York and worshiping at a Black Baptist church there, and by himself that culture. So he'd seen the world. He had read widely in these things. He was struggling with what's going on in the world around him. So I suppose in the turmoil economically and politically in the 20s in Germany, and then the rise of Hitler and his travels on the road, I would suspect he would have had a lot of maturity for a 29-year-old. I suspect he'd have to grow up pretty quickly in doing that. And was given a lot of responsibility. And obviously it was recognized by others in the church to say, we'd like you to go and lead this seminary. And he's probably looking saying, I'm only like 7, 8 years older than some of these guys. That's why becomes one of the students became his best friend, Eberhard Bethke, because they were so close in age, so it wasn't much older. But there is a lot of wisdom here, and I think we see. I just wanted you to see a little bit different side of Bonhoeffer. You think, oh, he's got this. He's talked about this and that, and all these ideas, and what he did with Hitler, and the Führerprinzip, and religionless Christianity, and other things. I wanted you to see Bonhoeffer, who really was deeply engaged with community and pastorally and caring with others, and that side of him. Anyone else before we finish? Oh, yes, Graham. Sorry, Graham's next.
Thanks. I wonder, it's got me thinking about our whole approach to training for the ministry. If you ask a young, recently graduated pastor what's the most important thing he does, I'm sure it's more than 90% will say preaching. And people who come into the ministry have this picture of themselves as a preacher. The other stuff's all there too, but that's the primary descriptor.
That's what I think they do.
And I wonder whether, as a church, we've fallen into the trap of reinforcing that.
We probably have. And it was the same in Bonhoeffer's day with his students. That's what they were all thinking. That's why he's speaking the way he is, because that was the impression they had. So it hasn't changed much. But we probably have reinforced it a little bit in some aspects of our training in emphasizing this as the main thing we're thinking about, and maybe not spending enough time on some basic.
And even though we do that first. So we teach people to preach publicly, and from that you trickle down to speaking privately.
Yeah.
Whereas Bonhoeffer seems to turn it around the other way in terms of time.
Yes.
First have people relating one-on-one, and then when they preach, they'll relate.
Yep. Good. Yes, thank you, Graham.
Thank you for that, and I know why I never wanted to be a pastor, because I never wanted to have this responsibility that you have just described from Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Now that I'm a lay preacher here in South Australia, I wonder whether I should continue or not give up, because I have this impression Dietrich Bonhoeffer took the Bible literal, and he did not only take the Bible literal, he took it radically literal. And that is something that really fascinates me, listening to your introduction to these passages, because it looks to me as if he goes down to the roots of the meaning of the quotes that he has behind his text, the biblical quotes, and tries to put them into real life of his ministry as a pastor in a politically critical situation. And I'm not sure whether I'll be that good ever for the rest of my life. And I'm not even 29 anymore.
You start somewhere, but I don't know if they took it literally, not in the sense we think of literalist. So he's not taking things, the weird bits literally, but he's taking the important bits seriously. And that's the thing. So, yeah, so I know what you meant.
I meant the word literal. I used that word deliberately. But in a sense...
So when it says service and love your enemy, he thought, okay.
In a sense, that makes it using these words seriously or applying these words seriously. Yeah? So not just as an academic or a theological game. That's why I said he goes way back down to the roots of these words and then pulls them up again and applies them to present-day life, his present-day life. Yeah. And that's why I said, I don't know whether I'm able to do that.
I think he calls us to try. Whether we're lay preacher or not, whoever we are. I just want to finish with the ministry of authority before bottom of page 14, because this ties in this leadership principle, because the concluding remarks here are, and many people that want to serve in pastoral ministry, men or women, it's like, I told them what to do, they're not listening to me how to get authority. And he's saying, no, you've got the wrong model of authority. And he's very much in mind, they all know what they're talking about. And I suspect he would have said much more in his actual talks, but this is the published version in 1938, so you probably be a little bit careful on how it was said. Whoever wishes to become great among you must be your servant. Jesus bound all authority in the community to our service to one another. Genuine spiritual authority is only to be found where there is an active ministry of listening, of helping, of bearing one another, and of speaking God's word. So all those things have been going through. He said, you want authority? Do these things. Serve, listen, help, bear one another up. Every personality cult that builds itself upon the special qualities, virtues, or abilities of some person, and we all know what personality cult they were all thinking of, and they probably would have talked about openly in the classroom, even if these are thoroughly spiritual qualities, is worldly and has no place in the Christian community. So we don't want that kind of leadership, he's saying. In fact, it poisons the Christian community. The longing we often hear expressed for some episcopal figure, priestly person, or authoritative personality arises from a spiritually unhealthy need for the admiration of some person and for the establishment of a visible human authority. We want a pastor that's going to take charge in this congregation, fix everything, and do this and do that. We talked about this leadership thing, the strongman idea in politics. People get frustrated. We just want someone that's going to come in and take charge and do things and fix everything and kind of worship the personality, because that just seems easier to get by. And he's saying, don't get sucked into that in the church. That's not what we need. This occurs because a genuine authority of service does not seem impressive to us. And it doesn't. That's not a pastor. Someone get out there saying, as a pastor, I command you to do this, I'm asking you to do this, you do this, you do that. That person's just going around helping people, listening. That's not what a pastor does. That's not impressive. Nothing speaks more sharply against such a desire than the New Testament description of a pastor or bishop. There's nothing to be found here of charismatic charm or human gifts or of the shining attributes of spiritual personality. The bishop or pastor is a simple, faithful person, sound in belief in life, who properly carries out their ministry or service within the community. And this is key. Their authority rests upon the exercise of service. There's nothing remarkable about the actual person. And I don't know how many times many of us are told, young pastors come and say, no one's listening to me. I went in and they just, I said they should do this and that, and said, how long have you been there? How have you served them? What have you done? Well, the last pastor did this. I said, yes. After being there 10 years and listening and serving and helping and being there at times, could say, you know what, I think we should consider doing this. And they listen. You have to earn that kind of authority through service and humility. You demand it, you don't have it. The best you can do is bully and intimidate people, and then you're trying to mimic secular authority. Bad and unhealthy workplaces, bad and unhealthy governments, things we're talking about, the kind of authority they were seeing, not just, as we heard in the talk, in Hitler at the time, but in all the little bullies that he created that were going around with the thuggery, trying to take advantage of enforcing certain kind of things. And then we're trying to bring the church into sync with that, to promote these kind of people as leaders in the church? No way, he said. Our authority rests upon the exercise of service. So just a model there. And it's not just pastors. Authority in the workplace, authority in the family, authority in the neighborhood, in any group we are. If we want to have influence, another word for authority, have we served? If we want to be the person in our local community for whatever that people listen to us, and it's not because we go in and keep demanding, I know how to do this, I served 7 years on this kind of thing, and I know about this, and have you served? Have you listened? That's where authority comes from. And it's the same in the Christian community, it should be. So just a little glimpse of Bonhoeffer that you might not have seen before. And if you like that, look up Life Together. There's more. This is a couple chapters in. Or read his book, Meditating on the Word, about meditation and prayer, and a little bit there about pastoral, pastoral care for one another in other people in ministry. You see a side of him that for 2 years is able to flourish and develop before, things got very difficult and complicated. And I think it's been a gift that we have several things that he wrote down and other things his students wrote down that we can actually see these insights, because they sound remarkably fresh 90 years later after he's written them, and thinking, you know what? That stuff about listening and serving and bearing up one another's burdens, and that's how we find true influence authority, and it still works. It still makes sense. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. Our time is up, so we'll stop there.
Well, we'll let you have a bit of a break. You've really served us really well today. That was a great presentation, wasn't it, folks? Mark channeling the great Dietrich, but also sharing from your own experiences.
Channeled him.
Channeling him and sharing your own
sharing.
experiences. So wonderful. Thank you so much, Mark. Little presentation to you for your work for us today. There we go.
Thank you.
So yours. Give another round of applause, everyone, please. And it's now afternoon tea time. We're back here at 4:15.
Quarter past 4.
Quarter past 4 for the next elective. Now, where was I? We're having a great feast, but here's Mark Lindsay again, and this afternoon now he's going to speak on the question of church communion, Bonhoeffer's Ecclesiology in a Divided World. So let's give Mark a round of applause as he speaks to us again.
Well, thank you again. It's good to be able to chat with you this afternoon. I gave you 2 confessions this morning. I'm going to start with a third this afternoon, which is that I didn't really read my emails particularly closely from Mike. And so as I was preparing for this afternoon, I wasn't entirely sure whether the expectation was that I would give another sort of paper and then we'd have some Q&A after that, or whether it was intended more to be more of a workshop style. Having just been in a session with John Capper and having learnt so much from dear John over the years, not least of all how to teach well, I would much prefer this to be as conversational as we can make it, rather than me talking and you listening, and then finally, if we have time at the end, you get to ask some questions. I'd rather not do that. I'd rather go the conversational route, if that's at all possible, noting that we're working with a roving mic, so the technology might defeat us. But if we can give it a go, that would be great. And maybe, well, let's just see how we go. So we are here, obviously, this weekend, marking the 80th anniversary of Bonhoeffer's death, and we've already heard this morning from Mark Worthing that the precise dating of that is slightly contested. We can go with the historical date of the 9th of April, or we can go with the Easter date, which will put the anniversary on this coming Monday. I think, John, in your paper this morning, you indicated that today is the 90th anniversary of the establishment of Finkenwalde as a seminary of the Confessing Church. So there's another anniversary to note. There's one other anniversary that's just around the corner. Shout out if you think you know what it is. Oh, congratulations. 52nd wedding anniversary. That yesterday was St. Mark's Day. Yes. Yes. End of the Second World War in Europe. Yes. All of those are true. Well, yes. Yes. I'm thinking a little bit further back. No, I'll give you a century. So next month, as in May, of course, we will start the celebrations for the 1700th anniversary of the Council of Nicaea. Yes, a little bit further back, as I say. I have the privilege of teaching on the Council of Nicaea every year to my first-year students. And it's, as you know, this was the first ecumenical council of the church, called by Emperor Constantine to resolve what, at least in his mind, was a peripheral, irrelevant piece of theological controversy. Namely, what's the eternal relationship of the Father and the Son in the divine Godhead? Nothing much, really. As I say, fairly marginal in the great scheme of theological things. At least that's what Constantine thought. But clearly Constantine called the council because the rift within the churches, or at least some of the Eastern imperial churches, because Arianism was not actually a problem in the West. This rift was becoming so great that it was threatening the unity of the empire, which he, of course, had only just managed to unify after a couple of decades of civil war. So there's a theological and a political element to the Council of Nicaea, with ecclesial unity and therefore imperial unity the end goal. But for everyone who knows anything about early church history, you'll also know that for about at least for a generation after the council, it was a complete failure. If unity was the end goal, what it produced was actually more baked-in division. In fact, the Arians were in power for most of the rest of the 4th century, until 381. There's an English patristics scholar called Mark Smith, who's recently written a book on this. And he says this, that the Nicene Creed was barely mentioned for more than 2 decades after the council. And the reason is obvious. Here was a document that few, if any, wanted to remember. So for those of us in the room, and perhaps this isn't true of all of us, but for those of us in the room who recite the creed at least once a week, this ironically would have been unheard of in the immediate aftermath of the Council of Nicaea that came up with the creed in the first place. Everyone wanted to just conveniently forget it and focus instead on all of the other things that Nicaea had to deal with, like the Meletian Schism, the dating of Easter, and my personal favourite, whether or not priests should be allowed to castrate themselves. Thankfully, they said no. Mark Smith, in fact, goes on to say that Nicaea was, for much of its early history, a complete failure. A failure that, as I've said, engendered greater division than harmony. We were talking earlier this morning about whether there are resonances between Bonhoeffer's experience in Germany, but the Germany of Bonhoeffer's day and our own day. Well, we can also ask the question, are there resonances between the current global instability and fracturing that we see around us, where previously dominant national and international allegiances increasingly seem to be shattering and fracturing? Are there resonances between that geopolitical environment and also our church environment around the world? Carl Johan Carlson, a New York-based journalist, said late last year that countries worldwide are fraying into extremes. Polarization has transformed the democratic process, which once thrived on compromise and respectful dialogue, into a winner-takes-all battleground of dysfunction and animosity. The question is that perhaps not also happening within the churches? Why did I start with Nicaea? Because it seems to me that when you look through the longue durée of church history, none of the seminal events and moments that have sought to bring about ecclesial unity have done anything much more than tinker at the edges. Nicaea, Constantinople, Chalcedon, nor any of the other landmark events since those early centuries that have sought to bring visible unity to the church, none of them have succeeded. In fact, I guess I'd want to say, perhaps provocatively, that I think a number of them, and I would include Nicaea in this, as I would include Barman in this, they've actually engendered greater fracturing and disharmony and disunity rather than unity. Let me give you just a few examples. John over here and myself, we, for good or ill, happen to be part of the Anglican Communion. Communion that is in the very visible process of tearing itself apart. You can no longer really meaningfully talk about the Anglican Communion. We can talk about the Anglican disunion much more meaningfully, it seems to me. In another part of the world that formerly staunchly solid bulwark of conservative Christianity that we know as the Southern Baptist Convention, again, is tearing itself apart. Partly over women, what a surprise. Partly, in fact, over the Nicene Creed. There's an irony. Did you know that they recently held a vote in the Southern Baptist Convention as to whether the Nicene Creed should be in any sense authoritative? Bizarre.
How did they vote?
In the end, the vote wasn't put. In the end, the vote, where does it leave them? That they don't necessarily have any doctrinal difficulty with anything that's affirmed in the creed, but it has no weight or status. In much the same way that, for example, the Episcopal Church in the States will say that the 39 Articles is a very interesting document, but it's a historic document. It has no formal status. To put it slightly differently, it seems to me that for probably its entire history, the whole church has been riven by deep enmities and divisions. Many of the more recent focal points of controversy have been, I would say, more around questions of ethics rather than doctrine, although of course there are doctrinal issues at play as well, but questions such as the extent to which women should be welcomed into all orders of ministry, can and should LGBTQI+ people be welcomed into the fullness of the church's life. Also, particularly in North America, questions around critical race theory and Christian nationalism. That is, does Christianity allow or indeed mandate the adoption of particular attitudes towards race and ethnicity and in favour of one form of political structuring over against all others? None of this is new. This has always been part of the church's internal dialogue. But there is, it seems to me, a rhetorical force that has started to enter into our ecclesial discourse around these questions that have forced us to parse these controversies in ultimately salvific ways. So friends have been turned into enemies. Those who were us are now them. That's not necessarily surprising. Both Cicero and Augustine recognise that it is in the proximate, the friend, the neighbour, that the enemy is to be located. Again, just a couple of examples. In April 2023, the fourth Global Anglican Futures Conference issued what it called the Kigali Commitment, which declared the right interpretation of legitimate sexual activity to be a salvation issue, and that those, particularly but not only within the Anglican Communion, who were advocating alternative interpretations, primarily around same-sex unions and the blessings of them, were those who, quote, walk in darkness with whom no Christian fellowship is possible. Secondly, again, looking across to the States and looking at a more overtly political issue, you might recall that I think it was in October last year in Washington, D.C., there was what was called the Million Women March. Anyone remember seeing anything like that on TV? The Million Women March. I don't think they quite got 1 million women, but one of the leaders described this march on Washington as, quote, a last stand moment to save our nation from the forces of darkness. If we don't stand now, she said, then the enemy will take over our country. And if that happens, that's the end. A fairly apocalyptic vision of the election that was due to take place the very next month. In both sets of instances, whether we think of the Kigali Commitment or the Million Women March, two very different events, two very different sets of circumstances, but in both of them, both sexual ethics and political allegiance were understood to be boundaries of ultimate theological concern, the transgression of which necessarily rendered the transgressor not just wrong, but also now an enemy.
Excuse me, what the Million Women March, what were they espousing? I don't understand. I don't have any background.
So I'll just repeat the question. So what was the Million Women March all about? What were they espousing? A number of different causes, but primarily they were in favour of the restriction on abortion rights, and they were in favour of a more how do I put this nicely? Of a reaffirmation of binary gender determinism. In other words, what are they against? They're against the liberalisation of abortion laws and the liberalisation of gender identities as women. I'm not going to comment on what I think about that, but for me, the issue is not it's not the cause, it's the way that the cause is described as something that is of ultimate concern. Any of you who've read Bonhoeffer's Ethics will know that he talks a lot about das Letzte and das Vorletzte, the ultimate and the penultimate. And the reality is most things in our lives, most things that we have to deal with, according to Bonhoeffer, fall into the category of the penultimate. They are not things of ultimate concern. And yet, we increasingly speak in our church discourse around those things that we want to use to separate ourselves from others as being ultimate issues. As I said, people who disagree with us are not just wrong, they are now our enemies. So what is at issue in these and other crises currently attending the church is less the rights and wrongs of any particular side, and more the ways in which the polarised identities have been parsed in salvifically ultimate ways in order to render the erstwhile friend who used to be one of the us into the irredeemable enemy who can now only ever be a part of the them. And the consequences for this ecclesiologically are disastrous. There's a young scholar in America called Eugene Schlesinger, and he's got a book out just in the last couple of years called Ruptured Bodies. And he says this: a divided church has no way of authentic discernment on any controversial question. We are, he says, stymied so long as the full complement of the Catholic Church is not part of the deliberations. He's not talking big C Catholic. He's simply saying whenever we as a church want to grapple with a doctrinal or a moral question, we need the voice of the entire community of Christ. Interestingly, Karl Barth in 1948 said something similar about the World Council of Churches. He said, this community of Christians is lacking in particular one voice. And he wasn't talking about Rome. He was talking about the Jews. He said, until the World Council of Churches has a Jewish voice, it will never be able to appropriately and fully grapple with any moral or doctrinal issue. That was in 1948. That was way ahead of his time. But the same is true of our internal ecclesial conversations. None of this is new, as I said. Again, one of the things that I delight when I'm teaching early church to my students, I delight in telling them that, did you know that that the church is a heresy? I said, what? Oh. And I can see a number of them, seeing if they've got the Archbishop's number on their phone to say, maybe you need to rein in this guy. And I said, no. Look at the language in the New Testament. The church, the early Christians are called a hieresis. It's where we get the word heresy. And hieresis simply means faction. Christianity was originally a faction within late Second Temple Judaism. That's how it's described. But just as the church itself was initially a faction, we've always had these factions within the church. None of this is new. You all know, I'm sure, of Augustine's work in the City of God when he exegetes Matthew 13 to describe the earthly community of Christ as being a mixed economy of wheat and tares. And his preference is that we just stay like that until the end of the age when God will sort it all out. But this is what the church is like. He doesn't go into this, but Augustine could have also referenced that other part of Matthew's Gospel. Remember when Jesus is in Gethsemane just before his arrest, and Judas comes up with the guards trailing behind him. And how does Jesus address Judas? Calls him friend. Welcome, friend. Do what you came to do. He's recognizing that even within the Christian community, there have always been not only friends and enemies, but enemies as friends. So I think Augustine got it right, that we are always mixed as a Christian community. But it's also true that we've also struggled against that. We've also resisted that. And we've also preferred, I think, instead of doing what Augustine would, I think, have wanted us to do, which is simply to wait until the end and let God sort it out, we have, through the long durée of Christian history, tried time and time and time again to draw the demarcation lines ourselves. A young American scholar, David Congdon, has said recently, the attempt to define true Christianity and authentic faith in self-serving ways is one of the oldest practices in Christian history. Again, the American Episcopal theologian Catherine Tanner is a little bit more optimistic. She says that the church these days is largely content for our shared Christian identity to be a hybrid affair, that we're no longer looking for purity. Well, I think we continue to look for purity. We continue to try and define it, and to define ourselves against others who we see as not being pure. In other words, to put it slightly differently, the historic being of the church has, I reckon for close to 2,000 years, exercised itself with the determination of its own clearly demarcated boundaries, and therefore the consideration of what might constitute boundary crossings, precisely so that we don't have to worry about that sort of hybridity that Tanner talks about, because we don't really like it. In one of the earlier sessions, I think it was in the panel, there was a question about Martin Heidegger. I reckon Heidegger has far less influence on post-war theology. I frankly don't think he's an issue. But there's one other guy who has had a much greater influence. Also a German, also a Nazi, and an unrepentant Nazi. He was a jurist. He was a legal scholar, and his name was Carl Schmitt. He has been deeply influential in Western theological discourse, particularly for over the last 20, 30 years. And he says this, that there is what he calls the spatial partitioning of the world by a global line that divides into two halves, one good and one bad, and that describes a plus and a minus line of moral evaluation. And that division into two, he says, leads inevitably to a perpetual renunciation of the other side. Schmidt is talking about the political sphere. And we can see, I think, the way in which our politics, nationally, internationally, have gone into that bifurcation where no one really wants to talk to the other. We will talk to our own group, but what the other has to say is either fake news or it's woke, or we find all manner of terms to define and demonize it so that we don't actually have to talk with it. I guess my question is, are we not also doing that? And have we perhaps not always done that within the church? None of this is new. The question is, what do we do about it? One option would be to say, well, it's all too hard, and do the Augustinian thing and say, let's let God worry about it. Let's get on with our own lives, and not worry about the disunity, the fracturing of the church that we see around us. But again, let me go to a challenge that comes to us from Karl Barth. In 1924, he said this: "We cannot believe in the unity of the Spirit, that is, the unity of God, and at the same time be indifferent to the only partial unity of the church." We have to grapple with our disunion. And we have to be prepared, as I was suggesting earlier this morning, to find ways, not necessarily of coming to an agreement with each other, but at least knowing how we can remain in communion while we are disagreeing well. This is where I think Bonhoeffer is helpful. Because in 1936, right in the middle of the church struggle, when the confessing church and the Deutsche Christen were at loggerheads, and the international ecumenical community did not know which church to talk to in Germany, he wrote a paper called The Question of Church Communion. Now, it's really interesting, at least for me, because Bonhoeffer does two things in this paper. In the first of all, it's here that he, as I mentioned this morning, he reiterates that Cyprianic notion of extra ecclesiam in the context of the confessing church. It's here that he says that the one who knowingly separates himself from the confessing church in Germany thereby separates himself from salvation. He's reaching right back to Cyprian in 3rd century Carthage. But at the same time, he also accepts unreservedly the reality of heterodoxy, of heresy, even within the true church. And he does so not simply as an Augustinian recognition of the church's mixed economy, but as an acknowledgement that precisely as the true church, we exist in guilty solidarity with those with whom we would rather not be. Because the question of guilt or innocence in this context has to do with, for Bonhoeffer, doctrinal correctness, and there's an aspect to which that question needs to be parked for a greater good. So we can't know necessarily which one of us is guilty or not. We might think that it's that person, but we have to park that question as a question of provisionality. Let me say a little bit more, and maybe it will become clear. Yes, Michael.
Did I actually hear Bonhoeffer saying those people that weren't in the confessing church can't be saved? Is that's what, or aren't saved?
So what he says is, if you knowingly separate yourself from the confessing church, then you separate yourself from salvation. His point is that in the context of the church struggle of the 1930s in Germany, and let's leave out for a moment the question of Rome, because they're not really part of this conversation. The conversation is to do with those within the Protestant traditions, so primarily in the church struggle, the Lutherans and the Reformed, who have chosen to ally themselves with the German Christians, and therefore with a Nazified version of Christianity, and have intentionally chosen that as opposed to the confessing church that is standing up and saying that's wrong, that's heresy. He's saying, if you know that the confessing church is here and you understand what it is saying and you still choose to go with the other side, then you have separated yourself from salvation. That the confessing church is, in the German Protestant world, the one true church. And the Reich Church is an apostate church.
But many of the people that were members in that church might have barely understood the separation, and so it's
which is why he says if you knowingly separate yourself.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So, in this context, Bonhoeffer realises that, quite remarkably, the Lutheran churches and the Reformed churches have drawn closer together as a consequence of their mutual opposition to the German Christians. And in forming a joint confessing synod, so the Bekennende Kirche, the confessing church, was comprised essentially of Reformed churches and Lutheran churches and Union churches, so those churches that had, if you like, an affiliation with both. He says, as a consequence of their mutual opposition to the Deutsche Christen, they've come together. These two traditions, and I quote, decisively left the Augsburg Confession behind. The differences between the Lutheran and Reformed churches, which were reified through what Bonhoeffer calls their formerly schismatic creedal antitheses, were now no longer sufficient to prevent a non-Eucharistic unity. So whereas for 400 years or so, the Lutherans and the Reformed had stayed completely separate, each sort of polarising the other, according to what Bonhoeffer calls schismatic antitheses. They've now managed to overcome that because there's a greater danger at play. The irony, Bonhoeffer observed, was that precisely the criterion that was compelling a break with the German Christians, what Bonhoeffer calls the doctrinal principle, this doctrinal principle was being, he says, rigorously applied in order to separate ourselves from the German Christians. But it's the same doctrinal principle that is now being intentionally neglected so that the Reformed and the Lutherans can come together to create a common foundation. In other words, insofar as this, as the application of what Bonhoeffer calls the doctrinal principle and its neglect, these are consequent, he says, upon particular contextual decisions by the churches, rather than being in any sense fixed. In other words, what Bonhoeffer's doing here is he's recognising that ecclesial boundaries are plastic. They are malleable. They are changeable. And we may have held them in stasis for 400 years, but we are now in a context that requires us to do something different. What might be deemed an intolerable schismatic heresy in one context is understood to be a tolerable non-schismatic difference in another. Please do. For those on screen, we're about to have an example of this.
Gordon Stanger from... Is this on? Gordon Stanger from Victor Harbour. An hour and a half's drive south of here, you come to the south coast. Recently, we realised that the population is absolutely booming. Huge numbers of people coming down to the south coast to live. A lot of them older people like us. But we someone in the Lutheran Church put forward a proposal that all the churches get together and provide a welcome pack so that every new house that is being built, the new people have this welcome pack which tells them, which is a magazine about the place, freebies, information about the churches, all that we're doing. Everyone, all the churches are getting into this, and there's about 30 of them. And yeah, I've worked in about 40 different countries. I've been to so many different denominations and around the world, more than you can think of, and then some. And this is the most joyful thing I have ever seen the churches do together. It is wonderful to see the churches just putting aside all their doctrinal differences and doing what Jesus primarily told us to do, which is get out there and talk about Jesus himself and the kingdom of God. And it's a joy to behold, it's a joy to be part of it. And I would love to see more of that.
Thank you. More strength to your arm. That's brilliant. Let me give you another example. And it's probably one that I know a little bit more closely. Back in the 16th century, I don't know, I mean, I wasn't there, so I don't know it that closely. But back in the 16th century, certain King Henry said, what did he say? He said, "The Bishop of Rome hath no jurisdiction here in England." Right? Ba-bong, Church of England. About 15 years ago, I might be slightly, John can correct my dating, I'm sure, I think it was Archic 3, the third round of the Anglican Roman Catholic international consultations, came out with their latest publication, at which the Anglicans said, you know what, there's nothing really ultimately problematic in acknowledging the primacy of Rome. Okay, we haven't done much about putting that into effect from the Anglican side, but it's curious, but I guess it goes to the point that what we often think of as being fixed boundaries that separate me from you, us from them, right from wrong, friend from enemy, they can be in place for hundreds of years, and then all of a sudden we realise they're probably a little bit more plastic than we have previously assumed. We can actually mould them. We can even change them. And this is what Bonhoeffer is saying is exactly what has happened with the creation of the confessing church, that these formerly divided communities, divided by what he calls schismatic differences, are prepared to put those to one side and come together for a greater purpose. So we have, as I say, in one context, something that might be an intolerable schismatic difference, but the same thing in another context might be a tolerable non-schismatic difference. How do you decide which one's which?
I just want to mention there was one man in there who was involved with Bonhoeffer and the Bethel, but couldn't be part of Barman, and he came over here, Dr. Zusser, and was here.
That's right, that's right. So how do you decide whether it's an intolerable schismatic difference or a tolerable schismatic difference when it might be the same theological issue at stake? And this is the second part of Bonhoeffer's paper. He says, the decisive matter is not doctrine but posture. Does the person, movement, or ideology in which error has been discerned stand with hostile intent towards the true church, wishing to fight and even destroy it? Or does the person, movement, or ideology in which error has been discerned stand with no such hostile posture, no such intent to declare itself the only location of ecclesial and salvific truth? In the first, says Bonhoeffer, there is occasioned a struggle of life and death. Here there can be no talk of communion. Here the true church recognises the Antichrist. In the second, however, there is simply a witness to the disunity that has always been present within the visible church, in which the true church stands side by side with its erring partner in a shared confession of guilt. In such an environment, Bonhoeffer says, there may be disagreement, there may even be the presence of both truth and error, orthodoxy and heresy, but there can also be a toleration of that mixture built on a mutually acknowledged love for the church, so that even when doctrinal boundaries are transgressed, enemies are not made. In other words, I think what Bonhoeffer does in this paper is allow us to conceive of possibilities where even those with whom we vehemently disagree, and even at what we might decide to be decisive moments, need not necessarily be figured by us as extra-ecclesial enemies who stand outside the scope of salvation, but as errant members of the true church with whom we can and should stand in solidarity, the one criterion being their posture of love or hostility towards the true church. What that does, I think, is cause us to ask slightly different questions about those with whom we disagree. Are we disagreeing with them on the basis of their doctrinal position because we think we are the ones who have it right and they are the ones who have it wrong? Or are we saying, we disagree about these things, but I can nonetheless discern in you a love for Jesus and a love for his people? And if that's the case, then we can talk, and more than that, we can walk together. We've never been particularly good at doing that in the church, but if we were able to learn, then that actually would be a helpful witness to the rest of the world, I think. So there's Bonhoeffer, someone who starts off in 1927 with his first piece of academic writing on a question, what is the church? Well before the problems of Nazism and the church struggle came onto the scene. But then right in the middle of that context, he comes back to the church and I think conceives it in quite different ways, and in ways that perhaps might be fruitful for us to think through. Yeah.
I was interested in your connection with Augustine and Bonhoeffer's ideas. Would you like to put that in terms of Augustine's struggle with the Donatist heresy? Like, he wasn't always politest on that.
No, you're right. I think my response simply would be, we talked a little bit about this in John's earlier session, although not in these terms. I remember hearing this being preached on by a bishop at an ordination service. Behind every great theologian, behind every great bishop, there is a great sinner. I think Augustine gets a lot of things wrong, frankly, and there's not always the same degree of consistency that we would like to see. So I guess I don't know how to resolve that dichotomy, other than to say his reflections on a particular moment in which he was personally invested may be slightly different from a stand back and let's do a whole sort of treatise on something. Do you know what I mean? I know that when I read some of the stuff that I've written as a theologian, I think, gee, that's good, but I don't live it. Yeah.
I mean, Mark, you've certainly outlined Bonhoeffer's, I don't know, to call it perhaps a vision for how unity and greater unity can be achieved. But it seems to me disunity is a very stubborn problem. I mean, and I reflect on just an Australian example, and I'm an Anglican, so I don't have a dog in this fight. But when the Uniting Church came into being in the late 70s, Methodists, Congregationalists, Presbyterians united in one, except that where there were 3 churches, now there were 4. And the Congregationalist Federation, one of the smallest of them all, was subsequent to undergo a split as well between those who were a bit more moderate as against and wanted to ordain women as against those who didn't. Now, the Methodist groups are very small. They didn't have an option to opt out, but various little groups have formed. And now, subsequently, in the last 10 or 15 years, the Uniting Church has lost a number of congregations, including some of its large ones, in Queensland in particular, over newer issues of division which are afflicting all the churches. I mean, Bonhoeffer's vision is a wonderful ideal, and he achieved a certain amount of that in the context of this church struggle of the 30s. But I don't know whether it's human sin, I suppose in many ways it is, but schism and disunity just seem to be incredibly stubborn parts in the life and history of the church. And there's no easy way to overcome it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that's absolutely right. Part of what I think Bonhoeffer is... let me rephrase. One of the ways in which I'm choosing to read Bonhoeffer is that I think we are now very clearly, as we've talked about this a number of times during the day, we are living in an environment, both politically and ecclesially, in which difference of opinion is actually intolerable. And if you, I mean, I hate the term, but that is really what's behind cancel culture, right? I'm not prepared to give you the time of day if you don't agree with me. And disagreement must mean separation. What is helpful about Bonhoeffer's paper here is that he's not, I think you're right, he's idealistic, but he's not idealistic to the point of saying, you know, I'm imagining this time where we are all going to agree, we are all going to be in harmony. It's going to be wonderful. I mean, it might be in the eschaton, but it's not now. And he even acknowledges that the unity that the Reformed and the Lutherans have been able to achieve in this particular context is nonetheless non-Eucharistic. So there's not complete agreement. There is a diversity of opinion, but it's not a diversity of opinion that requires separation. And I think if there's one thing that we can learn from this, it is that. That I might disagree with you, but I still want to walk with you. I grew up a Baptist, and for a time was a very unsuccessful Baptist pastor. So I sort of speak with some experience of that particular world. And one of the things that I've noticed both here but particularly overseas is there does seem to be a tendency in Baptist-type communities to be so confessionally driven that there's always one more thing to be added to the confession. And therefore one more thing over which we can disagree, and therefore one more thing over which we can separate. There are literally thousands of different denominations that call themselves Baptist because they keep finding ways to separate. The lovely thing about being... No, I won't go there. But as I say, if there's one thing that Bonhoeffer teaches us from this, is not to be, it's not to be Pollyanna-ish. It's not to be so optimistic that we are living in a world that is simply unreal. It is to learn how to not just live and walk, but I think from Bonhoeffer's perspective, how do we worship? How do we worship together even in our disagreement? And that's a really hard thing to do.
The example that I gave earlier, where all these churches, completely, even some Roman Catholics, amongst all the denominations, working together. And I don't know this gentleman's name. You're quite right in saying that there's this resistance. I think the resistance is mostly from the church leadership, because the church leaders have their corner to defend, as it were. But when you have something going, a big project for spreading the word, for preaching, doing what Jesus said, the people in the pews, when they actually get together and do it, it kind of supersedes what the church leaders are kind of against. And it's nice to see it happening. So it's curious that what we're doing on the South Coast, although it started off in the Lutheran Church, is now completely ecumenical. As far as I know, it wasn't directly inspired by anything Bonhoeffer said, although in practice, what we're doing is exactly what Bonhoeffer said in theory, and there's people doing it in practice now. It's lovely to see.
That's great.
Just a brief comment. You'd have thought that Bonhoeffer's ecclesiology, sense of communion, would have been greatly influenced by his time in Spain, in England, and then especially in Harlem in New York, I think. So the Bonhoeffer was writing in 1927, very different to the Bonhoeffer who died in whatever it was, 45, and his understanding of church and communion, I think, would have been influenced by broadening his horizons in these other places, these other traditions.
Absolutely, and Keith Clements, of course, is the best scholar I know who can speak to Bonhoeffer's ecumenism. But you're right, whether it's Harlem, whether it's Spain, whether it's his wonder really at Rome, whether it's the time in the Anglican sort of monastic communities in England, they all form him. Yeah, I agree.
I think this is a simple question, but I'm not sure. When you talked about Barth and World Council of Churches and advocating for a Jewish voice, would he have also advocated for a Muslim voice and a Hindu voice? I didn't quite understand that, because I thought if it's the World Council of Churches, which I'm thinking are Christian organisations, they naturally are a fellowship of Christian groups, and therefore it's logical to have Christian groups. So I didn't get the Jewish part and why that was profound. It seemed a bit antithetical.
Obviously the world of interfaith relations has moved on a long way since Barth's day. So I have no doubt that at the time he would certainly not have advocated, and he didn't advocate for Islamic or Hindu or any other voices. The reason for the Jewish voice is simply because he's very consistent right through his career. And this comes out most clearly in Dogmatics 2:2, that Christians and Jews, he says, they are unter dem Bogen des einen Bundes, under the covering of the one covenant. That Christians and Jews are in eternal covenantal solidarity with one another. in a way that's not true of Christians and Muslims or Christians in any other religious tradition.
I think that's just about time.
Thank you.
As you can sound by the few rounds of applause out there for the other electives. Thank you so much, Mark, and it's been a gripping story that you've told us, and I'm sure we could keep going, but we've got a dinner to get to by 6 o'clock. We haven't quite solved the problem of universal church unity, but I reckon we've made some headway, don't you think, Gordon? Well, I have done down south, I reckon. Yeah. So thank you again, Mark, thank you. For your second presentation for today. Here's another token of appreciation on behalf of the team. A round of applause, and time to relax now. We'll get round the corner to dinner at Cafe Fellini at about 6 o'clock. Thank you.